Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the government's approach to the Australian Defence Force sex discrimination class action as circulated.
Is leave granted?
Anything.
Senator Lambie, I'm informed that the clerk doesn't think it has been circulated, and the government is saying it hasn't seen it.
Too bad.
You can still seek leave?
Yeah, I'm seeking leave.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie, do you want to take the time to circulate it and then come back? Because you can seek leave later, if at least.
No, I'm just going to do it.
Okay,
thanks, Madam
sure,
President.
that is your prerogative.
Thank you so much. Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the government's approach to the Australian Defence Force sex discrimination class action. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide received hundreds of submissions about sexual abuse in the ADF. There were so many submissions that when the final report was handed down, military sexual violence got a 600-page chapter all to itself. Outstanding performance, eh? Defence's own figures show that close to 800 sexual assaults have been reported in the Australian Defence Force over the past 5 years, but let's face it, the number is much higher because the ADF members are too scared to come forward because victims are supported and perpetrators are protected. That is still going on, even after a Royal Commission. And in too many cases, Defence protected the perpetrator, still does, and hangs the victims out to dry. This seems to be the norm, and once again I call on the Australian Defence Force Academy to be closed down, effective immediately. The Commission has also noted the 80 Australian Defence Force members convicted of sexual assault and rape remain in service. And yes, Australia's sexual abusers are still walking around in our Australian military uniform while their asses are covered by the top brass. As the Commissioners wrote in Volume 3, and I quote, "To say we find this concerning is an understatement," end quote. Defence's total failure to address this issue is more than shameful. I am sick to death of Defence protecting these abusers. My legislation to create a Sexual Assault Prevention, Intervention and Response Commission position with real powers to deal with this is under inquiry. The purpose of this inquiry is not to re-examine previous inquiries or individual cases, but to ensure my bill best supports victim survivors and not the abusers, unlike the top brass in our military. But seriously, I thought this situation couldn't get any worse, but here it goes. An Australian law firm has a class action going on. The action alleges the Australian Defence Force is liable due to the systemic failure to protect their female members from sexual harassment during their service from the 13th of November 2003 and the 25th of May 2025. Given Defence's total inability to fix this sort of issue, despite numerous inquiries over 20 years, this class action does not surprise me one bit. I personally think they've got a pretty good chance of getting some justice for these female veterans. But the government is trying to wriggle out of facing these veterans in a court of law. How about that? What a disgrace. I'm going to be clear and tell you now what the government is up to today. Because some of these Australian veterans in the class action were on duty overseas when this abuse happened to them, today the Commonwealth is expected to file an application in the Federal Court of Australia in response to the Australian Defence Force sex discrimination class action to advance an extraterritoriality argument. Basically, they are arguing if the abuse and discrimination happen overseas, then Australian laws don't apply and you will not be protected. Just to make that really clear, the government isn't saying this abuse didn't happen. They're saying that if it happened overseas, then it's not their bloody problem today. The position risks denying affected servicemen and women meaningful access to justice. It also sends the message that protections of Australian law may diminish when Australian Defence Force members are placed in the most vulnerable and dangerous environments overseas. In December last year, Minister Keogh told the National Press Club that, and I quote, "Sexual misconduct in our Defence Force is unacceptable wherever it occurs." I'm very clear on that. End quote. This statement is similar to the remark made 25 years ago by the Chief of Army, Sir Peter Cosgrove, who said to the Senate Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade on the 6th of October 2000, and I quote, "We will need our discrimination and harassment We will weed out discrimination and harassment wherever we find it. We will punish those who harass and support the victims of it." End quote. Both statements make it clear that sexual misconduct in the ADF is not acceptable, no matter where you are. They also highlight the inconsistency, actually the hypocrisy of the government's public messaging and the position of the Australian Defence Force in sex discrimination class actions. The government and Minister Keogh have fallen all over themselves into the Royal Commission, promising to fix the problems in defence and veterans affairs. But now the same government is saying if you enlist and you are sexually discriminated against overseas, then sorry, we're not protecting you because the law doesn't apply to you. This argument, a disgraceful argument if you ask me, doesn't make sense. And when a soldier is deployed, they are deployed by the Commonwealth, by the Australian people. They operate within Australian command structures and remain subject to the Australian military discipline, policy and statutory authorities at all times. Their service relationship is regulated by Australian law. It doesn't matter where you are deployed. The ADF's own framework relies on this. But what? Now you're saying if you are a victim of sexual abuse or discrimination as it relates to a serving members, then Australian laws don't count. The Commonwealth would rather engage multiple barristers and top-tier commercial lawyers involving senior counsels and partners rather than providing justice to these victims. I have to ask, what are you doing, Richard Marles? What are you doing?
Senator Lambie, your time has expired. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I want to thank Senator Lambie for bringing this motion urgently before the Senate. If you want to know why it's urgent because in the next 24 hours, and we've spoken to lawyers involved, in the next 24 hours, the Commonwealth Government may well file an application in the Federal Court to try and defeat a class action brought by members of the Australian Defence Force saying that effectively sex discrimination laws don't apply in the Australian Defence Force, that women won't have that protection inside the Australian Defence Force. After all we heard in the Veterans' Royals Commission about how so much of the ADF is unsafe for women, and women who have put their hand up to serve this country deserve the protection of our laws, they deserve the protection of our parliament, and they should deserve the protection of this government. And when Senator Lambie stands up here and says, where's the Defence Minister in response to this, who went up and said, yes, everything's changed in the ADF, we're fighting discrimination, that women have the right to be safe. Where's the Defence Minister when the Commonwealth lawyers are about to file a defence saying, actually, none of the laws protecting women from discrimination apply if you're in the Defence Force. It's fair game in the Defence Force. Where is the Defence Minister? If this is filed by the Commonwealth lawyers, and I'll be clear, one of the reasons we're doing this is, from the Greens' perspective, to file a peaceful, non-violent shot across their bows to say, don't do this. Don't do this. And to the Commonwealth lawyers, don't you dare say that discrimination laws don't apply in the ADF and can't protect women in the ADF. Why is this urgent? This is urgent because if this is filed by the Commonwealth, then the entire veterans community, all of those serving in the Defence Force, will know if that happens, that everything the Chief of the Defence Force has said, and the former Chief of Defence Force, and the Defence Minister, and the government about being honest about responding to the recommendations from the Veterans Royal Commission, about being honest about making women safe. None of it means a pinch of beans if this is filed. I don't want that to happen. The Greens don't want that to happen. I think there are so many people in the veterans community don't want that to happen, and there's a way it cannot happen. Defence Minister Miles can call the lawyers and say, don't do it. Don't do it.
Minister, are you seeking the call?
Thank you. Well, can I say we won't be supporting the suspension. We had no notice of it at all, which means that I'm at a disadvantage in being able to even respond to it. And those in this place who always seek to have advice about what's going on then bring something that wasn't even circulated at the point that the senator moved it, means that we can't, you know, even, well, I'm here trying to get information in order to be able to be in a position to respond to the suspension. Well, Senator Lambie, all we ask is that if you're going to do something like this, that you give
Senator
5
Lambie.
seconds notice.
Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie.
Well, no, I'm not ashamed of myself, Senator Lambie.
Senator Lambie, Minister,
Well-
resume your seat. Senator Lambie, you were listened to in silence. Minister.
I mean, this Senate, frankly, and the way it conducts itself at the moment, is an embarrassment to the nation. It is an absolute embarrassment. The way that we conduct ourselves in this chamber yesterday was an all-time low, and it seems with 10 minutes past 12, we're sinking into exactly the same conduct. All I am saying to you, Senator Lambie, is if you are going to move a motion like this, a suspension, it is common courtesy in this chamber to give a heads up so people can be prepared in order to respond respectfully to the issues that you raise. Now, that has not been afforded, and I have tried to get as much information I can in the last 10 minutes about the issue you raise. This matter that is currently before the courts remains in its early stages. It is standard practice for preliminary issues to be addressed through the court to clarify and confirm aspects of the claim. This ensures that the proceedings can be managed appropriately. Now, I am not in a position to comment any further, indeed even responding to some of the allegations that have been raised in this chamber by Senator Shoebridge and Senator Lambie, as the Commonwealth has not yet put a position to the court, and disclosing details could prejudice the court proceedings and impact legal professional privilege. Now, there was a time that this chamber would have listened to that and respected that. I accept that the Senate has moved way beyond operating in that world, and we've seen plenty of evidence of that. I know that this issue was raised in estimates and that the CDF, Admiral Johnson, well, if I could just finish without being shouted at by other senators, Admiral Johnson has been clear about the supportive approach the ADF seeks to provide to women who serve in the ADF. Well, I accept that you disagree, Senator Lambie, but we each have the right to stand up and respond.
Senator Lambie.
And respond. And so the advice...
Senator Lambie.
The advice that I can give this morning, based on the information that I've been able to glean, is that this is standard practice for preliminary issues to be addressed through the court to clarify and confirm aspects of the claim so that the proceedings can be managed appropriately. And as this matter is before the court, I am not in a position to provide any further information. If there is more engagement that we can provide to Senator Lambie through the Minister for Defence, I'm very happy to undertake that. I'm very happy to undertake that and to seek if we can provide that information, because I know that Senator Lambie's advocacy around matters relating to defence and veterans in defence is a priority for her, and it's one the government respects and has sought at every opportunity to work with you on. But in terms of being able to respond to some of the allegations that you have asserted in this place, I am not in a position, and that's partly procedural in the fact that we were not given any notice and the disrespect that was shown to people in this place to engage in this suspension stunt that happens every single day that we are due to start on government business, but never ever happens on private senators' business days, ever. There's never any suspension that's sought on those days because it's not nearly as important then. So that's stunt, and that's the first point. And the second point is because these matters are before the courts and they are being considered by the court, which is the appropriate place for that to occur, and we will not support the suspension.
Senator Patterson.
President, I just wanted to take the opportunity to briefly put the opposition's position on the record in relation to this. A defence force is nothing without its people. You can have the most impressive platforms, you can have the most advanced technology, you can have the most extensive munitions, but if you don't have people to operate them, you have nothing. And it is very clear from the evidence into the Royal Commission, into veterans, that on a bipartisan basis, over a very long period of time, we have failed our people in uniform, and it is very clear that we must do better. It is clear among that evidence that instances of sexual abuse have occurred in the Defence Force, and the Defence Force has not adequately dealt with that. So Senator Lambie raises very legitimate, very serious issues today, which we should all have great respect for and understand is coming from a good place. The opposition is not in a position to support the suspension today, though, because, as the Minister said, this does go to a matter which is currently before the courts. I have not had an opportunity to be briefed on the case. The motion calls on the Commonwealth to take a particular position on the case in the courts, and it is not clear to me, based on the limited time I had to understand this, what the implications of the Senate encouraging the government to do that would be. And as the Minister said, this is at a preliminary stage. I would encourage the government to very carefully consider the arguments made by Senator Lambie, by veterans and by others in this place as to how to best handle this case from the point of view of having due care and consideration for the welfare of our men and women in uniform and veterans who have been victims of abuse historically. But as I said, the opposition is not in a position to support this motion today.
Senator Roberts.
Deputy President, I thank Senator Lambie for moving this motion. The Australian Defence Force, as Senator Patterson has just said, protects us, and it relies upon its people to do so. And we need to protect the Australian Defence Force people. One Nation supports getting this on the record and noted urgently, urgently. Now, I agree with Senator Gallagher. This place is a shambles, and Labor government is making it even worse. Labor is destroying formal motions. Then we see a stunt persecuting and denying Senator Pauline Hanson justice. We see that yesterday. That was a stunt that was cooked up days in advance. It was in the public, it was in the media. So yes, we agree with you, this place is a shambles. But the top brass in the Defence Forces is avoiding responsibility, and that's what Senator Lambie is after here. Why have a Royal Commission into veterans suicide? Why have an inquiry into honours and awards and just ignore it? Ignore both of them, ignore everything. Just let the top brass run. We need to hold the top brass accountable. As I read this motion, Senator Lambie is calling on the government to immediately abandon this position, adhere to its moral and legal obligations to ADF members, and ensure that no ADF member is denied legal protection or access to justice because they were serving outside of Australia at the direction of the Commonwealth. She just wants women to be protected. She wants all people in the Defence Forces to be protected. The key issue here is sexual discrimination and an answer from the government to fix this problem, regardless of whether it goes to court. We support Senator Lambie.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I just want to rise in support of Senator Lambie's work to highlight the plight of too many defence personnel and veterans in this country. We have to do more to look after serving personnel and their families, and then veterans once they decide to leave our Defence Forces. The biggest issue in Defence isn't just recruitment, it's also retainment.
Senator Pocock, I will just remind you that we do need to speak to the reason why we're seeking to suspend standing orders. It's not just an opportunity to talk about the general issue, so I'll just remind you of that.
I'm sure. I think this is directly relevant to exactly what Senator Lambie is urgently trying to get the Senate to deal with, is that a government who talks a big deal on defence. We have both major parties talking a big game when it comes to defence, and then from what I've seen, not having the same focus and care on the actual defence personnel. And as many senators have pointed out, without Australians who are willing to sign up to our Defence Forces to defend Australia, the cost that incurs on them and their families, we don't have a Defence Force. So we have to be doing more. And it seems to me that a government that is willing to say to defence personnel, what happens overseas, not our problem. That goes to the very heart of some of the issues that we see in defence. And so I would urge the government. I know this is a complex area. I know there are a lot of things to balance in terms of budget, all the other constraints that we hear a lot about, but surely we can find it in us to better look after defence personnel, their families and veterans. Surely that should be a focus. If you're willing to put your life on the line for our country, this great country, if you're willing to sign up where you could die in the name of Australia, we owe it to you to look after you while you're serving and then once you're out. We have an obligation to you, and so I'd urge the government to do more. It is deeply troubling. If what Senator Lambie is bringing forward in this motion is true, it is deeply troubling to have an Australian government that is doing that. And I guess to the broader issue around defence, if this 5% cut, which the government is denying, but we're hearing will potentially affect departments, if that's true for somewhere like DVA, what will that mean for veterans' processing times? What will that mean for people who feel like they're not getting the supports that they need? This is all connected. And so I'd urge the government, we need a change of attitude from the top brass down, and I would say that actually comes from the government demanding that of the Defence Force, that we better look after serving personnel and that we better look after veterans. So thank you, Senator Lambie, for your work on this.
I will put the motion to suspend. Those in favour of the motion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question that the suspension motion moved by Senator Lambie be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Lambie. Did you want to be teller or did you want me to appoint perhaps Senator McKim? Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Collins, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 15, noes 30. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll allow senators a moment to resume their place. We will return to the order of business. The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. I would ask senators to leave the chamber quietly. Minister.
Sorry, John.
Minister?
We've got it. Oh, yeah, you did. Sorry.
This is memberships.
Seek leave.
A motion to vary the membership of committees.
Have we got the microphone on there? Is there being no objection? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Thank you. Clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 1. Defence Amendment, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025, in Committee of the Whole.
Thank you very much. We have a division deferred on this matter. Senator Shoebridge.
I did have a question to the Minister, though. I'm happy to get to the vote, but...
Well, let me check what the appropriate procedure is.
We can do it before the division, doesn't matter.
Okay. Senator Shoebridge, I understand that it's possible to do this after the division, but...
I can do it now.
Senator Shoebridge, I think I will put the division first and then we'll return to questions. The committee is considering the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. Yesterday evening, a division on Amendment 1 on sheet 3472, moved by Senator Shoebridge, was deferred. The vote on that amendment will be held now. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour? All those against? No. I believe the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Okay, so this is a... Sorry. Still got a few minutes. I haven't done the division in a few weeks. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. There being 16 ayes and 28 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. The question is now that the bill stand as printed. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. My question is to the Minister. Minister, this new secret committee, is it intended that it would be consulted before Australia supports, I don't know, think of something at random, an illegal war by the United States and Israel on Iran? Would it be intended that the committee be consulted before the Australian government adopted a position on, as again, just to pick something at random, the Albanese government supporting an illegal war from Israel and the United States on Iran? Would it be intended to be consulted in those circumstances?
I'll call the Minister in a moment, but senators in the chamber, there's a little bit too much noise, so if you are intending to have a conversation, please do so outside. Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. So the Senator asks essentially about war powers, and that, of course, for those who've served in this chamber for some time will know that this is an issue that's been well canvassed in this Senate. Most recently, the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade undertook an inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making. This was a serious piece of work and the government has responded to that work. I think Senator Shoebridge probably understands the parameters of that response because he's asked questions about this in other forums before. But for other senators, the Deputy Prime Minister has made it clear that it is appropriate that decisions to enter into international armed conflict and the deployment of the ADF overseas remain a prerogative of the Executive. And now in practice, that is a power that is exercised collectively via the National Security Committee of the Cabinet, and that was recognised by the committee in its recommendations on the 31st of March 2023. Now, Senator Shoebridge's question went to a series of hypotheticals that he seeks to speculate about. If this committee was formed, would these kinds of matters be referred to the committee? I can simply say that the powers of the committee are set out, and equally the government's approach to decision-making in relation to international armed conflict have also been set out in the response that we made to that inquiry undertaken by the Joint Standing Committee. I can add this, which is that, of course, our government acknowledges that the executive prerogative can coexist and must coexist with the important role that Parliament has in holding the executive to account for decisions taken. And there must be an appropriate balance between enabling the government of the day to respond to challenges to our national interests and security, whilst ensuring that Parliament has effective mechanisms to examine and debate those decisions.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister, for the response to Senator Shoebridge's question. It begs your response, however, begs the question that if the executive is going to make decisions without the oversight of Parliament, or indeed without even consulting this very special, highly acclaimed parliamentary committee before not just participating in some type of conflict or military intervention, but offering support, does this committee have any insight or any ability to know and to ask the question of the executive as to whether a particular military intervention is even legal? Because what we've seen in the last 48, 72 hours in the Middle East is an attack launched by the United States and Israel that is indeed illegal under international law. And every time an Australian journalist has asked the Prime Minister or the Defence Minister or anybody else in the government
as to whether this new Trump-led war is legal. They get dismissed and the question gets deferred off to the United States. Well, I don't need to ask the United States whether this is legal or not. Every legal expert in the world is saying it isn't. The United Nations has said it's not. Your government knows it's not, and that is why you refuse to even engage with the question. What is the point of having a parliamentary committee of such supreme power and importance, and they can't even get some basic parameters of whether Australia is backing an illegal war or not?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And there are many aspects of the contribution made now by Senator Hanson-Young that are simply inaccurate and incorrect, and I welcome the opportunity to correct those statements in this response now. So let's start with the government's position around accountability and transparency in relation to deployment of armed forces. As I've already indicated in response to a question from Senator Shoebridge, we consider that that power appropriately remains with the executive, and there are a range of good reasons for that, and it is entirely consistent with the constitutional arrangements which are set out in section 61 of the Constitution. As I said in my earlier answer, that is entirely compatible with the role of the Parliament in scrutinising any such decision. The government has agreed that a ministerial statement in both Houses of Parliament is an important way that would improve transparency in relation to any such decision. And that has been set out in the Memorandum on Government Conventions related to overseas armed conflict decision-making. And so, Senator Hanson-Young, what is proposed by our government, our policy, is in fact not just to brief a committee, but to make a public statement in the Parliament, which sets out the reasons and allows the Parliament to engage with what would be a very important question for the Australian public and for Australian parliamentarians. In relation to the committee's role, the committee's functions are set out really clearly in the legislation. They're also set out in the Memorandum of Understanding, and they include examining and being appraised of war or warlike operations, including ongoing conflicts, monitoring the involvement of Australian defence agencies in significant non-conflict operations domestically and internationally. So we do have a difference of opinion, Senator, between our parties. The Greens political party has one view, and you're very welcome to express it this morning, about decisions about overseas armed conflict. We have a different view. We've engaged seriously with the work that was done by the Joint Standing Committee on this question. We have published our response, and indeed, as I've indicated, we've published the memorandum which sets out the conventions that our government will adopt should we take decisions around overseas armed conflict. This is all laid out very transparently. And so allusions that are designed to scare about secrecy, references to a lack of transparency couldn't be more wrong. The government has set out deliberately and frankly independently of any contribution made by the Greens political party our approach to this question. It's a question we take seriously. It's one we have proactively engaged with in government. And if you wish to examine the public statements that have been made by the Deputy Prime Minister and others about this, they are all on the record.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, and thanks to the Minister for the answer. The government in previous debate of this, the importance of this committee, argued that the reason this committee was so special, the reason this committee is supreme, is because the very nature that it has access to information and will operate in secret. Now, I might have a different understanding of the English language than the Minister, but operating in secret seems to me to be an absolute lack of transparency. And that is precisely why we'd just moved an amendment to try and at least have a broader representation of the Parliament on this committee. Because we know that when it's the Labor Party and the coalition operating in secret, behind closed doors, away from the public view, without parliamentary scrutiny, bad things happen. And all you need to do is go and ask members of the Australian community whether they trust members of the Labor Party and members of the Liberal Party to operate in secret, behind closed doors, in the best interests of the community. I tell you what, a lot of people out there in our community would say no, because the tried and tested examples continue to show that when there is no sunlight, when there is no transparency, governments and opposition colluding together is bad for the public. And in this situation, we're talking about the most serious of discussions, the most serious of decisions, the most serious of scrutiny of intelligence, and that is in relation to whether countries are supporting military action or intervention or not. What type of resources are being used to support overseas military activities? So spare me the lecture around transparency when this whole purpose of this committee, of why it is so supreme, is because it is secret. That is the whole purpose. And I do have another question for the Minister, and that is this. Does the Minister agree that the current bombarding of innocent civilians and infrastructure and buildings in Iran and around the Middle East, is this indeed legal?
Minister.
Thank you. Again, Senator Hanson-Young, your contribution just now makes a series of assertions that are simply wrong. This committee exists to augment the existing scrutiny arrangements that exist around defence. Now, many members of the Greens political party attend estimates and ask questions in public of defence officials. There are also a range of oversight bodies which publish reports about their investigations into the activity of the agencies that sit within the defence portfolio, including the ADF. This committee adds to those, augments them. Doesn't detract from any of those other functions. What I will say is that it is often the case that there are sensitive questions that can't appropriately be discussed in public. There are good reasons for that. And they go to our national security, they go to the safety of our personnel. So, Senator, your party may wish to make the case that every operational detail about our servicemen and women in any environment should be spoken about publicly in this chamber or should be spoken about publicly at estimates, but that is not a position that our government accepts. Our government accepts that there are some things that do need to be treated as confidential and classified because it is our national interest for that to be so, and it goes directly to the safety of our personnel in many, many cases. What this committee does is allow members of this committee to engage with material that is secret or classified for some purpose, and to do so in a secure environment. And it puts the appropriate protections around that. And in that it does mirror the operations of PJCIS. And again, this is a difference of opinion between our party and yours. But I've had the privilege of serving on PJCIS, and I can tell you that the debate that occurs within that forum, when I was a member, often in public, saw robust examination of important questions, supported by access to information that was provided classified information provided in an appropriate secret environment. Now, on this we do differ, because the Greens political party, as far as I can tell, has never really acknowledged that there is any genuine threat to national security that requires a response from our national security community. I've never heard any of you say that in this chamber, and you're welcome to do so now if you think it to be the case. We take the security of Australia seriously. We consider that the bill before the Parliament now, before this chamber, adds an important piece to the architecture of oversight that exists around the ADF and the broader agencies in the defence portfolio. It's why we brought it forward, and I look forward to the bill passing so that it may scrutinise key questions that, frankly, can't and shouldn't be scrutinised in a public environment.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Minister, there is no suggestion that all information is to be posted on Facebook. And that's what you seem to be arguing, that it's either that or total secrecy. Our contention here is that you have chosen, with the cosy club between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, that only you, the chosen few, get to make these decisions, get to have a look at what's really going on, get to make the judgment. And my proposition is that the Australian people call BS on that, that you are not trusted to monitor yourselves, that you are not trusted to just sit there and collude year after year after year. We know in relation to the existing joint committee, the coziness between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, that there's only been one report in 20 years that hasn't been unanimous. That's testing the proposition. That's having robust debate, is it?
Sort of North Korean robust debate.
And this is what people are talking about. The collusion between the major parties is continuing today with this piece of legislation. And the attitude that, despite the fact that there is a growing parliament and diversity of voices and representation and growing concern in the Australian community, that should all be ignored, and that because it's always been the case that Labor and Liberal can collude on military operations, information and decisions, that we should all just roll over. And of course, we are having this debate at a very prescient time, when the world is watching the horrors in Iran, the bombs falling in Lebanon, airports around the Middle East being shut, Australian citizens stranded, for a war that is being led by Donald Trump, and we have the Australian Labor Party and the Australian Liberal Party and One Nation all saying it's fine. The US said it's fine, so we'll just follow. No wonder people are sick and tired of the secrecy, the cozying, the cosy relationships, and, of course, the collusion between the major parties. The war parties. You're not the major parties, you're the war parties. You know, we have seen this story before. We saw what happened when the Australian government just followed suit with the United States in Iraq. We saw what happened in Afghanistan. Dozens of Australian defence personnel lost their lives. Hundreds of thousands of citizens killed. And decades of further unrest, suffering and oppression. And all you need to do is ask any mother or schoolgirl in Afghanistan how they feel right now about the US-led intervention in Afghanistan and all the promises of hope and freedom. History is repeating itself again, and we have no excuse to be ignorant about this. And Donald Trump, as President of the United States, is making it crystal clear how callous he is prepared to be, how irresponsible he is prepared to be, how he does not care about the innocent lives of mothers, of fathers, of babies, of children, in his quest to drop bombs. I find it extraordinary that our government here in Australia, the Albanese government, was the first to jump on board this bombing from Donald Trump. I find it extraordinary that the Australian Labor Party has swung in behind this atrocity, this blatant abuse of international law, of dismissal of international law. We have Democrats in the United States showing more opposition than the Australian Labor Party. You've got Republicans in the United States condemning what is happening. Like, where is the spine? Where is the forethought? Talk about shoot now, ask questions later. The world is in a terribly fragile, complex situation. And the last thing we need to be doing is pumping up the egos of erratic, irresponsible, nasty bullies like Donald Trump. I've listened to the words from the ministers, the Australian government ministers over the last 48 hours about, we ask those questions of the United States. Oh, we're just doing this. You do realise this is a war being launched in one of the most volatile regions on the planet. It's not just bombs being dropped on schools in Iran. The entire region is now a tinderbox. And Australia has a responsibility to say, no, we're not having anything to do with it. The lack of moral courage is staggering and makes me feel sick, frankly, and many other Australians as well. And to hear the Defence Minister weasel his way out of answering direct questions about what is being done from Australia, from the Pine Gap base, to facilitate the bombings that are killing innocent children, mothers and fathers, and keeping Australians stranded overseas, separated from their families. And I know the government would prefer we just didn't ask these questions and we didn't have this debate. I get it. It's uncomfortable. Well, war's messy and it requires questions. And if you don't have the ticker and the courage to respond and to be honest with the Australian people, you don't have the courage to have the decisions being held solely by yourselves either, and certainly not in secret.
Minister. If there are no further contributions, the question now before the chamber is that the bill stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025 and agreed to it without amendments. Minister.
I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, the report of the committee be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill, Senator Shoebridge, you're seeking the call?
Yeah, I am, yes. Thanks, Acting Deputy. Well, we tried in committee to at least fix some of this bill by preventing it just being a Labor Liberal stitch-up, and you were having none of that. So we're now left with a situation where, as this government has decided to join an illegal war, we now have this Parliament looking to set up a secret closed-shop committee for two of the war parties. Well, you might invite the third war party in due course, but Labor and the Liberal Party to have their secret committee to work the next illegal war from Benjamin Netanyahu. And we're going to have none of that as Greens. We are the only party in this place that is committed to peace, not war. We seem to be the only party in this place that can see the obscene dangers, the bluster, the violence, the threats of Donald Trump, and we see him not as a dependable ally, which is what Labor and the Coalition see him as. We see him as a dangerous threat to world peace. And in fact, when the Australian public are asked about who's the greatest threat to world peace on the planet, they don't point where Labor and the Coalition want them to point to, or One Nation. They point to Donald Trump. And they're demanding of this place to at least have the imagination to think about an Australian defence and foreign policy that isn't tied at the hip to a dangerous, increasingly despotic, random, violent man who seems to want to visit war, assassinations and arbitrary power on whoever he chooses in the world, regardless of international law and constraints. And increasingly, we see the US having their partner of choice in their wars is being Israel. And we saw the US Secretary of State in just the last few hours come out and criticise the United States allies, the UK in particular, because they haven't shown the same commitment that Israel has shown to support illegal wars, to ignore the constraints on international conflict, to not want to just openly target hospitals and schools and civilian infrastructure. And the United States is clearly saying that it wants more of that. More of those illegal, unrestrained wars wherever they choose against whoever they choose. And while the Albanese government has been hiding, while Foreign Minister Wong has been refusing to make any statement about the legality of the current appalling conflict, the bombings and the missiles coming from the United States and Israel against Iran, and saying, well, that's a matter for the United States to work out if it's lawful or not. Now, last time I checked, international law was supported, and only supported when the international community stood up and supported. To simply contract out our morality and our thinking to the United States on whether this is legal or not is a gross breach of duty from the Foreign Minister and from the Prime Minister. But not only is this an illegal war based on lies, the current lies are that this was required to deal with an imminent threat from Iran's nuclear capacity. Donald Trump just barely, not even a week ago, in the State of the Union address, told his own Congress that the United States had obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity. He said that repeatedly. So which is the current lie from Donald Trump we should believe? That he's obliterated the Iranian nuclear capacity, or that it's an imminent threat to world peace? And which lie is Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, relying on? Is it the most recent lie from Donald Trump that it's an imminent threat, or is it the earlier lie about the obliteration? What is the basis for the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister to come out and tell the Australian public repeatedly that this war is somehow justified to deal with an imminent threat from Iran's nuclear capacity? How do they square that with Donald Trump's statement barely a week ago that he'd obliterated that? We can see these lies in plain sight. You can see them in plain sight. And then we have the Australian government here, the Labor government and the Coalition and One Nation, the war parties, giving false hope to the Iranian diaspora that this is about regime change and democracy. And in the last 24 hours, we've seen the United States, Donald Trump, the Secretary of War, clearly say they're not interested in regime change. They're not interested in democracy. It's about the raw exercise of US power. They have said it clearly. How many times are we going to watch the United States betray people? They betrayed the people of Afghanistan. They betrayed the people of Iraq. They betrayed the Kurds and others in Syria. And they're in the process of betraying the people of Iran. And it's as sure as night follows day that as soon as Donald Trump loses interest in this campaign, or he starts seeing the 24-hour news cycle spinning the wrong way while he's eating his burgers late at night, that he'll just dump the Iranian people. He'll drop them like a gun. He'll drop them like a gun. That's what he'll do. And then we'll have our Prime Minister and our Foreign Minister and our Defence Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, spinning wildly to try and come up and agree with the latest fantasy coming out of Donald Trump and the United States, and desperately say that that was the plan all along. It was never about democracy. It was never about regime change. It was about destroying the already destroyed nuclear capability and destroying the Iranian defence forces. And they'll desperately spin it that that's what it was all the time. Just watch. Watch how the lies morph and change as this conflict rolls out and as the violence spreads across the Middle East. And will the Australian Labor government and its supporters in the Coalition and in One Nation, will they share any responsibility for the lives lost in the countries surrounding Iran as the conflict spreads? No. Will they say a single word today about the Lebanese lives lost in Israeli attacks on Beirut and southern Lebanon? No. We can pretty much guarantee they won't, because the three war parties are all fine with Israel continuing repeatedly to bomb and kill in Lebanon. Because that's what you do. You back in these illegal wars. And we see you. We see you for your warmongering and your moral cowardice and your hypocrisy. And perhaps at the centre of this hypocrisy is that you are backing in Israel to attack Iran for Iran's potential at some point to have an illegal nuclear weapons program, when Israel right now has hundreds of nuclear weapons in breach of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, illegal under international law. And what, nobody mention it? Nobody mention it. It's really, the emperor has no clothes and we're all just, nobody mention that we're backing one nation with illegal nuclear weapons to attack another nation so it doesn't get illegal nuclear weapons, and somehow this is we're just not meant to mention that the first one has nuclear weapons. And if you want the ultimate irony in all of this, which country gave Iran its first nuclear reactor? Let's try and think which country gave Iran the first nuclear reactor. The United States, when they had their own little despot in place and they wanted them to have a nuclear reactor in the 1950s. The layers of deceit and betrayal and hypocrisy, they just stink. And I'll finish with this. If the war wasn't illegal in the first place, and it so clearly was, its purpose is might and power, disconnected with any even vague excuse of legality. The war is now being conducted by the United States in gross breach of international law. And Foreign Minister Wong, Prime Minister Albanese, Defence Minister Miles are saying nothing. Well, while they're saying nothing, this is what the US Secretary of War said just a few hours ago. He said, America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win and we don't waste time or lives. They have said it. They have said it with utter clarity. They don't think they're bound by international law. They don't think they're bound by the rules of engagement, such as proportionality. They don't think they have to protect civilians. They have no such time for those rules of restraint in wars. They are fighting a brutal, illegal war. And who will be at the front line of that brutal, illegal war? Civilians in Iran. People trying to keep their family safe. Dads worried about their kids. Kids worried about their parents. Uncles and aunties worried about who will be coming together to share a collective family meal. People desperately anxious about their kids at school, their relatives in hospital, as the bombs and the missiles rain down with no rules to constrain them, because the United States has said they are not bound by these rules, and to their utter contemptible shame, the Albanese government is backing us in. You are making the world less safe. You are making Australia less safe. You are backing in a violent, aggressive regime too, who show no restraints. And you pretend that you have the best interests of Australia at heart. That we see you. We see the war parties. And we despise what you're doing.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
So go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Over the weekend, we have been reminded why decisions about war, intelligence and military power must never be made in the shadows. We watched the United States and Israel launch coordinated military strikes on Iran in an unrestrained and unprecedented violent escalation in a region already at breaking point. This was another decision made in closed rooms by powerful men with consequences that will be now paid for in civilian bloodshed. This is what the modern war machine looks like. Two global military forces converging with overwhelming power and acting with remarkable confidence that there will be no meaningful democratic resistance or scrutiny. If anyone believed that the era of...
Senator Hodgins-May, just please resume your seat. Minister, on a point of order.
Just the point of order is relevance. Acting Deputy President, Senator Shoebridge made an entire contribution without making any reference that I heard to the bill before the chamber. The senator on her feet now appears to be going down the same path. I wonder if we could ask senators to make contributions about the bill before us.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to seek advice From the clerk, sorry.
On the
Senator
point,
Scarr on the point of order.
yeah, just on the point of order, I note that the senator's only had 53 seconds so far to give her contribution.
I'm just going to seek the advice of the clerk. Senator Hodgins, you can resume the call. Just a reminder that we are debating the third reading of the bill before the chamber currently.
Thank you. And at the heart of what I'm saying is the need for military oversight at this time more than ever. And so I think it is entirely relevant to the discussion that has been had. If anyone believed that the era of imperial interventions was behind us, that illusion has well and truly evaporated. We cannot be clearer. The Iranian people have endured decades of repression under a brutal and totalitarian regime. Women have been beaten and imprisoned for demanding basic rights. Protesters have been silenced, journalists jailed, minorities persecuted. The struggle for Iranian liberation is real and it deserves solidarity. But you do not bomb your way to peace. You do not drop explosives on a country and claim to speak on behalf of its people. Regime change imposed from the sky is not liberation, it's chaos. The United States does not have the interests of the Iranian people at heart, and that is becoming increasingly clear. An administration that cannot uphold human rights within its own borders cannot credibly claim to be the guardians of rights overseas. In the US, we have seen migrants brutalised, we've seen families separated, we see state violence excused when politically convenient. Human rights observers executed by ICE. This is not a government that gives any thought to, let alone acts upon humanitarian principles. It is a government that acts solely for its own interests and those of its powerful allies and corporations. And Israel's government, still committing an active genocide, is hardly a credible force for democracy.
Senator Hodgins, may I have a point of order from the Minister? Minister?
I rise again on the point of relevance. The Senator has now been speaking for some minutes. She has made no reference to the legislation before the chamber, as did the Greens political party speaker before her. I conclude that this is a desperate attempt to try and stop the progress of this bill. I ask you to draw the Senator back to the question.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge on a point of order.
At the core of this bill is setting up a committee to consider ongoing defence issues. We heard that clear from the Minister when she read the terms of reference for the committee. Surely it's consistent with a third reading to discuss current ongoing defence issues in light of this committee. I hear my colleague making reference to the secrecy of the committee. It's entirely within the scope of the third read to discuss current defence issues. I know it's awkward for the government. I know they want to shut down my colleague who's doing a great job, but it's entirely within the scope of the third read.
Senator Scarr on the point of order.
Just quickly on the point of order, I did rise initially to give indulgence to the Speaker. I'd only been speaking 53 seconds. It is now 2.5 minutes, and I note I think there is merit in terms of the Minister's point of order.
I'm just going to seek some advice from the clerk, Senator Hodgins, may. Senator Hodgins, you may resume. Again, just a reminder that we are debating whether the chamber passes this bill for the third time, so please make sure your comments or your contributions are tied towards the bill before the chamber. Go ahead, Senator Hodgins, may.
Chair, and these circumstances is exactly why we need more oversight of our military interventions, not less. Once again, we are seeing Australia lining up as the well-behaved lapdog. And I know this is hard for the war party on my left, in the Labor Party, to hear, but it is the truth. Instead of condemning this unprecedented and illegal act of war, the Prime Minister rushes to back the United States. The Foreign Minister fails to condemn the strikes while invoking the so-called rules-based international order. International law cannot be conditional. It cannot apply only to our adversaries. A rules-based system that excuses powerful allies while punishing others is not a system of law, it is a system of hierarchy, which is why Australians deserve oversight of the decisions that are being made in their names and by the representatives that they elected to represent them. Australians deserve to know whether our country has been implicated in these attacks. We deserve to know. We deserve to know whether Australian territory and infrastructure at Pine Gap played a role in coordinating the strike. Secret committee will not give us and give Australians the confidence they need in these decisions. If Australian facilities were used, then we are not observers, we are participants. The government should immediately rule out Pine Gap's involvement in acts of war and commit to ensuring Australian soil is never used to facilitate unlawful military action. Because who benefits from this escalation and this ongoing secrecy? Not the Iranian people, who now face the risk of internal instability and a power vacuum. Not the thousands more across the region who bear the brunt of retaliatory violence. Not the Iranian schoolgirls, over 100 of whom were killed yesterday when a bomb hit a primary school. Not a military target. Fatima Al-Zahra Muhammad Ali, a 9-year-old student, was among those killed. A 9-year-old girl killed by the US and Israel, and her only crime was attending school. A father of a 6-year-old girl killed at this school said, whilst he waited for her body to be removed from the rubble, "I cannot understand how a place where innocent children learn can be bombed like this. We are talking about small children who knew nothing of the politics of wars, and yet they are the ones paying the highest price." We've seen this before in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya. Intervention after intervention justified the language of liberation and ending in protracted violence, civilian casualties, and children and family paying the prices. We need more oversight, not less. Why will we not learn from history? When bombs fall, it's ordinary people who suffer. It is women and it is children. It is not the architects of war strategy in Washington, Tel Aviv, or in fact right here in Australia, in the Australian Parliament. It is not the executives in corporate war rooms masquerading as boardrooms, but there's always someone who profits. Global defence corporations, surging oil markets. There's so much money to be made in war by the right people, with the ultimate cost being human lives. Australia's defence and foreign policy has become so entangled with the objectives of the US, with no public transparent debate, and here we are listening to one of the war parties trying to reduce transparency even more. AUKUS is another example of absolute self-delusion and self-denial. Hundreds of billions of dollars committed to submarines that will never materialise. While people struggle to afford rent, healthcare and energy bills, and you want them to have less oversight and understanding of how their taxpayer dollars are being spent. We must do everything we can to help the struggle of the Iranian people to promote peace in the region and to support their pathway to a safe and fair democracy. But we cannot, we must not be complicit in another bloody American war. We are not at the call and beck and call of Donald Trump. The answer to an escalating war machine isn't more decisions made in dark war rooms by the global elite. It is not Australia's automatic alignment with everything that the United States does. It is transparency and accountability. It is listening to voices from Iran and across the diaspora. But above all, it is bravery to put our own interests and the interests of civilians around the globe ahead of the interests of powerful warmongers. This is the bravery that the Labor government so clearly and utterly lacks at this crucial moment in time. At precisely the moment when Australians are witnessing how quickly military escalation can occur, this parliament is being asked to endorse another structure right here in relation to this bill, another structure that conducts defence oversight largely out of public view. Accountability cannot simply mean a small group of insiders making decisions behind closed doors. At a time when the world is crying out for de-escalation, for diplomacy, for independence from powerful interests, this bill risks entrenching quite the opposite. Greater secrecy, less visibility and more consolidation of power. The Greens do not support this bill. The Greens do not support an illegal war led by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. And as a party of peace, we do not support outsourcing international law or the illegal violence and civilian bloodshed that is apparently supported by the three war parties in this place, the Labor Party, the LNP and One Nation. Shame on them.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. I'm putting the question, Senator Shoebridge. I didn't see your colleague standing, Senator Shoebridge. I've put the question before the chamber.
And we're showing courtesy to the chamber.
Minister, on a point of order.
Yes, senators do have an obligation to pay attention to the business at hand. The question is actually in the process of being voted upon.
Senator Pocock, on the point of order, please, Senator Pocock, though, not a contribution.
I'm sorry, I made an error. I was watching the clock and I thought it was 1:30, but I do want to make a contribution on this bill.
I'm just going to seek the advice of the clerk. Being 1:30, I'm going to say that the debate is interrupted and we will be in continuation on this bill. And we now move to 2-minute statements, and I call Senator McGrath.
Labor loves to lecture this parliament about transparency and integrity, but when you follow the money, what you find is scale, secrecy and spin. I reviewed the latest financial disclosures lodged with the Australian Electoral Commission, and the numbers are staggering. Last financial year, the Australian Labor Party itself spent around $150 million, but that is just the storefront. Behind it sits a vast industrial network of 89 associated entities, unions, trusts and subsidiaries, altogether spending an extraordinary $672 million in the same year. Taken together, that's more than $800 million flowing through Labor's political ecosystem in a single financial year. $800 million. This dwarfs the spending of every other political party in this country combined. Australians are entitled to ask, what exactly is this money funding? Even the returns of organisations entirely devoted to political campaigning, like Climate 200 and Get Up, are at best dubious. Of the more than $25 million expended by Climate 200 in 24-25, less than $5 million has been classified as electoral expenditure. Are we really expected to believe that Climate 200 spent $20 million on non-electoral related expenses? Whether it's Labor or the Teals, millions of dollars are being spent to influence elections and the public remains in the dark. I can't for the life of me see how the Labor Party and its union affiliates spending some $800 million, close to $1 billion in a single year, has benefited our nation in any way. And when Australians see what has occurred with the corrupt CFMEU in Victoria, they are right to question how union money is being used. What are you hiding, Mr Albanese?
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I rise to draw attention to the Albanese Government's submission of the Flinders Ranges for consideration for World Heritage listing. Anybody who's been lucky enough to visit this unique part of South Australia will tell you that it is truly extraordinary. From the stark majesty of Wilpena Pound to the spectacular Brashner Gorge, it is a place that's so vibrant, and I know that my family spends a lot of time there. There's plenty of extreme mountain bikers who spend a lot of time there. There's so much to do, and it's such an amazing place. Not just for the Dunarts and the quolls and the snakes and the lizards, but for the rest of us as well. It is also home to the earliest evidence of animal life, with a fossil record dating back 600 million years. It is spectacular, and it's already a really, really popular international tourism destination. But I was interested to note that it's the only Australian site on this year's Lonely Planet Top 10 visitor locations. Thousands of visitors come here every year to the Flinders Ranges, and this listing will just expand that. It will really enhance the economic value of the area and provide huge benefit to many of the towns and people in that arena. But the listing also brings a very, very special economic opportunity to the Adamantnya people. They are custodians of that land, and the Rangers play a central role in protecting and preserving the Flinders Ranges. They also undertake some really important, innovative cultural tourism. So if anybody's thinking of going, please sign up for one of the Adamantnya tours. They really are doing a spectacular job, and it is an amazing, amazing part of the world.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The housing crisis is putting people through hell. For renters, it's an endless cycle of house inspections, unattended maintenance issues, rent increases, and then it all starts again. Meanwhile, on Queensland's Gold Coast, there are plans for a Trump Tower with 270 apartments to sell, likely to start at $5 million. Tell that to Tammy, a Gold Coast mum of 2 disabled kids who has applied for more than 30 rental properties and is worried that her family will become homeless if they can't find a new home before their lease ends in March. Australians need affordable housing, not Trump towers for the ultra-wealthy. And first home buyers aren't faring much better than renters. The cost of buying your first home in Brisbane has more than doubled in the last 5 years. And in the last year, it's gone up by 20%. If you finally manage to scrape together a deposit, you're outbid by investors, adding yet another asset to their property portfolios. But this isn't your fault, because the housing crisis is not by accident, it's by design. Labor is giving ultra-wealthy property investors access to tax loopholes like CGT and negative gearing that cost taxpayers billions of dollars every year, and they're making the housing crisis worse. The housing crisis is driving the cost of living crisis. The cost of living crisis then pushes up interest rates, and interest rates then increase the cost of your mortgage and your rent. What a vicious cycle. Until we make the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share of tax and get rid of those unfair tax perks for property investors, we will be stuck in that cycle, where the rich get richer and everybody else gets screwed.
Senator Sharma.
President, well, I rise to wish a blessed Ramadan or Ramadan Mubarak to the Muslim community across Australia who are currently celebrating the holy month. This is a time not only for that community to celebrate, but for all Australians to celebrate the contribution that our Muslim community has made to Australia in all walks of life. And in that spirit, I was delighted to join last week an iftar dinner hosted by the Bangladeshi Muslim community in Sydney with my colleague Senator Bragg and others. And I look forward to joining Sydney's Muslim community in future celebrations in the days and weeks to come. A particular favourite of mine, and I know many of my colleagues would have been there, is Lakemba Nights on Haldon Street in Lakemba, an event that allows Muslim community members to gather together and break the fast, but also invites other parts of Sydney's community to share with them in their celebrations and traditions and culture. So whether that's having a kanafa, of Middle Eastern sweet I'm very familiar with and fond of, or it might be a camel burger. Many Sydney-siders go to Lakemba during this month of Ramadan to share, celebrate and support Sydney's Islamic culture and Muslim culture. Now, there are some 1 million Australians who are of Islamic faith who are celebrating the event this year, and it is a time for reflection for them. It is a time for spending time with family and connections. It's a time to think about hardships and suffering amongst the Muslim community in Australia, but also around the world. But it's a time, importantly, for those of us not of the faith to celebrate and recognise the contributions that Australian Muslims have made to Australia and will do so in the future. Ramadan Mubarak.
Senator M. Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. University isn't for everyone, and it shouldn't have to be, but those for whom it unlocks a life-changing opportunity should have every opportunity to access it and every opportunity to succeed. For families in regional parts of South Australia, this presents special challenges. The costs involved in moving to Adelaide to study, not to mention the emotional burden and the social sacrifices of doing so, can simply be too high for South Australians from our regions. But rather than changing our regional communities to fit the model, we need to change the model to fit our regional communities, namely through the delivery of our regional and suburban university study hubs. These hubs enable more young people to stay living within their respective communities, amongst their family, their friends and their support networks, while studying for a higher qualification. I visited a number of these study hubs across South Australia and just recently had the privilege to open a new one in Kingscote on Kangaroo Island. Only 26.7% of young people on Kangaroo Island have completed tertiary study, but by late last year, already 26 islanders had registered to use the facility to further their education. From recent graduates to young mums, this study has the potential to be transformative for those enrolling. Our Universities Accord set a target of 80% of the workforce to have a tertiary qualification by 2050, up from around 60% of what it is today, and we are on our way to achieving those targets. But if we are to succeed, these numbers must include those living outside of our capital cities. Acting Deputy President, Labor has always been the party of education, and we are proudly hard at work to ensure the benefits that a higher education may bring are extended to all of those who seek it, including in Kangaroo Island in my home state of South Australia.
Senator D. Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. Australians are facing high petrol costs as a result of what is unfolding in Iran. Petrol prices are tipped to jump by 40 cents a litre following the US and Israeli strikes, which is going to have a significant impact on household budgets across the country. We obviously cannot control whether the Strait of Hormuz opens to allow oil to be transported or international prices. What we can control is whether international instability becomes an excuse for domestic profiteering. Here in Canberra, we're already seeing prices above $2 a litre. They are spiking in response to the Iranian conflict, but before wholesale prices have even increased. And that should concern every single one of us. Canberra, alongside Darwin, already has the highest petrol prices in the country, around 4 cents per litre higher than other capital cities. That means Canberrans are paying almost $20 million a year extra just to fill up our cars. If global instability is being used as cover for price gouging, it's going to get much worse. The Senate needs to stand up and say, we will be watching you. The Senate needs to say to the fuel companies that we will be watching when prices go up and we will take action if we suspect price gouging. I'm also calling on the government to look at a national, open, real-time fuel price reporting standard. Markets only work when they are transparent and competitive. In an environment ripe for price gouging, Canberra drivers and drivers across the country need both.
Senator Bragg.
It is very regrettable that our world has become very dangerous in 2025. But the actions taken by the Iranian government over these last almost 50 years against their own people have been some of the greatest atrocities in history. And the death of the Ayatollah is a good thing for humanity. It is a good thing for humanity. And this man deserves to rank with the great villains of history like Hitler and Pol Pot. And anyone who has the privilege and honour of meeting with the Iranian Australian community would know what a terrible intergenerational impact this theocracy has had on the freedoms of the people of Iran, particularly on women. And so that human impact should be considered by all those who comment in this building about this current conflict. Of course, Iran has also been a terrible actor. It has spawned a whole bunch of terrible proxies who have launched attacks across the globe, including in our own country here in Australia. And so what we want to see now is maximum pressure placed on the regime so that it crumbles. We want the regime to crumble. We want freedom to come to Iran. We think that is a laudable objective. In fact, it's probably the best thing we can do for humanity right now. And so it was a privilege to be able to meet with members of the Iranian Australian community on Sunday afternoon in Sydney and listen to their stories. They are excited about the opportunities ahead for the people of Iran. They are hopeful that freedom will come. They're hopeful their suffering will end. And I want to say it is revolting to see members of the Australian community honour the Ayatollah today, which is outrageous.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And while my bulk billing campaign across Mandurah and the southwest of Western Australia has received hundreds of responses from local residents. They're telling me which GP they attend, how often they need care, and whether or not they are being bulk billed. And the responses are overwhelmingly clear. When a clinic bulk bills, patients see their doctor earlier and more often. They don't wait until their condition worsens. They don't put off an appointment because payday is still a week away. Whether you can afford to see a doctor should not determine whether you see a doctor. Labor has delivered the biggest investment in bulk billing since Medicare began, tripling the bulk billing incentive, increasing the Medicare rebate, which means stronger support for local GPs to provide fully bulk billed care. And I'm really proud of the uplift in bulk billing that we've seen in Western Australia and particularly in the Peel and Southwest regions. And I want more local GPs to take up these incentives because there is clear local demand. Labor is making a significant investment in health infrastructure in the Peel region. Just last week, I visited the new Peel Community Mental Health and Caramar Eating Disorder Clinic in Greenfields, which is expanding care closer to home. And the Cook and Albanese Labor governments are working together to build a brand new Peel Health campus in Mandurah, thanks to the advocacy of local member Rhys Williams, who has been a long-time advocate on getting his community the hospital that they need. This is real health support for the people of Mandurah and Peel, putting patients first, because we want every Western Australian to have the access to quality, affordable health care where they need it, when they need it.
Senator McKim.
There is an epidemic of violence in this country that shames us all. It's been going on for far too long and it needs to end. We know that gay men are being lured through dating apps into snuff video style bashings. They are set up, they are ambushed, and they are viciously assaulted by extremists and thugs who think hatred is a virtue. The technology might be new, but the brutality has been there for many decades. This is the same toxic masculinity that fueled Sydney's gay gang murders in the 1970s and 1980s, and we've seen it right through, ongoing, until today. That same ideology that says some people are less worthy than others just because of their sexuality. The same bile that tells insecure young men that violence proves something. These bait and bash attacks are being reported across Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia and the ACT. So we know the problem is big, but we just do not know how big, because many crimes go unreported, because victims carry shame that is not theirs, shame that rightfully sits with the perpetrators. A 2022 Sydney inquiry heard police evidence that for decades, an average of 20 gay men were bashed every day. That is thousands in a year, that is hundreds of thousands over the decades. And we have a violent epidemic against trans folk as well. And whether it's gay men, whether it's trans folk, whether it's anyone else in the queer community, they deserve urgency and deserve protection. The Greens are here and we are demanding greater action.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Budget week is just around the corner, and for a lot of Australians, especially young people, this budget will say one simple thing: whose side are we on? For Australians who are too busy juggling bills, kids and work to follow tax policy, let me put it in plain English. When someone sells an investment, like a rental property or shares, and makes a profit, they pay capital gains tax on that profit. But if they've held that investment for more than a year, they only pay tax on half of the gain. That's the capital gains tax discount, a 50% discount that should be halved. If you make a profit from selling an investment, you should not automatically get half of it tax-free. At a time of record housing stress, that generosity is simply not justified. Because right now we have retail workers, early childhood educators and young tradies spending more than 30, 40 or even 50% of their income just keeping a roof over their heads. Even medical graduates, our future doctors, are stressing about housing affordability. We need to be asking whether our tax system should be giving the biggest breaks to billionaires like Gina Rinehart and other multi-property investors, while renters are taking second jobs and skipping meals to pay the rent. Yes, we need to build more homes. Yes, we need productivity reform, but we cannot pretend tax settings don't shape the housing market. This government has a fat majority in the other house. It cannot blame the opposition. It cannot ignore the crossbench. If it believes in fairness, now is the time to prove it. So, should the system keep rewarding property investors growing their wealth, or should it start backing the next generation? This budget is the moment to choose, and a test of courage for the Labor government.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. For the last 3 years, Western Victorians have been fighting the Labor Party's reckless renewables agenda. VNI West is a 500-kilometre high-voltage transmission line proposal that runs right through prime agricultural land, connecting industrial wind and solar farms in rural Victoria, New South Wales, with Melbourne and Sydney consumers. The project will receive over $2.5 billion in taxpayer subsidies through the Rewiring the Nation Fund. Yet its cost has already escalated from $3.6 billion to $7.6 billion, with warnings it could reach over $11.5 billion. Ultimately, these blowouts will be paid for by households and by small businesses through higher electricity bills. Farmers are rightfully concerned about fire risk, operational constraints, biosecurity, visual intrusion and the long-term impacts on land values. The Labor government in Victoria has armed transmission planning agency VicGrid with coercive powers to be able to enter private property, threatening fines of up to $8,000 for anyone who resists them. Previous attempts by VicGrid staff to conduct surveys were unsuccessful last year. However, people are fearful right now as letters they're receiving forcing access onto their land. It's taking a heavy toll on their mental health and well-being. And reports by VicGrid that the majority of landholders are on board is simply not true. The great resistance from farmers will continue as they fight for their land and their homes and their communities. I applaud the communities of Marnoos, St Arnaud, Donald, under the leadership of Across Victoria Alliance and Andrew Wiedemann and his helpers. We'll stand with you on this fight.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. With the federal budget bearing down, Labor is cracking, panicking and coming apart at the seams under the weight of their own economic wreckage. The policy leaks are flooding out. They are broke, busted and coming for your money. Right at the top of their list is the CGT discount. Labor is eyeing a return to indexing or slashing it to 33 or 25% or just abolishing it altogether. All of it dressed up as fixing the housing crisis, the very crisis they created with their mass immigration Ponzi scheme. But Labor are too arrogant to consider why the CGT discount even exists. The Ralph Review introduced it to stop investors locking up assets forever because the tax was too punitive. Now Labor wants to bring that disaster back, guaranteeing fewer properties on the market, less new builds and a rental crunch that will send prices and rents through the roof while they keep flooding the country with hundreds of thousands of new arrivals every year. And it doesn't stop at housing. Shares, crypto, gold, the investments young Australians use to actually get ahead. Labor is eyeing them off too. They'll take an even bigger slice of whatever meagre gains our kids manage to scrape together with their overtaxed paychecks. Labor cannot control their spending, so they're coming for your and your children's money. They refuse to admit their open border madness is the real driver of the housing explosion. Then they punish the very properties that they've inflated with even more taxes. And after all that destruction, they'll stand up with straight faces and tell young people, we did this for you. To every young Australian watching this, Labor is not on your side. They're actively destroying your future. They're pricing you out of the Australian dream. Do not fall for Labor's tax grabs. They have failed at every level of economic management. It's time to fight back for yourselves and the next generations.
Yeah. Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, as a senator for the greatest state in Australia, I'm always happy to talk about how Queensland is leading the way. At the weekend, Australia proudly hit a major milestone. 250,000 homes and businesses are now fitted with solar batteries, thanks to Labor's 30% battery discount, saving them energy and money. But what's really interesting is where in Queensland the battery uptake has been the highest. Because while this has been dubbed a green energy policy, it's been the most popular in Liberal-held electorates of Queensland. In pole position is right, where an incredible 3,715 households and businesses around the Lockyer Valley and Bow Desert area have embraced Labor's solar batteries. Coming in at number 2 is Fadden, around the northern Gold Coast area, where 2,186 homes and businesses now boast battery technology, closely followed by Bowman, where 2,176 homes and businesses in Redlands are now saving money and energy using battery technology. And number 4 is Longman, a seat held by the Liberals just by 300 votes at the last election, and yet 2,091 people in Longman now have solar batteries because of Labor. This should be an existential crisis for the Liberals and the Nationals here in Canberra, because even if you don't believe the science, you better believe the votes. Your climate denial has already cost you the seats of Wentworth, Warringah and Kooyong, and now regional Queensland and Liberal-held seats are waking up to your chaos. Is it any wonder that Labor now holds more seats in the regional areas of this country than the National Party? Because Labor gets it. So I want to acknowledge Minister Chris Bowen's work, who has put real and practical initiatives at the centre of Labor's net zero. They don't like to hear it, Acting President. They don't like to hear it.
Senator Tyrrell.
Teamwork makes the dream work, eh? We need to make housing more affordable and fairer. Yes, we need to increase supply, particularly through medium-density housing. But we also need to fix the unfairness in our housing market. We need to fix the unfair tax breaks. They benefit property investors more than they benefit first home buyers. The government should remember what Labor stands for and enact real tax reforms to tax capital more and tax workers' labour less, like reducing income tax, taxing property moguls properly, and taxing gas companies. Right now the system is tilted. It rewards those who already own multiple properties, while renters and young families are locked out of home ownership. It isn't fair for people to have tax breaks for owning 10+ houses, whilst renters struggle to buy their first one. That's inequality baked into policy. We need to fix the unfair tax breaks so more people can buy their first home. In particular, just like every expert is saying, we need to change the 50% capital gains tax discount, which means investors only pay tax on half their gain in property value when they sell. This tax break helps wealthy property investors outcompete renters. The average loan size for investors is around $100,000 more than for first home buyers. No wonder young Australians are struggling. Treasury is reportedly modelling limited negative gearing to 2 properties, and that's sensible. We can't have people avoiding their fair share of tax when they own 3 or 4 houses while others can't secure one.
Yes, supply is still critical, and that's why I fought for the 12,000 homes, 1,200 homes, should have been 12,000, for Tasmania through the HAF fund. But investors mostly buy existing homes rather than build new ones. We need to help first home buyers by fixing our unfair tax breaks for property investors.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Polley.
In Australia, in terms of it is rising, and no further example is better than that of Tasmania. The increase means that more Australians, and in particular more Tasmanians, can see a GP when they don't need to worry about any out-of-pocket costs, making healthcare fairer and more accessible for everyone. In fact, as I said, Tasmania is leading the way. We have more doctors bulk billing than ever before, greater access to GPs, and we are working together with our urgent care clinics, relieving the pressure off our hospital systems, and what we are seeing is better outcomes for Tasmanians. What we do recall and what we do remember is there is a very different focus from this Labor government under Anthony Albanese than when those people were in government. And what did they want to do when it comes to Medicare and with healthcare in this country? They had a plan to have a GP tax. That's how much. They are the party of tax, just as they took to the last election. So after 42 years of very great success with Medicare, Australians now are better off because of a Labor government, and they know that they can always rely on Labor to deliver better health outcomes.
The time has expired. I'll just wait for silence. Thank you. So we'll move to question time. Senator Daniel.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. How many temporary exclusion orders in total have been issued over the life of the Albanese government?
Thank you, Senator Daniel. Minister Wong.
Thank you for the question. Obviously, those are matters within the Home Affairs portfolio, and I'm sure could be responded to by the Home Affairs Minister. But what I would say is that this government works to the full extent of the law available to us by the legislation passed by you, which is obviously limited in parts by the Constitution. Well, Senator. You know, I'll take that interjection because this is the latest issue that the opposition want to run on. They want the Parliament to change after having passed laws which they themselves know have to be constrained because of constitutional limits. They're now demanding as a stunt a law be passed which they never sought in government. I think we understand. No, I think we understand that they are playing politics with national security, and we do not.
Minister Wong.
You read Dennis Shanahan's column, you know.
Minister Wong, did you finish your contribution? Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. No answer to that. Can the Minister, what assurances can the Minister provide to the Australian public about whether Kirsty Ross-Emile has been issued a temporary exclusion order? According to media reports, she's openly declared that she wants to, quote, make bombs and is among the cohort of 34 Australian citizens seeking to return from Syria. Or if she hasn't been issued a TEO, why not? In the view of obvious seriousness and the dangers of such a mindset and the many associated security risks and implications flowing from it.
Your time has expired. Minister Wong.
Take advice from security agencies. Not from we take advice from security agencies in relation to any individual, and Minister Burke has made clear that he will act in accordance with the full extent of the law when it comes to temporary exclusion orders, which was legislation passed when you were in government and supported by the opposition. The then opposition.
Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Does the Minister concede that the sole person among the group of 34 who's been issued a temporary exclusion order should not have been given a passport to Australia first? Doesn't that defy the most basic purpose of the temporary exclusion legislation of 2019, which was to prevent a person from obtaining an Australian passport in circumstances exactly like these?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
I have responded to this yesterday. Any Australian, I will say it again, and I'd remind any Australian can apply for, and if they meet eligibility requirements, be issued an Australian passport. Full stop. Full stop. A passport can only be refused or cancelled on security grounds if a competent authority, that is a security agency such as ASIO, requests it. As I've said repeatedly, no such request was made. No such request was made. And I would just remind Senator Dunn what he himself said in the really quite disastrous press conference that he and his new boss gave on these matters, where he himself said, and I quote, "This is a terribly complex situation," and, quote, "anyone who suggests that it's straightforward is lying," end quote.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. The current conflict in the Middle East is making an already unstable region even more unstable and unpredictable. Over the last 24 hours, Iran has expanded its attacks across the region, with missile and drone attacks reported against multiple countries. What is the Albanese Labor government's assessment of the current state of conflict in the Middle East, and what are the risks of further escalation?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin, for the question. I know you and so many members of this place and the other place do have many constituents and relatives of constituents who are very concerned about what is happening and what is the situation, particularly in terms of the travellers who have not been able to leave UAE and other ports. This is a perilous and unpredictable time in the Middle East, and over the past 24 hours the conflict in the region has escalated and expanded. On a single day, the 2nd of March, Iran fired missiles or drones at 9 countries in the region. 9 countries in the region. The Deputy Prime Minister has confirmed that this included Al Minhad facility, which is used by Australian troops. We can confirm that all ADF personnel and embassies and deployed throughout the region are safe and accounted for. Iran has launched attacks on Bahrain, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, including a drone attack as far as a UK military base in Cyprus in the eastern Mediterranean. We condemn these reckless attacks by Iran, including against civilians and civilian infrastructure. The regime is also threatening to attack vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, jeopardising global oil supplies and shipments. We call on Iran to cease these actions. The Albanese government has made clear that it supports actions to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security. The Iranian regime has shown in recent days why it remains a threat to peace and stability in the region, and its violence risks further destabilising an already volatile region. We do not want to see further regional escalation. We urge the protection of civilian life. We call for adherence to international humanitarian law, and we stand with the brave people of Iran.
Minister. Senator Darmanin, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The conflict in the Middle East has resulted in the closure of airspace throughout most of the region. Australians, like many travellers around the world, are experiencing flight delays and cancellations. What is the situation for Australians in the region?
Thank you, Senator. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, President. Typically around 11,000 Australians a day travel through the region, 11,000 every day. The majority through the United Arab Emirates, and the situation is unprecedented because in this crisis it is the hubs that we would usually rely on in a crisis that are in crisis rather than being the solution. The number of affected Australians dwarfs any consular operation the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has ever conducted. This morning I spoke with the UAE Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister to express our solidarity. I thanked him for supporting Australians impacted by travel disruptions, including the UAE's provision of accommodation and meals for Australians. UAE and airlines are working hard to put flights on for travellers when safe to do so. We will continue to work with airlines in the region to support Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin, second supplementary.
Thank you. It is a relief to hear that some flights have been able to depart, but, Minister, as has been said, most of the airspace remains closed. And the travel advice for most of the region is currently do not travel. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support Australians in the region?
Thank you, Senator. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I am advised that as you said, Senator, that a small number of commercial flights to other destinations were able to depart overnight. However, the unfortunate reality is that an immediate resolution to this situation is unlikely. Many Australians are also having issues with travel insurance claims and exclusions in their policies for conflict situations. Australians are looking to their insurance providers for certainty in uncertain times. And I'm pleased that the Assistant Treasurer has been working closely with insurance providers through this crisis, and we welcome the Insurance Council of Australia today declaring the conflict in the Middle East a significant event. The government will continue to press Australia's insurers to do the right thing by Australians facing disruption. Our priority, as I have said, is keeping Australians safe. We have activated the Crisis Centre, opened a registration portal for Australians in Israel, Iran, the UAE and Qatar, and we urge Australians to follow Smart Traveller for the latest advice.
Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. Minister, at Senate estimates hearings on the 12th of February, during an exchange on the subject of so-called ISIS brides, you said, and I quote, "Australian citizens have various entitlements which are not discretionary under law and no government is able to make them discretionary," end quote. Is it true that as Foreign Minister you have no discretion under current law to refuse to issue a passport under any circumstances?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
I have made clear already in this place, it is possible for the Foreign Minister to refuse or cancel a passport on security grounds.
She said that.
If, this will be the 5th time, if a competent authority requests it. ASIO.
You are not a competent authority.
What I have said is that ASIO and other competent authorities have not made such a request.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, Section 9 of the Australian Passports Act states that a minister may issue emergency documents. Furthermore, the entitlement to a passport outlined in Section 7 is qualified in Section 8, which requires, quote, the minister to be satisfied of a person's citizenship and identity. Can the minister confirm if the passports or travel documents issued to the 34 so-called ISIS brides and their families were authorised under Section 9?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister, sorry.
Thank you. It remains a legal entitlement for Australian citizens to be issued an Australian passport if they meet eligibility requirements. So that is the position. In relation to, I'm not in a position, as you know, I was in a position, as you know, Senator, I'm not in a position, you may have asked questions about these estimates, nor was the department, to answer specific questions about specific individuals, and I think the department went through why that is the case.
Order.
But what I would say is that...
Senator Ruston, come to order. Minister Wong, do you wish to continue?
Does Senator Ruston want me to respond, or would she like to? I know that she hasn't got much...
thank you, Minister. The time for answering has now expired. Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
President. Minister, Section 14 of the Passport Act states, and I quote, if a competent authority suspects on reasonable grounds that if an Australian travel document were issued to a person, the person would be likely to engage in conduct that might prejudice the security of Australia or a foreign country, the person should be refused an Australian travel document in order to prevent the person from engaging in that conduct. In your 4 years as Foreign Minister, how many passports have you refused or cancelled under Section 14?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
That is the section that I have been referencing now in numerous questions, and no such request was made in relation to the group that you are referencing. In relation to other matters, I act as Foreign Minister under that section on the basis of any advice provided by a competent authority, which in general is ASIO and AFP. Senator, I am not in a position, you should not ask me.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
On direct relevance, President, I've asked the Minister how many passports were refused or cancelled under this section of the Act.
The Minister is being relevant to your question, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
I mean, the extent to which the irresponsible, those opposite are irresponsible, that you would actually ask questions about the advice of security agencies. I act on the advice of security agencies. I act on the advice of security agencies. And if you want, you have been on PJCIS, you have been on the committee, Senator. If you want a confidential briefing on a classified matters, I will provide it. Did you hear what I said? If you want a confidential briefing on classified matters, I will provide it.
Has expired. Order. Order. That was extremely loud and disrespectful. And some of the people on my left, on the front bench, were louder than the minister. This is not a football match, it's the Senate. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. My question is to Minister Wong. Minister, Muslims and migrants of colour are under attack across the country. Racism is rising, women attacked on the streets, white supremacists plotting violence on mosques. In yesterday's censure of Senator Hanson, you stated, "I want every Australian child to know and to believe that they belong here." Yet your government refuses to take action to address the hate and racism that challenges their belonging. In your speech and motion, the words racism and Islamophobia were not even mentioned. The National Anti-Racism Framework, a plan to tackle systemic racism that exists in this country, has been gathering dust on government shelves for more than 450 days now. Minister, if you seriously care about eliminating racism, why have you not even responded to the National Anti-Racism Framework?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. There are many people in this chamber who have spent much of their lives standing up against hatred and racism. And one of the things that I have believed, which clearly you do not, is that we do best if we do that together. And if we stand in solidarity together, even if we don't agree with each other on many things, that we could stand in solidarity with each other. I remember as a young Asian Australian, you don't want my, this is not legitimate.
Wong, please resume your seat. Just a moment, Senator Faruqi. I haven't called you. I'm just waiting for some order in the chamber. Senator Faruqi.
I have a point of order on relevance, President. My question was specifically about the National Anti-Racism Framework.
Yes, and Senator, order. To those on my right, I'm running the Senate. Senator Faruqi, you also had quite a significant and broad-ranging introduction to your question, and the minister's being precisely relevant. Thank you.
I remember as a young Asian Australian, and I think I speak for many of my generation, how comforted we were by the bipartisan support for a non-discriminatory immigration system, including by members of the Liberal Party, and also how confident we were by bipartisan condemnation by many of Senator Hanson when she was in her first iteration. And I want to acknowledge Senators Scarr and McLaughlin for their principled stance yesterday, because it speaks to a history of bipartisan support for respect and equality that we have in this country. So, Senator, what I would say to you is we may not agree on everything, but surely together people can stand together against racism, which is what this Senate sought to do yesterday. And it saddens me that instead you chose to engage as much in an attack on me personally as on Senator Hanson.
Senator Wong. Senator Ormond-Payne. Oh, sorry, I thought you were standing.
I was standing. It was a point of order on impugning the motivations of a senator.
Senator Ormond-Payne, that is not a point of order. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
Thank you. I think the motivations which were impugned in the question were mine. And what I would say is all my life, and including yesterday and all the time in public life that I've had, I will stand against racism. On the anti-racism framework, that is a matter for the Attorney-General, and I will refer her...
Thank you, Senator Wong. Please resume your seat. Senator Faruqi, I'm not sure if that comment was directed to Senator Wong. If it was, I will ask you to withdraw it.
Directed to the Labor government.
Senator Faruqi, in the interests of the chamber, I would ask that you withdraw. I haven't finished speaking, Senator Waters, so I would like respect from you until I finish speaking. Then I will come to you, so please resume your seat. Senator Faruqi, in the interests of the harmony that I am trying to establish in this chamber, I would ask you again, in the interests of the chamber, to withdraw that statement. Senator Waters.
On the topic of withdrawals, Senator Sterle has been a frequent nasty contributor, and his most latest contribution against Senator Faruqi must be immediately withdrawn.
Well,
and he's just repeated it as well.
Thank you. Senator Sterle, I have 3 senators. Order. Just a moment, Senator Ayres. I'm going to restore order first, and then thank you. Senator Sterle, silence. Senator Waters, you've made a point of order. I'm going to address it, but I will not address it until the chamber is quiet. Senator Sterle.
It would be my pleasure to withdraw for you, President.
Thank you. Senator Ayres.
So, point of order, I would seek that Senator Faruqi withdraw what she just said. It was in no way, prior to what she said you. Like, there's in no way possible to make an argument that that was a reflection upon the government. It was a snide, unserious, personal attack, and it ought to be withdrawn.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Faruqi.
President, I withdraw, but this chamber has massive double standards. When a Labor member stands up and calls me a cretin, and you say you are standing up for racism. He calls me a...
Senator Faruqi, resume your seat. Right, when the chamber is quiet, Senator Faruqi, I asked you to withdraw. You're well aware of the standards that I seek, and then when I ask senators to withdraw, they withdraw without comment. So I'm asking you to withdraw. Senator Faruqi, you are not in a debate with me. Senator Allman-Payne, resume your seat. Resume your seat. I'm not going to come to you at the moment. Senator Faruqi, I would ask you to simply withdraw.
Withdrawn, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator McKim.
Yes, I have a point of order, President. You have asked, and Senator Sterle has complied, to withdraw the first insult that he threw at Senator Faruqi, and he's done that. I now ask you to request that he withdraw the second insult. I won't repeat it, but it started with an F. And I ask that you require him to withdraw the subsequent insult as well.
Thank you, Senator McKim. You are also well aware of my standard that I never allow senators to repeat an offence. I did not hear any of the offences. Senator Allman-Payne, I am speaking. Sit down, please. I think, Senator Sterle, if you made a second...
I certainly did use the word beginning with F, but it wasn't the F word, but I will withdraw that, gratefully.
Thank you. Now, I'm not quite sure where we're up to, so I'll seek the... Senator Faruqi, I believe it's your first supplementary.
On 21st March, we will mark the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination in a climate in which racially marginalised communities are increasingly fearful for their safety because Labor and Liberals continue on their dog whistling and scapegoating. This date offers a perfect opportunity for Labor to put their money where their mouth is and fund the National Anti-Racism Framework in the upcoming budget. Minister, will you announce funding for the NAF before IDIRD this year?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Budget decisions will be made in the budget context, but this government stands against racism in all its forms.
Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Last week, the Prime Minister was very quick and so wrong to call Grace Tame difficult, a sexist and patronising label for someone who has more courage than the whole Labour cabinet put together. But he can't bring himself to call One Nation the racist, Islamophobic and hateful party that they actually are. Will the Prime Minister and the Labour Party ever muster up the courage to call them out for what they are, racists?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
I think I outlined very clearly our views about Ms Hanson and what she stands for.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. Today, the Workplace Gender Equity Agency released the annual employer gender pay gap data, providing greater transparency about pay outcomes for women and men across Australian workplaces. This data is available because of reporting requirements introduced underneath the Albanese Labor government. It shows progress, but there is more work to do. Can the Minister outline what this latest data reveals about the state of gender pay equality in Australia and how it reflects the government's broader agenda to get more women into secure, well-paying jobs?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Grogan for the question and all the work that she has done throughout her career about advocating for gender equality across all industries. And it was a pleasure to stand with Mary Woolridge, the head of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency, today to release the annual employer gender pay gaps data. And this report, which is in the third year that we have been providing this information, shows continued progress to reduce the gender pay gap. In fact, the average total remuneration gender pay gap has reduced from 12.1% last year to 11.2%, and there was good progress in terms of reducing the number of employers who are conducting gender pay gap analysis, the number of those who did a comprehensive analysis, the number of those employers who found the cause of the gap in that analysis, and the numbers who took action to review performance structures to ensure there was no bias. And indeed, we see more employers falling into the target range of pay, including, and in this year we reported the Commonwealth public sector data for the first time alongside the private sector data. So we now have half of employers now have an average total remuneration gender pay gap smaller than 11.2%, which is a reduction of 0.9. There are more women in high-paid roles, but women are still more likely to be concentrated in the lowest-paid jobs. And as I said earlier, more employers are conducting the analysis that leads to further change. But we know that there is more to do. We thank WGEA for the work they've done in working with employers to deliver this information. And in particular, I'd like to thank Mary Woolridge, who's been the head of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency since 2021, and this will be her last reporting season.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I'd like to just thank Senator Gallagher for the amazing work that she's done to get this progress. While we do see recent data showing women's average earnings have increased significantly since this government came to office, the latest figures show women still earn around 88 cents for every dollar earned by men. Can the Minister outline how the Albanese Labor government remains committed to helping women get ahead at work and take home more pay?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Grogan for that. And just to finish on acknowledging the contribution of Ms Mary Woolridge, who has led WGEA with a high level of professionalism and has led to significant reforms, including respect at work, the transparency data and the world-leading target-setting approach that she has implemented. And I wish her all the best. In terms of the work that that the government remains committed to is helping women get ahead at work and take home more pay, as Senator Grogan outlined. We have been very clear that this has been a core priority for us in terms of our government policy, but also our economic approach. And we know now that the gender pay gap is the lowest on record. We know that women are earning more and on average taking home $291.60
more a week than they were when we came to government. We've got women's workforce participation trending up at 62% in December, with over 640,000 new jobs for women since May.
Expired. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you. That's great news. The progress on gender equality requires sustained effort and a continued focus on policies that expand choice and opportunity for women in the workforce. Can the Minister outline how greater flexibility and secure work empower women with more choice, and what barriers still stand in the way of achieving these outcomes for Australian women?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, there are the challenges that remain, certainly challenges in the approach that happens with non-base remuneration, so those performance bonuses or other arrangements outside of pay, base pay remains a challenge. But we all also know that flexible work is a key issue for women, and where that is not addressed, when workplaces genuinely don't support flexibility, including access to flexible work. And I should point out, today is the 1-year anniversary of the Liberals announcing their scrapping of working from home, which went down. It's been 12 months since that big policy announcement that went down like a lead balloon. And why did it go down like a lead balloon? Because women who are already juggling everything else were told by the Liberal Party that you're a bludger. You're a bludger. If you're not in the office, you're a bludger. And that's what they heard. And that's what they don't get about women's policy, is we need flexibility when it comes to work.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Lambie. Order across the chamber. It is Senator Lambie's opportunity to put her question.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Minister, to the Minister for Science and Industry. An AI advisory body was promised by former Industry Minister Ed Husic in 2024, after he appointed an interim expert panel to start work to ensure the technology was safe. In 2025, Minister Husic said that mandatory guardrails will be prioritised by the second term of the Albanese government. But on the 24th of February, the government scrapped the permanent AI advisory body after spending 15 months and $200,000 working to identify experts to sit on it. Minister, you then announced a replacement AI Safety Institute that will be established in early 2026. Can the Minister please explain how an institute with no powers other than to offer advice can protect Australians from the worst of AI?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, Senator Lambie, for that question. And as you'll be aware, the Albanese government announced the National Plan for Artificial Intelligence some months ago, and that did include establishing an AI Safety Institute funded just under $30 million for that, to play that role. That work occurs against the backdrop of the efforts put in the previous term, including by Minister Husic, into establishing the government's approach to this vital technology, which comes with enormous opportunity and with some risk. The National Plan for Artificial Intelligence is about making sure that Australia captures the opportunities of this technology, that we spread the benefits, so they're not just in the central business districts of our big cities, but they're spread to small businesses, to the tech sector, to regional communities, to make sure that schools, everybody gets access to the benefits of this technology, and importantly, that we keep Australians safe. The AI Safety Institute's role will be to do the technical evaluation work, particularly testing of new frontier models, to make sure that we understand what the platforms are that are accessible for Australians. Secondly, to do the work in terms of safety and alignment with the interest of Australians, to perform a regulatory support role so that we make sure as a government, working with colleagues like Minister Gallagher and others across the government, to ensure that our regulators, our agencies, our departments have the capability that they require and the regulations they need to make sure.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Lambie, first supplementary.
Thank you. South Korea, Denmark and European Union are all bringing forward new AI laws, not relying, like our government, on existing laws to regulate AI and protect its citizens. Why does the government think Australians can be protected by laws that were pre-written before AI even existed or invented? So when we will actually get new laws to protect our citizens from the worst aspects, once again from AI? I just don't understand how you can possibly be using old laws when you haven't brought new ones in.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, President, and thanks, Senator Lambie, for that second question. As I was about to finish the previous answer, you've touched on exactly where I was to go next, which is part of the function of that Safety Institute is to cooperate with partners overseas, including the jurisdictions that you referred to, who all have AI safety institutes themselves, as a key piece of their architecture. There are different approaches being taken in different economies and jurisdictions around the world. The AI Safety Institute, in our judgment, this government's judgment, is an important adjunct to having our capability as a government to make sure that we're capturing the opportunities and spreading the benefits, but dealing with those safety issues adequately and effectively. We don't believe that an additional piece of legislation, and I might have to come to this in your second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
Thank you. The government uses government AI to build, test and deploy customised AI solutions, including OpenAI's GP models and Anthropic's Claude and Microsoft's Copilot under trial. Members of the general public and organisations now get an email telling them that their submission will be first assessed by AI. Can you tell me exactly what AI models are being used for this, and can you assure Australians that their data isn't being shared with the big techs globally?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Ayres.
Thank you. If I can just finish that first point, that is, we have a regulatory framework in Australia. Our job is to strengthen it and to make sure that it is fit for purpose, and that may engage future regulatory change in some areas to make sure that Australian laws, whether it's dealing with financial harms or dealing with protecting young Australians or whatever it is, that our legal framework is up to scratch and modern and fit for purpose. On that question of which platforms are being used in the context that you've referred to, I'm not in a position to answer. I don't know the answer to that question. I'll be happily come back to you about that in more detail.
Senator Lambie.
To point of order, I just wanted to know about how you can assure Australians that their data isn't being shared with big tech globally. That's the assurance we want to hear today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Did you have anything further to add, Minister Ayres?
I don't believe so. I mean, data protection is a core principle of the government's operation here.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Foreign Minister. Minister, did Israeli President Isaac Herzog visit ASIO headquarters during the course of his recent trip to Australia?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Senator Pocock. I believe the program was made public. Obviously, in relation to that particular entity, we are cautious about what is said, but I can provide some further information on notice.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, I would expect that you would probably know this detail. I'm just wondering if you can confirm that President Herzog did not visit ASIO headquarters or any other intelligence or operational facilities here in Australia in the course of his recent visit.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. If I can provide information, I will. You ask about one of Australia's security agencies. Now, obviously, they've had been extensively involved in the investigation and circumstances of the Bondi attack. If I am able to provide you with further information, Senator, I will.
Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
So, Minister, can I take that you are unaware of President Herzog visiting ASIO or any of our security agencies. I appreciate that you'll take it on notice, but I just want to confirm that you're unaware of that.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
Senator, what you can take is that I will do what I can on notice to provide you with the information that I'm able to.
Order. Senator Pocock.
Sorry, President, just point of order on relevance. I've tried to ask this very respectfully with no preamble, no long-winded intro, and that was not the question that I asked.
The Minister's... Yes, Minister Wong.
Senator Pocock, I'm also trying to be courteous. I'm not able to answer your question. So, please, I think Senator Pocock doesn't need your assistance, Senator Whish-Wilson. I'm also seeking to be courteous. I'm not in a position where I can answer your question. Obviously, questions about that agency are often very sensitive. I will clarify what I am able to outline to you, and I will come back to you. So I'm seeking to be courteous also in my response.
Senator Pocock.
Sorry, just Minister Wong, I'm not trying to be funny here, but just
Senator, why
a point of order
on
relevance. My question was whether you know and you can't say, or you.
Senator Pocock, I've listened very carefully to your questions and the Minister's answers, and she is being directly relevant to the question. And in your first question, the Minister's agreed to take on notice and to see what she can provide. So she has been relevant for all of your questions. I'm going to move on. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Yesterday, I asked you to confirm Australia was entering a period of oil supply disruption with a mere 26 days of petrol in the system. Under International Energy Agency guidance, the minimum fuel reserve is 90 days. Yet you responded that Australia has 150% of our minimum requirement. The Albanese government last year quietly chose to ignore the International Energy Agency and decided to introduce instead your own minimum stockholding obligations, which you set at a mere 24 days. Problem solved. Aside from 26 not being 150% of 24, Minister, how can you justify ignoring International Energy Agency best practice and introduce a patently absurd and dangerous minimum stockholding obligation of only 24 days of petrol supply? Why are you entrenching energy insecurity and volatility for which Australians will pay?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
Well, if I can start at the end of that question and then I'll try and deal with some of the substance of it. Energy insecurity in Australia is a consequence of what happened over the Morrison-Abbott-Turnbull catastrophe, where 4 out of our 6 oil refineries closed. 4 out of the 6. Now, despite what Mr Hastie says when he turns to for work, despite what Mr Hastie says, these things are not straightforward to rebuild. 4 out of 6 closed. So if you want to ask questions about energy insecurity, ask them how it is that they sat on their hands for so long.
Minister Ayres. Senator Roberts.
Point of order. I'm not asking the opposition. I'm asking the Minister. And I want an answer.
I'll wait until there's silence. I'm waiting for silence. I will direct the Minister to your question, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
And while I'm on the subject of the opposition and the current fuel security arrangements, we have larger reserves on hand than there has been at any time over the last 15 years. Today,
Senator
as a result of the action that this government.
Minister Wong. Please continue, Senator.
As a result of the action, not words, the action that this government has taken. Better than 15 years. Now, the last government, when Mr Taylor was in charge of energy, when it was unclear, Mr Morrison was also the minister, I think, at the same time, secretly. His announcement, Mr Taylor, the worst energy minister in Australian history, who did more to debauch and pull down our energy policy framework, his proposition his proposition was that Australia's fuel reserves should be contained in Texas.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. In the next few weeks, Brisbane's Lytton fuel refinery is scheduled to close for 10 days' maintenance. Lytton produces the majority of Australia's domestic petrol, diesel and industrial gas production. 10 days' production taken out of the system at a time of supply shortage is a recipe for disaster. Why didn't the Albanese government secure additional supply prior to Lytton closing to ensure fuel security in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
I'll just say in relation to the previous question, Texas, the United States, not Texas, Queensland, right? That's where supposedly this character had our fuel. Now you say that there is a 10-day. I couldn't be any more relevant.
Minister Ayres. Senator Roberts.
Point of order. I'm not asking about Texas. I'm asking about Lytton and securing additional fuel supplies to protect this country.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I was about to direct the minister to your question, but he went to the question himself. Minister Ayres.
I did, President. I did. And of course, these kind of maintenance shutdowns occur from time to time. If there's anything in relation to this particular shutdown that I can provide to you, I will. But I just say there's not 6 oil refineries. There's not 6. 4 closed. And 4 closed when Senator Canavan, who's very noisy about these issues in opposition, but was as quiet as a mouse when the other side was in government, was never when I think I've run out of time.
Thank you, Minister. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator Canavan and Senator Watt. Order. Order. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. Of the 3,000 oil tankers that service Australia, we own just 4, with a total capacity of approximately 1.8 million barrels every delivery cycle, which takes 30 days from Singapore and 40 days from South Korea, our major supply point. 1.8 million barrels is enough to last Australia 6 days. Minister, what's your plan here? Beg other countries for some of their oil? Force Australians to pay $3 a litre at the pumps? Or use a petrol shortage to introduce more Labor communism control?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
I'm not sure there's an adjective big enough for that overreach in the English language, really. But if you're so critical of Mr Taylor's performance as the Energy Minister, the fact that our merchant fleet declined over that period, the fact that 4 out of our 6 oil refineries closed, the fact that 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announced their closure, why do you cuddle up to them so much?
Please resume your seat. Senator Roberts.
I'm not asking about his uniparty mate, Taylor, Mr Taylor. I'm asking about his own policy. What's he going to do?
Senator Roberts, you've made the point of order. I will draw the minister to your question. Minister.
Well, I've answered the question. I just make the point that if you and the Nationals and the Liberals really want to get behind Mr Taylor, who was the worst energy minister in our history, did more damage than any other person to Australia's energy security, did more, along with Senator Hume, to trash the economic record of the Liberal Party in their last election, be our guest.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. Yourself in your capacity as the Minister for Indigenous Australians and the Prime Minister have both made clear in your statements that closing the gap remains a priority for the Albanese Labor government. How is the government working in partnership with First Nations communities, peak bodies and state and territory governments to make real progress on closing the gap and expand opportunities for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for her question and for her support on our work on closing the gap. The Albanese Labor government is working in partnership, President, partnership with First Nations communities, partnership with the Coalition of Peaks, state and territory governments to try to improve the outcomes
for First Nations Australians. Our Closing the Gap plan demonstrates the progress we have made and still the work ahead. We promised at the last election to create 3,000 jobs in remote communities, and I am delighted that we're doubling that number to an incredible 6,000 jobs, as the Prime Minister announced. It's an investment in real jobs with proper wages, superannuation and career pathways, President, and we're tackling cost of living. Our low-cost essential subsidy scheme is already saving families at the checkout in 113 remote stores around the country. It's slashing the cost of 30 essential items so families can put more food on the table. Now we're expanding that program to all 225 remote stores right around the country. In health, President, we're upgrading critical Aboriginal community-controlled health services, and we're making sure our public hospitals better support First Nations people through a joint $450 million boost through the National Health Reform Agreement. We're delivering the first standalone national plan to end violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children, and backing that in, President, with an immediate $218 million injection of funds into frontline services. We are building stronger futures for First Nations Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. Improving mental health and suicide prevention remain critical priorities in closing the gap. Can the Minister outline how the Albanese Labor government's investment in culturally safe, community-led services like 13 Yarn is supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to access crisis support?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Yep, thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Stewart. Supporting the social and emotional well-being of First Nations people, President, is essential to closing the gap. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is strengthening 13 Yarn. And that's the national crisis support line designed, led and delivered by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. 13 Yarn provides confidential, culturally safe crisis support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it ensures people can speak to someone who understands their situation, their cultural connections, community and their lived experience. The $13.9 million investment we've announced through Closing the Gap will extend operating hours and expand services so people can access support when they need it the most.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. Recent flooding across Central Australia and the Barkly has highlighted the challenges remote communities face in accessing essential services and reliable food supplies. How are the Albanese Labor government's Closing the Gap investments strengthening remote stores, improving food security during extreme weather and supply disruptions?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, we've certainly seen tremendous amounts of rain right across Central Australia and even still right through up to the north. This is all too common during the wet season in the top end, but our food resilience package is helping stores limit the impact in terms of some of our communities being cut off from access. It is working. It's why the Albanese Labor government is expanding that package to 75 additional remote stores. We're upgrading storage and refrigeration so stores can keep essentials stocked and food fresh when roads are cut off, which has been happening quite a lot recently. And all we heard, certainly from those yesterday opposite, was just negativity. And I do encourage members opposite to really see what we are trying to do here. You know, it's one of the first times that I haven't seen that bipartisan support here in the Senate, and I really urge senators to try and do that.
Has expired. Senator Sharma.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. Minister, many Australians now stranded in the Middle East have reportedly been able to contact consular staff with emergency lines unanswered and hotlines overwhelmed. Yet your government has spent months coordinating the return of ISIS sympathisers, issuing them dozens of passports. Why can the Albanese government pave the way for the return of terrorist sympathisers but not ensure law-abiding Australians stranded overseas can get help when they need it?
Order on my right. Order on my right. Before I call the minister, I'm going to remind those on my right that I need to be able to hear the question, and Senator Sharma should be able to ask his question in silence. Minister Wong.
This is, yes, it's one of the few times I will take an interjection from Senator Shoebridge. That's the great moderate hopeful channelling Peter Dutton now. Senator, your question, you know, because you are smart enough, you know that your question is incorrect, that what you are asserting there is untrue. But I will leave aside the political untruth in relation to the Syrian cohort. What I will go to, which I hope matters, is what we are doing for Australians in the Middle East. And as I have been very clear with the Senate, the public, yes, the numbers are larger than any consular crisis that the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, including when you were working there, have ever dealt with. And we have 115,000 Australians in the Middle East. 11,000 Australians transit through Qatar and the United Arab Emirates every day. It is a major hub for Australians to go to and from other parts of the world, to and from Australia. And staff in consulates, in embassies, and at the crisis centre are working around the clock, and we will do everything we can. What I have said is obviously we're looking at whatever arrangements we can make, bearing in mind that given the numbers, the best way of ensuring people can get home safely and quickly is for flights to resume. But as I also have been upfront in saying, currently the situation in the Middle East is risky and unpredictable. 9 countries were hit in one day, and we know we have seen the hubs hit. And that is the reality of the situation that the government is dealing with. I feel for Australians overseas.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Sharma, first supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. Look, I do point out that the Boxing Day 2004 tsunami, there were some 15,000 Australians unaccounted for in the hours after that. So I appreciate this as a significant consular crisis, but we have dealt with ones of a similar magnitude before. Last week, Minister, DFAT ordered the departure of dependents from Israel and facilitated the departures of dependents from Jordan, Qatar and the UAE. If the government knew the situation was deteriorating to the point of withdrawing its own personnel, why did you not publicly front up and warn the Australian public at that time?
Senator Sharma. I'll wait for silence. Minister Wong.
Senator, you know that the government has a policy around no double standards, which is why that travel advice was published on its travel advice channel, Smart Traveller, and my office made media aware on the 25th of February. And you would know that from your vast experience. I would also say I can take you through the very many, the iteration of travel advice, which, as you would know, is done on advice and after consideration, that have been put out. The travel advice that we have been giving has been in line with like-mindeds. We have issued a number of warnings, including on the 15th of January and the 30th of January. The time remaining doesn't me.
Order. Senator McKenzie, I don't believe this is your question. I'd ask you to be quiet. Senator Sharma, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Well, my question was, why did the minister not stand up last week and reiterate that travel advice from her department? Because clearly, given the significant US military build-up in the region, given we were ordering the departures of dependents and facilitating the departures of others, we saw this crisis coming. Wouldn't have acting earlier allowed us to mitigate the impact of Australians abroad, and doesn't this represent a failure of preparedness and communication that has left Australians stranded with limited options?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Wong.
It's always so disappointing that when there is a crisis for this country, the first thing that opposition do is try to make politics out of it. Always go to politics about it. That is what they always do.
Minister Wong, Minister Wong, please resume your seat. I have worked very hard to make sure that Senator Sharma was respected and that his question was heard in silence. That same respect applies to Minister Wong's answer. Please continue, Minister Wong.
Can I say, I want to make some comments.
Order. Senator Watt. I've just finished saying to the Senate that Senator Wong needs to be heard in silence, and yet the interjection started. Again, Minister Wong.
This year, before the conflict began on the 28th of February, we issued a total of 41 travel advice updates for the Middle East, including to warn that conflict could result in airspace closures, flight cancellation and other disruptions. We posted 26 times across X, Facebook and Instagram, including on 15th of January. Regional tensions in the Middle East are high and the security situation could deteriorate rapidly and without notice. This may result in airspace closures, flight cancellations and other disruptions. On the 30th of January, we also provided information that there is a risk of further escalation and closure of airspace around transit hubs in the Middle East may impact flights globally.
Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Since the election in May 2022, a key priority of the Albanese Labor government has been delivering higher wages for workers. How important is it for the government to continue its policy of higher wages for workers to help Australians with cost of living pressures?
I'm going to wait once again until there's order on my left. Minister Watt.
Sorry, I was so enraptured by that question, President. Under the Albanese Labor government, Australians are earning more and keeping more, helping them to deal with cost of living pressures. Wages increased by 3.4% to December 2025, up from 3.3% in September.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Once again, order on my left, particularly those on the front bench. Minister Watt, please continue.
So, as I say, wages increased by 3.4% to December 2025, up from 3.3% in September. And that just doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of deliberate Labor policies that have actively increased wages. Of course, all of this has been opposed by the Coalition because they don't want to see everyday Australians getting ahead. And if you thought it would be any better under the new Liberal leadership team, you would be very, very wrong. As the former leader, Ms Lee, remember her? None of you seem to. She said last week, the new Liberal leadership team immediately re-adopted her policies. Kind of makes you wonder what the point was, really. We've got a new Liberal leader whose solution to cost of living was long lunches for bosses, and a deputy, who hasn't been given a question yet, I notice, who wanted to ban working from home. Happy anniversary, Jane. The rap sheet is long when it comes to these characters. Let's look at the new Shadow Treasurer, Mr Wilson, who has criticised the Fair Work Commission's decision to increase the minimum wage and opposed legislation enshrining penalty rates in law. And the Liberals' secret election review, hidden by the opposition leader but now leaked to the media, admits that those who now have control of the party were the architects of their electoral defeat. The review blames policies like opposition to income tax cut. You should make that bloke leader. Oh, that's right, you have. That's right. And the denial of flexible working
Minister
arrangements.
Watt.
Happy anniversary. Oh!
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A point of order. Could you ask the Minister to direct his answer through the chair? Thank you.
Good on. Senator Henderson, I am more than happy to do that. I would also request that the front bench, Senator McKenzie, just as I'm speaking, to try and get order, you interject. Perhaps there's a deal here. Senator Watt can direct his questions to the chair, and the front bench, on my left can be quiet. Minister Watt.
Well, through you, President, we are very happy to see Senator Henderson back on the front bench. And the challenge for the coalition now is, will they heed their own review or continue to cut Australian weight?
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Order. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government knows that higher wages are vitally important to ensuring the pay packets of Australian workers can keep pace with cost of living pressures. Improving working conditions can also have a material benefit in the lives of millions of workers across the country. How has the government improved conditions for Australian workers, and how important is it that these measures are maintained?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. I'll just wait for silence again. Order. Senator Watt. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Well, whether it's our closing loopholes legislation, voted against by the coalition, fixing the labour hire system, voted against by the coalition, or enhancements to flexible working arrangements, the Albanese government knows that making changes to help workers get ahead is really important to do. Unfortunately, that view is not shared by those opposite who only wish to punish workers who want more flexibility. The treasure trove of quotes from the new Shadow Treasurer: he wants to repeal the right to disconnect. He wants children to take up side hustles to help feed their families. And as has already been canvassed by Minister Gallagher, the architect of their failed work-from-home policy, Senator Hume, is now in charge of their entire industrial relations policy. Now, the Liberals' secret review was scathing in its assessment of the policy, which Senator Hume led. And how do we know that? Because I tabled the Liberal Party review of their policy. And my favourite line in that review, on page 18, about the work-from-home debacle: memories vary on who approved it. It was
Watt.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government's policies of higher wages and better conditions are also driving increased participation in the labour market. With a record number of Australians now in work, how is the government helping to keep Australians in a job?
Senator Mackenzie, it seems you want to ask this question, but the question was directed to Minister Watt. Minister Watt, please answer.
Well, no Nationals have had a question today, but maybe there's always hope. Since the government came to office in May 2022, more than 1.2 million jobs have been created. Now, of course, one of those jobs has been created a few times over. That's the Leader of the Coalition. And while we're focused on creating more jobs for Australians, the new Leader of the Opposition's sole focus is on protecting his own. Because what other reason is there for him announcing his willingness to do preferences with One Nation? For someone who wants to return to Howard-style conservatism, he won't follow John Howard's principled decision to put One Nation last. That decision is certainly not following Recommendation 16 of the Liberals' secret election review, which states that broadening the support base is necessary if the party is to reflect modern Australia. Now, when the authors of that review said that they need to broaden the base, I don't think they were talking about Bolt and Credlin. They were talking about a wide range of Australians, including the Australian workers who deserve every pay rise they've got under a Labor government.
Senator Wong, Minister Wong.
As much as I would like to keep listening to Senator Watt, Minister Watt, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator Ayres, are you seeking the call?
Very briefly, I undertook to Senator Lambie during question time to come back on data protections. I just indicate I can't give an answer for the whole of government because it depends upon the software that different departments use. For my department, artificial intelligence tools for use with regards to inquiries would be Copilot, or large-scale consultations. The department uses a purpose-built consultation summarisation tool that's built on Microsoft products, and my department is subject to the whole-of-government agreement with Microsoft, which states that all data is stored within Australia. Thank you.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Collins.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of all coalition questions.
Yes, they were. I will take that interjection. They were very good questions today. There were serious questions on national security. And unfortunately, we got unserious answers from this Labor government. We asked about the return of terrorists. We asked about the return of ISIS brides to Australian soil. But all we got was obfuscation. We got no answers from this Labor government. But the Australian people deserve better. The Australian people are afraid and they're uncertain. They're scared about where these ISIS brides are going to live. They're scared about what these ISIS brides are going to do. Are they going to be our new neighbour? There are beautiful communities in Australia, migrant communities, that have come here from the Middle East to build a better life for them and their families, and they are scared. This Labor government has lost control of Australia's safety and security. The Australian people want to know how many temporary exclusion orders in total have been issued over the life of this Albanese government. We asked that question today and we got a non-answer. It's a very simple question about a very simple mechanism that as a government we can prevent people from returning to Australia if they pose a security risk to the Australian people. And yet they couldn't tell us how many under this Albanese government had been excluded from returning to Australia because of the security risk that they pose. Australian people want to know what assurances the Minister can provide to the Australian public about whether Kirsty Rossi Emile has been issued a temporary exclusion order. Because according to reporting in the Nightly, she once openly declared, she said that she wanted to make bombs. And this person, this woman, is now among the cohort of 34 Australian citizens seeking to return from Syria. So I ask the Australian people, do you have confidence in this Labor government in keeping you safe? Because I don't. You just got to take one look at its record over the past few years, the bombings, the fire bombings of synagogues, of places of worship, of childcare places where Australian children go to learn and have fun with their peers. Australian parents shouldn't be in fear of sending their children to childcare or to schools every single day. We've had homes attacked, and of course, we've had the tragic event at Bondi, Australia's worst terror event on Australian soil. This is a hopeless and reckless and weak government that has little regard for Australia's national security. Of course, what is the coalition going to do about it? Well, we are very, very clear. We will introduce legislation to make it a criminal offence to facilitate the re-entry of individuals linked to terrorist hotspots or terrorist organisations who have committed terror or terror-related offences. We will take direct action in Parliament to strengthen our laws to protect Australia's way of life. Because we take national security, we take domestic security, we take the security of Australian families seriously. We will shut the door to people who do not share our values. And we will send a very clear message to anyone who travels to a designated terrorist hotspot such as Syria to support a death cult like ISIS does not deserve to come back to Australia. The coalition, under the leadership of Angus Taylor, will always put national security and community safety first. We will not allow third parties to facilitate the return of individuals who choose to align themselves with ISIS. And let's be very, very clear about that. These women chose to support the death cult that has rained terror on good people. And now they want to come back to Australia and bring that here. That was a grave choice that they made, and we will always stand against that, and we will always put the safety and security of Australian citizens first.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Deputy President. And before I respond to some of Senator Collins' comments, I'd first like to just comment on some changes that I've seen in this chamber around these debates, the debates around these very specific topics from those questions in question time. And the level of disrespect and blatant politicking is an absolute disgrace. Asking questions over and over that seek to divide our community, that seek to incite hatred, or that actually are things that many of you in this chamber know full well cannot be aired publicly. And I will say, as a member of the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and Security, that committee has been briefed. So yes, those opposite have been briefed on the whole ISIS bride scenario. So a lot of what's going on here is blatant and disgraceful politicking. I look around this chamber and this issue and the other issues more broadly around racism that we have been looking at are a disgrace as well. The behaviour that we have seen just this week has been deeply saddening to so many of us. I look around this chamber and I know many of you have worked very hard to build community cohesion. You've worked very hard to stand against racism. And I would say the standout person in this chamber, is Senator Penny Wong. Tireless, dogged and passionate, she is a mighty advocate. And I have been disgusted with what I saw at question time today. Disgusted. I and many others I know look up to Senator Penny Wong and what she has done to build community cohesion, to address the issues of racism. And I was speechless with what I saw happen in question time today. Speechless. And we should remember the history of bipartisan support to stand against racism that this chamber has had, but that so many have plundered in this term. Plundered it. And you should be ashamed. Ashamed, because it's not just about having a few arguments in this chamber, because we're all happy to have a robust and out there debate. If you want to talk about your policy, their policy, or our policy on housing or tax or energy, sure, let's go. But when it is about inciting hatred and racism and picking one set of people over every other to highlight, it is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. Make your points without that. Just be careful what you do, because we are going down a very, very dirty, slippery path here. And I would advise some serious caution. Serious caution. Our community is precious. People come here from all over the world. I came here. I'm an immigrant. I came to this country and I was amazed at what a beautiful, safe place it is to be. I'd never experienced that kind of community before. And I was delighted to be able to immigrate into this country. Delighted. And my heart goes out to every other person who has. Those who have maybe found themselves the subject of some of the disgraceful conversations in here. My heart goes out to you. You are welcome. And our politics in this chamber needs to get better. We need to understand the importance, the value and the risks, and just be better.
Senator Sharma.
I also take note of answers to all coalition questions, and I thank the Minister for providing details about the management of the consular crisis in the Middle East. But I did want to make some important points here. Firstly, I think this conflict was entirely foreseeable. We have had, over the past 2 months, 2 US aircraft carrier battle groups in the region. We have had diplomatic negotiations underway directly between the United States and Iran in Geneva that were clearly making very little progress. In the last week, we had, for the first time ever, F-22 Raptors deployed to Israel, the squadron, and we had the US Fifth Fleet at Bahrain disperse. Now, all of those signals suggest that the risk of a conflict in the Middle East was high. And indeed, our Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade seemed to appreciate that, because on Wednesday last week, they ordered the evacuation of dependents of our diplomatic and other personnel in Israel. And on the same day of that week, Wednesday of last week, the 25th of February, they provided voluntary assistance for the departure of dependents of diplomatic personnel in Qatar, in Jordan and the UAE. So the government knew the situation was deteriorating to the point that they were mandating the withdrawal of some of their own personnel or facilitating it for others. That being the case, why did the Foreign Minister not step up in front of the cameras, in front of the media, or the Prime Minister or the Defence Minister and say, we're telling the Australian public we are updating our travel advice, we are warning, we have changed the level of advice, we are getting our own people out. The travelling public in Australia should consider using commercial options whilst they're available. That's what the Canadian Foreign Minister did. Before the war broke out, the Canadian Foreign Minister put out a press release urging Canadians to use commercial options whilst they are still available. Now, the Prime Minister was asked about this last week on an interview on ABC Radio on Tuesday morning. He was asked about the risks of conflict in the Middle East and did he have any advice to give to Australians? Well, he just said check the DFAT website. We're keeping that updated. Here it was, an opportunity for him to communicate the risks to Australians and to mitigate the impact that Australians are dealing with now, and he didn't take it. Instead, he spent most of that interview talking about the person who is currently eighth in line to the succession of the House of Windsor. So the Prime Minister last week was dealing with what would happen if William was to pass, Harry was to pass, and their children were to pass, and who would take over the throne of England and Australia, rather than dealing with a Middle East crisis that was unfolding in real time and at our watch. The Minister also said that the number of affected Australians dwarfs any consular operation the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has ever conducted. Well, I don't know if that's an assertion she's made or that's something she's been advised by the department. But I would point out that after the Boxing Day 2004 tsunami, in which 26 Australians were killed, many more injured, there were some 15,000 Australians unaccounted for. I would point out after the Sari nightclub bombing in Bali in October 2002, some 88 Australians were killed. The ADF had to conduct some 66 medical evacuations to treat the injured and the survivors. So our consular services and our department has dealt with crises of this magnitude before, certainly, and unlike those other two crises, Bali terrorist attack, the Boxing Day tsunami, we had some forewarning of this. Now, if the public had been given advance notice, if the Minister had stood up at the same time as her department updated its travel advice to highlight this, to publicise it, as you would expect a responsible government to do, then we may well have the situation today where fewer Australians went to the region, or they deferred their travel plans, or they changed their travel plans, or they delayed their travel plans, which would mean that the crisis we are dealing with right now was significantly less. That is my complaint at heart, Deputy President, that the government had the opportunity to act here. The government had the opportunity to mitigate the impact on the travelling public. The public right now is understandably frustrated because they have uncertainty. They don't know when they're going to be able to get out. They can't get through on the Consular helpline. They can't get through on the DFAT helplines. And it's the lack of preparedness that was undertaken before this crisis developed that is the cause of at least some of that. This is a basic duty of governments, to prepare for national security crises, to make contingency plans and to forewarn and forearm the Australian public. On that most basic duty, this government has failed.
Senator Mulholland.
President, what a disappointing contribution from the Liberal Party today in question time. This is a Liberal Party who has learnt nothing. They have learnt nothing from the last federal election. They have tried desperately, time and time again, to use this country's national security as their political sport, thinking that they can somehow sneak into government through the back door by fear-mongering and deliberately scaring our community for their own political gain. They simply haven't changed and they haven't learnt anything. We know the situation is a difficult and complex situation. They know it too, Deputy President, because they set up the legal framework. They know this. They know this. It is the coalition, after all, in government who let at least 40 people in, including foreign fighters, back into the country under the same legal framework. They know it. They're just using this for political sport. And it is so, so disappointing. The Albanese government's position on this issue is clear and it is long-standing. We are not providing assistance and we are not repatriating individuals from Syria. National security is not political theatre. We follow the advice of our security agencies and we follow the law. That is how we keep Australians safe. And our agencies have been monitoring these individuals for some time. Our law enforcement and national security agencies are following the same approach they have for over a decade, the same approach the former government took when they were last in power. But what this is, at its base level, is politics. It is politics. And I thought maybe we've got a new Liberal leader, we've got a new Deputy Liberal leader, things might be different. But sadly, the Deputy leader sat here patiently for 2 days, not even getting a question. Not even getting a question. The same old guard asking the questions, Senators Cash, Dunningham and Patterson's, the old guard holding the mic, not passing it over to the new leadership team. I had hoped we might have heard something different this week from the new leadership team. But it's a bit like the same old show, changing the chairs around on the deck of the boat, but it's still the old same nasty cruise heading off to Nightmare Island. And they say if you're headed in the wrong direction, it's really good to stop and reflect. Take some moments for some deep reflection. And what kind of deep reflection have they been engaged in across there? Well, we now know, because we've got a leaked copy of the Liberal Party review about the type of deep reflection that these guys have kind of been ignoring. And it says in the report that they've actually been trying to ignore reflection. They don't want to do it, they don't want to think about it. But what was really interesting in the copy of the report I received is that the reviewers noted the party's capacity to thoughtlessly offend migrant voters, particularly Chinese, Australian and Muslim voters, was breathtaking. Those opposite have had the opportunity to reflect on the election review, helpfully made available to all of us from media outlets. But what questions do they bowl up today in question time? More fear-mongering, more offensive material to Muslim voters, more offensive material to Australian citizens. The coalition simply cannot be trusted on these issues. And I was really disappointed to see the contributions from Senator Sharma, someone who should know better, because he knows, as a former a former DFAC official. He knows exactly how hard-working our officers are out there on the ground in very troubling and very dangerous and very difficult situations. And he comes into this place and he has a crack at them, people who are working around the clock in really dangerous situations, again to try and fearmonger. And we know that it is a difficult situation in the Middle East, so it was so disappointing to hear that contribution. But I will share quickly some advice. That is that we have had a do not travel in place for the Middle East for some time. Those people who are requiring assistance should contact the Consular Emergency Centre on 1300 555 135 in Australia or from outside Australia.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. We will protect Australians' way of life and restore their standard of living. And it is a pity that the answers that were given in response to the questions asked by coalition senators did not reflect such an approach. Because we must defend Australian values and we must keep our country safe. We have a Prime Minister who said once, and I quote, "My word is my bond," end of quote. But on national security, Australians are again seeing the opposite. Because when it comes to keeping Australians safe, as with being transparent, you must be seen to be doing that. You must be transparent about what you're doing, because otherwise Australians will conclude the opposite. Labor claims it does not want ISIS brides to return to Australia, yet considerable assistance has clearly been given, including the issuing of passports. We are told the government is not assisting, yet federal and state agencies have reportedly been meeting for months to manage their return. Now, this is disappointing. This is disappointing that the Government of Australia, whose primary KPI is the safety and security of Australians, is not being honest with Australians in relation to their dealings with the ISIS brides. If Labor truly opposed these returns, it could use existing powers robustly and work with the coalition to strengthen the relevant laws even further if necessary. But instead, most disappointingly, we are seeing secrecy from this government. We see it in question time today. We saw it in question time yesterday. We see it when ministers do the media, that they fail to answer the questions, or they use a collective of words that, while making up grammatically correct sentences, certainly do not come anywhere near answering the questions that have been put to them. And that is disappointing because, Deputy President, Australians deserve clarity, not contradictions. Now, these ISIS brides chose to enter these ISIS-controlled areas. Islamic State was not a social movement. It wasn't a sub-branch of the CWA. It was a brutal terrorist regime. It treated people who were opposed to the Caliphate's life view with horrendous violence. These women chose to enter these areas. No one forced them to. No one paid them to. These ISIS supporters did that freely and voluntarily. Indeed, it has been reported that one of them said, before going overseas, that she wanted to make bombs. So this is someone who freely of her own will decided to go overseas to support a horrible terrorist organisation because she wanted to make bombs. Bombs to kill people, bombs to maim people. So Australians, those who are watching the Senate today or listening to the Senate and listening to the answers in response to the questions that were put by coalition senators, will be able to clearly determine that while the questions were pointed and while the questions had a clarity around them, sadly, the answers in response to those questions had anything but that. They failed to answer the questions. They failed to provide the information. And most importantly, Deputy President, they failed to provide security to Australians that their government was doing the right thing to keep Australians safe.
Time has expired. Question before the chair is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of Senator Wong's response to Senator Faruqi's question today. And I want to start by making some general comments about racism in Australia. We need to be honest and we need to be truthful about the role that racism has played and continues to play in our country. Remember, when Europeans colonised this place, this country, it was done so on the basis of the racist lie of terra nullius. That is, a racist lie that this was an empty land and no humans were present, when in fact the simple truth was that there were a lot of people present in this land and they had lived here for a long, long, long time. And the racism that underpinned colonisation of this land has been entwined in the fabric of our society and our structures ever since. And that remains true today. We remain a country which has racism entwined in the very fabric of its being. And senators like Senator Faruqi and others, like Senator Thorpe, face racism out there in the community as they do their job as senators and as they simply live as Australians. And they face racism in this place on a regular basis. And of course, the political embodiment of racism in contemporary Australia is Senator Pauline Hanson. She is relentlessly platformed by mainstream media in this country, given a boost to spread her hateful rhetoric. And the media, and for that matter, the Australian Labor Party and the Coalition have repeatedly failed to call her out for her racism and failed to strongly respond to racism when it occurs, not just in our society, but here in this place. Now, I remind folks that Senator Hanson was found by a federal court judge when Senator Faruqi took an action against her for telling Senator Faruqi she should piss off back to Pakistan. She was found by a federal court judge to have engaged in a racist attack on Senator Faruqi. She was also found by a federal court judge to have a tendency to make negative, derogatory, discriminating or hateful statements in relation to, about or against groups of people relevantly identified as persons of colour, migrants to Australia and Muslims, and to do so because of those characteristics. Well, you don't engage in racist attacks and you don't have those tendencies that the federal court found that Senator Hanson does unless you are a racist. And of course, what happened off the back of Senator Hanson telling Senator Faruqi to piss off back to Pakistan, the Australian Greens brought a motion into this parliament to censure Senator Hanson. And this was a moment where the Senate could have actually sent a strong message to Senator Hanson that her racism and her instruction to Senator Faruqi to piss off back to Pakistan was not going to be tolerated. But what did this Senate do? It squibbed it. It squibbed it because Senator Wong, the Leader of Government Business, along with the then Leader of Opposition Business, Senator Birmingham, moved an amendment to the censure motion which removed the censure provisions from the motion. So instead of sending the strong, absolutely required message to Senator Hanson that her racism wouldn't be tolerated, we did no such thing. If the government is serious about addressing racism in Australia, it could start by engaging with the blueprint, the National Anti-Racism Framework, and making sure it is fully funded in the budget. That is the bare minimum we expect the government to do.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. It is desired to postpone or rearrange the business. The clerk.
Deputy President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of business of Senate notices 1 and 3 postponed to the next day of sitting, business of Senate notice number 2 postponed to the 14th of May, and general business notice number 381 postponed to the 10th of March 2026. Committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 11 of today's order of business.
It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 6th of January 2026 of the Honourable Ronald Leslie Doyle Boswell AO, a Senator for the State of Queensland from 1983 to 2014. I call the Leader of the Government in the Senate.
Thank you, President. I move that the Senate records... I seek leave to move a motion in relation to the death of Ron Boswell.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I thank the Senate. I move that the Senate record its sadness at the death on 6 January 2026 of the Honourable Ron Leslie Doyle Boswell AO, former Senator for Queensland, places on record its gratitude for his service to the Parliament and the nation, and tenders its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. And I rise on behalf of the Government to acknowledge the passing of the former Senator for Queensland, Ron Boswell, or Bozzy as he was known, on the 6th of January at the age of 85. He would like that. At the age, January 2026 at the age of 85, and I want to express our condolences and my personal condolences to his daughter Kathy and granddaughter Sophie Beasley, his other family and friends, parliamentary colleagues and others who are mourning his passing. I pay tribute to his late wife Lita and his son Stephen too. Ron said it best himself. He might not have been pretty, but he was pretty effective. He served as Senator for Queensland for more than 31 years and as Leader of the Nationals in the Senate for 17 of those years. Ron Boswell, or Bozzy as he was known to friends and colleagues in this place, was a forceful advocate for Queensland, for farmers and fishers and for small businesses. He saw his role in this place as giving a voice to those who lacked the institutional heft to advocate for themselves, and was a role he discharged honourably for decades. He was born in Perth in 1940, son to Bill and Phyllis Boswell, and his father, Bill, was a clerk by profession, a devout Roman Catholic, and his mother, Phyllis, was in many ways a woman ahead of her time, a working mum, which in those times was less common. At 13, he moved to Brisbane with his father. At 14, he left school, and he entered the world of business as an office worker with the Queensland Insurance Company. And he quickly turned this into a budding career, deploying his affable nature, keen salesmanship, to quickly become the youngest rep in the industry, all before his 18th birthday. This was something I served with Bozzy. I did not know this till I did this. It's a great story. These early experiences and his work to establish his own small business in his 20s shaped Ron Boswell's political values. Ron Boswell credited much of his early political involvement to his beloved wife, Lita, who passed away in 2021. It was she who encouraged his involvement in the Nationals and facilitated his connection to party luminaries like Joan Florence Bjelke-Petersen and Bob Sparks. and Ron Alita's involvement in the 1974 election helped the Nationals win their first urban seat, deepened his engagement with politics. And this culminated at a crossroads familiar to many in this place, choosing between work outside politics and seeking elected office. And Ron's decision to leave the world of business and to seek elected office led to a 31-year career and an enduring contribution to Australian public life. Ron Boswell entered Parliament from third on the Nationals ticket in the 1983 double dissolution election. It was a turbulent time to be entering Parliament as a Nationals member. When I read this, I thought, they seem to be quite a few turbulent times, but fair enough. Ron was the only gain for the party at that election, and before the coalition agreement came to be under immense strain, as can happen from time to time, it wouldn't be long before Ron made the principled decision to support the expansion of the Parliament despite the senior coalition party's strong opposition. After 1990, Ron was elected as the leader in this place, a position he would hold for a record 17 years. And I would reflect, I doubt that anyone will serve in the modern era, in the contemporary era, for a period that long as leader. In this role, he worked effectively with both sides of Parliament. A lifetime defender of small business, he worked with Labor Senator Chris Schott to amend the Trade Practices Act, helping to protect small businesses from the monopolising power of larger retailers. Similarly, he used the Nationals' crucial numbers in the Senate to advocate against allowing geography to be a barrier to accessing health, educational and telecommunication services. Ron Boswell spent a great deal of his later parliamentary career fighting back against the rise of the far right. And as a national senator for Queensland, he was familiar with the concerns that newly emergent far-right figures sought to exploit. In a speech to this chamber in 1997, he said this about the then member for Oxley, now Senator Hanson: "I wish that the world was as simple as Pauline Hanson makes it out to be. I wish that the solutions were as obvious, but the truth is they are not. And while she provides a temporary emotional outlet for fear and uncertainty, her solutions would only entrench trauma, insecurity and division." Ron described defeating Pauline Hanson and One Nation in a race for the third Conservative Senate spot at the 2001 election as his greatest political achievement. And he risked his career to stand up to what he called Senator Hanson's aggressive, narrow view of Australia. I went back and looked at the contribution I made as I was lucky enough to serve with Ron Boswell in this place when he retired from the Parliament. And with the Senate's indulgence, there's some extracts of that I'd like to read now. I said, in relation to Bozzy, Bozzy is one of the great characters of the Senate. I went up to Senator Boswell after his speech and said, "The place really won't look the same without you." I was reflecting as he spoke on this election in 1983 and trying to think of where a number of people in this chamber would have been at that time. Senator Birmingham would probably have been in primary school. It's an extraordinary period of service from that election in 1983 through to now. Ron Boswell has faced the people, I think, 7 times. It is meritorious service to this place and to our country. I also assume that Senator Boswell must be one of the last senators, if not the last, to have served in the Senate chamber of the old Parliament House. Senator Boswell, that is perhaps a mark of the generational change that your leaving this place demonstrates. There are many things that can be said about Senator Boswell. I think he had one of the best re-election slogans I've ever seen, Not pretty but pretty effective. I thought that was fantastic. I disagreed with it, obviously. Laughter. I actually meant that I disagreed with the pretty effective part, not the not pretty part. Anyway, I'm glad you took it that way. There were a number of things you said in your speech tonight, Senator Boswell, which resonated. One of them was that you have been a strong voice in your party room. There is no doubting that. Sometimes, frankly, we've enjoyed that, and sometimes it has been more difficult for us. And you have taken the maxim that one has to be a strong voice inside one's party as a core political creed. Ron Boswell said tonight in his speech that politicians must have the courage of their convictions. I agree with this. Senator Boswell has showed the courage of his convictions when he stood up against right-wing extremism. He deserves enormous credit for his stand against the far right of the kind that was symbolised by Pauline Hanson. Others have spoken, as has Senator Boswell, of the long fight against the far-right political movement, probably culminating in the federal election of 2001, which was the election in which I was elected to this place. That was when Senator Boswell vindicated his position by refusing to preference one nation. He competed directly with Pauline Hanson, the woman who famously said that Australia was being overrun by people who looked like me, and defeated her to retain his Queensland Senate seat, again relegating the far right to the political wilderness. Senator Boswell faced defeat at the hands of Pauline Hanson herself in the Senate race of 2001, but he said that he would refuse point blank to swap preferences with a One Nation leader. I say to you, Senator Boswell, that for this principled stand you deserve not only my thanks, but the thanks of the Parliament and of the Australian people. At a time when debates about racism and freedom of speech are still present in this country, I think all of us would do well to remember Senator Boswell's position, and I wish him well in his retirement. Well, he continued that fight until the very end, and last year, former Senator Boswell wrote critically of One Nation in the Australian, labelling the party of complainers, the people who point at problems but never lift a finger to fix them. On that point, Senator Boswell, former Senator Boswell, was consistent. He instinctively understood that support gained through appeals to grievance can only be fleeting, and that forces can be used to sow division in communities. He proudly championed the practical, and he knew a key bulwark against the extreme right in this country was a strong centre-right. This isn't to say that he and I didn't ever have disagreements. We did, as many of his speeches in Hansard can attest to. In 2011, he wryly asked me during question time, "In my 71 years, Labor has only ever delivered 6 budget surpluses, an average of 1 every 12 years. Minister, will I have to live to be 83 before I see another Labor surplus budget?" Well, it turned out he was spot on. And in the 83rd year of his life, we did deliver a surplus budget, something, of course, those opposite failed to do in their term of government. I had to say that. Fair enough. And having delivered the second the year after, I can honestly say to former Senator Boswell, we're trying to do our part to bring the average down. Despite our differences, those of us who knew Ron will recall fondly the friendly and decent way he treated his political adversaries. And particularly after what has occurred this week and today, I was reflecting before I stood up about the fact that Senator Boswell speaks to a very different time in this chamber, because he was courteous. You know, he and I disagreed on many issues, but he was always courteous to me, and I hope I was generally courteous back. He was a gentleman in the way that I think too few people in this place now are today, and I appreciated that. He said in his biography, "I never considered the Labor Party as the enemy. They were the opposition." Of course, he was thoroughly committed to the National Party. He believed he could have more influence as the Nats leader in the Senate than by taking up a ministry, although the opportunity was, I'm told, presented to him many times. He left Parliament on his own terms, a National Party statesman. In his valedictory speech, Ron Boswell reminded us that each of us in this place steps in and out. On one page of a continuing history, it is for others to write the future. There is still much to achieve, and the job is never ending. Ever practical, he always knew that even a career as long and storied as his would someday end. We would all do well to remember this. President, Australia's democracy is richer for Ron Boswell's service, and I once again extend my condolences on behalf of the government to his family, both those here today and those watching from afar, and to all those who called Ron a friend.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. And I too rise to pay tribute on behalf of the opposition, but in particular the Liberal Party, as Senator Bridget McKenzie, the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, will obviously give the lead tribute on behalf of the Nationals. As I said, today we pay tribute to the life of the Honourable Ronald Leslie Doyle Boswell AO, former Senator for Queensland. And I have to say, when I first read that line, and as Senator Wong has said, and Senator Mackenzie, and in particular Senator Colbeck, it's difficult to even come to terms with that name because he was only ever known in this place as Bozzy. But today, as we gather in this chamber, we do so in the presence of those who loved him most, and in particular, I acknowledge and warmly welcome to the Senate Ron's daughter Cathy Boswell and his granddaughter Sophie Beasley. Cathy and Sophie, your father and grandfather gave more than 3 decades of his life to the service of our nation, and we honour him today. As I said, Ron Boswell, known to all of us simply as Bozzy. In fact, if you referred to him as Senator Boswell, I honestly think he didn't even know who you were talking to. To say that he was a giant of the National Party was a complete understatement. Not only was he a giant of the National Party, he was a stalwart of the Senate and a tireless champion for Queensland, but in particular for regional Australia. Elected to this place in 1983, he served, as we have now heard, until his retirement in 2014, and that was a remarkable 31 years, 3 months and 26 days. On reflection now, the reality is we actually have some senators in this place who are actually younger than his entire service. He was the 369th member of the Senate and the 57th Senator for Queensland. But more than those numbers, he was, without a doubt, a conviction politician in the truest sense of the word. Bozzy came to this parliament as a manufacturer's agent, a small businessman who well and truly, from first-hand knowledge, understood the pressures faced by those who back themselves, employ locals and keep regional communities alive. From the very beginning, he promised to be a strong voice for small business, for primary industries and for traditional family values. And if we all look back at Ron's contribution in this place, that was precisely what he was. Another thing that we all loved about Bozzy was that there were no airs and graces. There couldn't be. That just wasn't Bozzy. But he also never pretended to be anything other than who he was. The following slogan I think we're going to hear several times throughout all of the tributes to Bozzy today. As I said, he embraced it. His famous campaign slogan, Ron Boswell, he's not pretty, but he's pretty effective, captured Bozzy perfectly. There was no artifice with Ron, no spin, no carefully crafted persona. What you saw was quite literally what you got. Direct, principled, determined and effective. For 18 years, some people don't even serve 18 years in this place, but for 18 years he served as leader of the Nationals in the Senate from 1990 to 2007, guiding his party through opposition and government. Each one of us in this place knows that that longevity in leadership speaks volumes. In politics, longevity is earned through trust, through loyalty and through the confidence of one's colleagues. Bozzy had all three. He also served as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Transport and Regional Services from 1999 to 2003, a role that perfectly aligned with his passion for the bush. He understood that infrastructure, transport and communications, they're not luxuries for regional Australians. They are, in fact, lifelines. Upon his retirement, he nominated improvements in bush telecommunications as one of the highlights of his career. That focus on practical outcomes, on making life better for people outside of the capital cities, defined his parliamentary service. Bozzy was also the father of the Senate from 2008, and that is, of course, as senators know, a title given to the longest-serving member of this chamber. And it was a role that he well and truly wore with quiet pride. He understood the history and traditions of this place. He respected its processes, its committees, and its capacity for rigorous debate. His service across an extraordinary number of committees, ranging from national resources to foreign affairs and defence, from environment and communications to rural and regional affairs and transport, reflected both his breadth of interest but also his work ethic. But if there is one chapter of Ron's career that he himself singled out, it was his 2001 electoral battle against Senator Hanson. And in his valedictory speech, he did describe it as the fight of his life. Bozzy, as so many of us know from working with him, was a man of deep and abiding faith. And that faith informed his politics, but it also shaped his worldview. He spoke passionately on so many occasions on issues of life, family and marriage. Many in this chamber will have disagreed with him, sometimes strongly, but no one could ever doubt that his views were sincerely held or that he expressed them with clarity and with courage. He was never afraid to stand alone if that is where his conscience led him. He was, as so many colleagues, but also those who knew him said following his passing, a conviction politician. He articulated arguments with force. He championed stronger competition laws to protect small businesses. He stood up for fishermen. He backed primary producers. He was one of the first to raise concerns about the policy settings around energy and the subsidising of renewables. He fought for vulnerable Australians overseas, and even in retirement, after 30+ years in the Australian Senate, he never stopped working. And I'm sure we're going to hear from contributions today. He was always on the phone, always engaged, and always ready with advice. In 2020, Ron was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia. It was a fitting recognition of a lifetime of service to his party, to Queensland and to our nation. Yet for all of his public achievements, and there were many, we know that the centre of Ron's life was his family. He was married to his beloved wife Lita for more than 5 decades until her passing in 2021. Together they endured the heartbreak of losing their son Stephen in 1999. Those who knew Bozzy well know how deeply that loss affected him. Through joy and through sorrow, family was his anchor. I sat with Bozzy once on a plane from Sydney to Perth, and it was around a 4.5–5 hour trip. And that was probably the one thing that he wanted to discuss with me the entire trip, was the losing of his son Stephen. And I think I got a completely different perspective on Bozzy once I'd listened to him for those 5 hours, how much he loved his son, how it affected him, how he would never forget him, but more than that, how he knew each and every day they had to go on. He was immensely proud of his daughter Kathy and of his grandchildren. Kathy and Sophie, your father, and I know you'll hear more of this today, and grandfather, spoke of you often with enormous pride, and that pride was evident to us all. Ron's memoir, 30+ years in the Senate, doesn't also stop you writing a book when you leave, though. Published in 2023, and again, we're going to become very familiar with this, bore the title, Not Pretty, but Pretty Effective. It was a classic Boswell, self-deprecating, honest, and quietly proud of what he had achieved. It charted a life that began in Perth in 1940 and led through party service in Queensland and leadership with the Nationals to more than 3 decades in this place. He was part of an era of National Party figures who lived and breathed the bush. He chaired his local branch, he served on the management committees, he was a central councillor of the party from 1976 onwards. His commitment was lifelong and selfless. In reflecting on Bozzy's life, we see a man who believed that politics was not about personal advancement, but about service. Service to small businesses struggling under red tape. Service to farmers facing drought. Service to families seeking stability and opportunity. And service to a nation whose unity he cherished. The Senate, as we all know, can be a place of fierce contest, and Bozzy understood that. Loved a great debate. He relished it. But he also understood that beyond the contest of ideas lies a shared commitment to our great country. And that is why, even those who disagreed with him, there has always been respect. Respect for his integrity, respect for his conviction, and respect for his warmth. As we record our sorrow today, we also record our gratitude. Gratitude for 31 years of faithful service. Gratitude for the leadership that endured for nearly 2 decades, and gratitude for a life lived with conviction. To Cathy and to Sophie, your father and grandfather has left an enduring legacy in this parliament and in our nation. May you take comfort in knowing that his service is recognised, his contribution is valued, and his memory will endure in the history of this place.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Mackenzie.
I rise as Leader of the National Party in the Senate to thank both the Leader of the Government and the Leader of the Opposition for their honest, kind and very thoughtful contributions. We are at our very best in this chamber when we do remember those past, irrespective of our differences in political persuasions and the contribution that we all seek to make in this chamber on behalf of our nation and our communities. Senator Ron Leslie Boswell AO served in this place from his election as Senator for Queensland from 1983 until the expiration of his 7th term in 2014. That is an extraordinary 31 years, 3 months and 26 days. For 17 of those years, Senator Boswell was Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, a position for which he gained great respect across the political divide. And the fact that both the Prime Minister of Australia and former Prime Minister John Howard both attended his funeral in Brisbane, I think is testament to the esteem he was held in right across the political spectrum. And what an amazing sight it was at his funeral to see his former National Senate colleagues Barry O'Sullivan, Nigel Scullion, John Wacker-Williams, Peter and Julian McGorran, although Julian will never get over that defection in Victoria, and Sandy McDonald act as pallbearers at his funeral. Bozzy, as he was known, was a champion of many issues, notably small business, but also primary industries, fishing, sugar, pineapples, tobacco and beef. He was also a champion of the family and of traditional rural and family values. He was a man of faith, a man of conviction. He held firmly two positions on abortion, on euthanasia and on same-sex marriage. And in taking the honour to participate in this condolence motion, I want to mention a few things about Ron Boswell that were emblematic of his work as Senator and as a person, and from which we can all learn from his long and distinguished career. The first was that Bozzy never sought the heady stratosphere of being a Cabinet Minister. He did turn down numerous opportunities to become a minister when he could have so easily demanded one. He did serve 4 years as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport and Regional Services from 1999 to 2003, and in various shadow ministerial positions, including Regional Development and External Affairs, Northern Australia, External Territories and Consumer Affairs. But Bozzy knew instinctively that there was often more power, influence and freedom being on the outside than as a cabinet insider. He could always stay true to his values and closer to the people who elected him by being a troublesome outsider, and troublesome he was. On telecommunications for the bush, on the sale of Telstra, on the sugar industry, on trade, on pharmacies, on banks when it came to post office, carbon taxes and competition policy. Bozzy was troublesome indeed, irrespective of who was sitting on the Treasury benches. Senator Boswell also made a calculated but principled decision to rebuff what one might broadly call the lunar right in Queensland. Despite the claims by the Greens and prominent members of the ABC, Australia is not a racist country, not remotely. We're one of the most welcoming countries in the world, where people from every corner of the earth have come to live, to start a new life and to grow, contribute and prosper. But that is also not to say that there are no racists in Australia. Following warnings from former journalist Tony Kosh from The Australian about the League of Rights, Bozzy set about investigating and then distancing himself from the group which had infiltrated the highest level of the Queensland National Party and who were moving into evangelical churches across Queensland as well. This was a group that was deeply anti-Semitic, racist, that denied that Jesus Christ was a Jew and had crackpot ideas about social credit and the economy. In a landmark speech in 1988, Bozzy spoke out against the League. For many months afterwards, the retribution was savage, but eventually the churches too recognised that they were being used by the League. Bozzy believed in the dignity and respect of every person, regardless of creed or colour. It's worth noting that later, when he took on One Nation, Bozzy says he fought against the party with all the fora available to me as a senator. But in his memoir, he writes, "I did not participate in any attempts to involve the criminal justice system. Hanson's prison sentence was a grave error that only saw her become a political martyr, not a strategy I would ever support." Bozzy believed the traditional rural values of community, of patriotism, of property rights, private enterprise, of supporting traditional faith and the family, which are all under attack from globalism, liberalism and socialism, were battles enough on their own without having to deal with the conspiracy theories of crackpots. Indeed, leadership in a democracy is not agreeing to every populist theory or current opinion. Very often it is saying what is unpopular, but what is also right. A former insurance and paintbrush salesman, Bozzy was a strong proponent of the private enterprise philosophy that encouraged people to run their own businesses, but not unbridled markets. As he said in his maiden speech, the National Party, however, will not and does not support the argument that the market must find its own level, that the big must get bigger and that the small must wither and die. My party wishes to see private enterprise flourish and grow, with all Australians enjoying the benefits which this creates. It was a theme throughout his career. Market power is so fundamentally important to the prices of everything we put into the supermarket trolley, he wrote in his autobiography, co-authored by Joanne Newbury. Early in Parliament, working in cahoots, as he so often did, with a variety of souls, with South Australian Labor Senator Chris Schatt during the Hawke government, Bozzy successfully struck a blow for the reform to the Trade Practices Act, much to the charge of his Liberal Party colleagues. Bozzy recalls reminding his Liberal colleagues in the joint party room of a speech by Sir Robert Menzies, in which Australia's longest-serving Liberal Prime Minister said, "Australian Liberals are not the exponents of an open go, for if we are all to have an open go, each for himself, and the devil take the hindsight, anarchy will result, and both security and progress will disappear." Deregulation, Bozzy warned, was not the answer to all problems. He also used the committee system in the Senate effectively, establishing deep connections into regional Australia, where he championed for so many causes, including for the freedom of Lindy Chamberlain. As the ever-astute John Roscombe, former IPA chief, said of Ron Boswell, he was a far more significant figure in Australian politics and public policy than 80% of the people who've been minister. Thank you, John, as always, for your insightful recollections. Roscombe compared Senator Boswell with the late Bert Kelly, a long-serving Liberal backbencher, but to whom no less than Gough Whitlam described as the most influential, modest member of Australian Parliament. Yet despite this, Bozzy was also a fierce coalitionist. He was a Queensland Nationals, an admiring confidant of Sir Joh Bjelke-Petersen in his younger days, and he recognised the value in the superglue of the combined strength of the Nationals and the Liberals. Yes, it's true that later in his career he worked closely with the Katter Party and regretted the amalgamation of the rival Queensland right of centre parties into the LNP because the Brisbane Liberals had become the dominant force within the LNP. But Bozzy's way of doing politics was elbows out and spare the niceties. And I think anyone that ran into him or was bowled over by him in the corridors would always recall that he was often carrying lunch on his tie for afters. I regularly visited his apartment overlooking the Brisbane River following his retirement, where advice flowed, as did terrible coffee and biscuits. Yes, Bozzy, I have my writing orders. But he always said to me, if you're going to lead, bloody well lead. Anyone who's been on the end of multiple phone calls from Bozzy when he wanted something knew this methodology very well. If you couldn't get around the brick wall in front of him, he'd knock it down. Very often, He didn't bother making an appointment. He'd just barge into ministerial offices when he needed something. And he never really retired from politics, giving advice to sitting MPs on an almost daily basis, and many sitting here today will know of the constant phone calls. He also was an influential player behind the scenes, and I think of the sacking during question time of former CEO of Australia Post, Christine Holgate, and the role that Bozzy played throughout that Senate inquiry in supporting Ms Holgate through that period. He championed fairness to the very end, irrespective of who you were. And he wrote newspaper columns, and his last was on his last birthday. And it was about betrayal and how much he loved our party. Ron's beloved wife, Lita, died in 2012, and was a driving force behind his career, but also a great support to him. After the couple lost their son Stephen to a brain hemorrhage, a situation he never got over, Ron and Lita built a high school in East Timor in his honour. And it was an act of extraordinary generosity, but one of many such acts of generosity that Ron made during his life. They are survived by his daughter Kathy, who's here in the gallery, and together with Sophie, who's also here, also Tom and Will, and his great-grandchildren, Charlie and Bonnie, of whom he was so proud. This is not a man who just spoke about family values. He lived family values. I'd also like to recognise his National Party colleagues, Lou O'Brien and Colin Boyce, who he also loved. Bozzy, you were a remarkable man, a great Queenslander, a mentor and a guide. We will miss you dearly. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't encourage you all to buy his book, Always a Salesman. It's well worth the read. Our party, our parliament and our nation are greater for your service. Vale, Ron Boswell.
Senator McDonald.
I rise as a National Party senator, cast in the footsteps of Senator Ron Boswell, something that I think we all aspire to do. I wish to extend my condolences upon his passing to his daughter Kathy, to Sophie, and to the rest of the family who couldn't be here today. I extend my condolence to all those who loved him, to those who respected him and who were impacted by his political conviction and community advocacy. They certainly broke the mould after Ron passed, and I don't think there will ever be another senator like Ron Boswell. He has been a blueprint for those who follow. Many people will refer to Senator Boswell as Boz and Ron and every other thing, but to me, he will always be Senator Boswell. The first times I came across him was when he would ring the party line to the station to speak to my father, and his calls, of course, were legendary across the state. He was generous with his advice, as Senator Mackenzie has already said, and honest to a fault. When I stood for pre-selection, he said to me, I won't vote for you. I will vote for the incumbent senator. And you should only ever believe those people who say they're not voting for you. Very wise words. And immediately after my pre-selection said, and now I will always vote for you. So it was a generous thing to do. I take this opportunity to remember and acknowledge Lita Boswell, who stood with Ron for over 5 decades and whom he recognised in his valedictory speech by saying, I could never have got to the Senate, nor remained here as long as I have without you. We also know that Lita was responsible for introducing Ron to the National Party in 1974. Ron's final words to this place, with the collaboration of St Paul, reflect how he also left this world on the 6th of January this year. My time of departure is at hand. I've fought the good fight. I've run the race. I've kept the faith. Thank you very much God bless and goodbye. Senator Boswell grew up in Perth, living what he described himself as a tumultuous childhood. And at the age of 14, he left school to work as an office boy in the Queensland Insurance Company. He was immensely proud of his working history and believed his success would come through selling and salesmanship, which of course proved to be more than true. And on the back of years of hard work as a young man and a sharp mind for business, Senator Boswell started his own successful hardware business. And who knows how successful his enterprise could have become if he had never discovered politics. While he grew up as a Liberal, his wife Lita and her family were long-term members of the Queensland Country Party, and it was at the newly renamed National Party conference that Senator Boswell was first introduced to politics. As a successful businessman and volunteer within the National Party, his first volunteer role was identifying small business owners to run for pre-selection in the Bayside suburbs of Wynnum and Manly. I believe that it was during these efforts that he decided that it found that it was Ronald Boswell himself who would make a good politician and a great figure for working and small business Queenslanders, and how glad we all are that he did. During his opening speech, the newly elected Senator Boswell stated that he will do all in his power to aid the growth and development of this nation as a whole, Queensland in particular, and this dedication stretched incessantly throughout his career. Senator Boswell fought tirelessly for the development of regional and remote communities all over Australia, and during his valedictory speech, Ron stated that getting modern telephone, email and internet to the bush was one of his career highlights. Senator Boswell was incredibly loyal to the National Party. He believed in its ongoing purpose in representing regional Australia and small businesses across the nation. However, he was never afraid to stand up for his beliefs and his community, crossing the floor on multiple occasions, often to his own career's detriment. However, Senator Boswell never seemed overly concerned with this risk. In fact, he consistently called out career politicians and believed that his experience in the real world, in primary industries and in business, was his biggest advantage in representing Queensland. As a small business owner himself, Senator Boswell was intensely determined to give Australian small businesses a fair go. He strongly defended small retailers against the deregulation of trading hours, which threatened to overload and overwork family-owned businesses just so they could compete with big retailers. He was a major supporter of the Pharmacy Guild of Australia, advocating for the model that only pharmacists should own community pharmacies. Often alone, he challenged big businesses and large retail chains, never scared, but always dedicated to give a voice to the businesses and organisations who rarely were given the chance to defend themselves. Senator Boswell's fierce and determined spirit for Australian small businesses like tobacco, fisheries and farmers did not fizzle out after his retirement. And in the words of my colleague, Senator Matt Canavan, he was always on the phone fighting to protect the livelihoods of fishermen, for stronger competition laws to protect small businesses, to help vulnerable Australians overseas and to defend life. Senator Boswell strongly believed in an egalitarian Australia, where every Australian, regardless of their level of education or where their home is, and every Australian business, regardless of size or location, gets a fair go. Now, as I said before, my first contact with Senator Boswell was answering the party line to Devoncourt, looking for Dad. My brothers and I made it quite the competition to see if we could get him to give us some more details of his call. And it was mostly to our disappointment that we never broke him. His calls around Queensland, though, were legendary, campaigning, speaking to people on every issue possible. Later on, I worked with Senator Boswell as State Secretary of the National Party, but he was a true fighter for important places in parts of Queensland and Australia that most politicians never went to. His funeral, as Senator Mackenzie said, was an extraordinary gathering. In words of Banjo Patterson, a gathering of the fray, from Prime Ministers, party presidents, party members, people gathered from around the state and country to farewell such a great man. And Cathy's tribute to him was extraordinary. It was extraordinary. Finally, I would tell you that as a younger woman, I bought a house based entirely on Senator Boswell. I was walking around unsure if this was the right place for me, and a cupboard door swung open and across it was the big campaign sticker. Boswell. Not pretty, but pretty effective. And I said, it's a sign. It's a sign. And I bought the house very happily. Senator Boswell was a great Australian. He will be respected as a great man, a campaigner for everyday Australians, and one of the great characters in Australian politics. Vale, Senator Ron Boswell, AO, thank you for your most honourable service and your contribution to our nation. Well done.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I too would like to pay tribute to a great Queenslander, a great senator, a great servant of the Nationals Party, and someone who's a huge loss to many of us. It was a shock a couple of months ago to receive a call. I actually received the call coming through on my phone from Ron Boswell, and it wasn't a shock to get a call from Ron Boswell, but when I answered it, his daughter Cathy, who's here today, was on the phone and gave me the very sad news of Ron's passing. Ron was 85 years old, but you just never thought he could be stopped. He'd had a fair number of close health shaves in recent years, but he just always pulled through. And you got yourself into a false sense of security that he would always pull through. And it's been very sad to not receive those calls, sometimes multiple a day, from Ron in the last couple of months. When I got into this place, I in effect took over from Ron Boswell. Ron retired at the 2013 election, and I had the great honour to be the Nationals Party candidate at that election, to eventually take over this spot in 2014. And I said at the time that I was very lucky in a way. It was a huge challenge to fill Ron's massive boots, but I was lucky because Ron Boswell had written the book on how to be a good senator. Thankfully for all of us now, he has actually written that book, which you can go and buy. Bridget said, we checked this morning, it's not in the Parliamentary gift shop right now, so we'll have to fix that. Ron will definitely want us to fix that. But please get yourself a copy, because it does demonstrate what we're here to do. And Ron never lost sight of what the vocation of politics is about. And if you read that book, in fact, you don't even have to read it, you just read the table of contents of the book. It's not about winning elections or different positions that Ron achieved for himself. All the titles of the book, of the chapters, are things like wool and wheat, ginger groupie, work that one out, banana rama, have I mentioned fishing, pharmacies and sugar seats. Every little chapter is a little vignette of how Ron was presented with a problem that someone had, a problem that a business had, a farmer had, a fishing business had, and how he went about just working his guts out to fix that problem for that person or that group of people. And more often than not, he was successful for them because of his tireless efforts to just fight for people. And that's what we're here for. He went to Africa to help one of his constituents get out of a Mozambique jail. He travelled there to do that. He'd be on the phone to ministers and premiers all the time. He once had a huge blue with the Premier, Sir Joe Bjelke-Petersen, over the sale of fishing markets that he eventually changed Joe's mind on. And the other thing this demonstrated from his book is maybe something we've lost, not so much on what we do now, but the way things work now are different. In that era, Ron could often call up the Premier and in that conversation change his mind. With that meeting of that group of people, get a result. And I find in my experience that is much harder to achieve, seemingly, because we now have this layer of bureaucracy and process and probity, things that maybe had to come post the Joe era, but there is now a big barrier. There is a big barrier between the people and the politicians. So people who have a problem, have an issue, are frustrated at, at the either incompetence or sometimes just ignorance of the people making decisions about their lives, can't get through the decision makers. There's just a massive, massive gulf between the people and the ruling class that maybe wasn't there when Ron was around, or at least Ron was able to bridge that gulf so often, and people felt like they were served by the political process. Because Ron, he took up all these causes, and as those titles of chapters demonstrate, a lot of those causes were on farming issues, primary industry issues. But I think it is important to note that Ron himself was an atypical Nationals Party senator. He did not grow up in the bush. He grew up in Perth and Brisbane. He himself did not come from a farming background. And so what really marked Ron out as a exemplar of a Nationals Party politician wasn't his background. It was the fact that he always fearlessly fought for the small against the strong, for the weak against the powerful, for those who had no voice or opportunity against those who had a direct connection to the powers that be. That is what marks out the Nationals Party, that we always stick up for the small as much as we can. And Ron exemplified that in spades. When I first came across Ron, I had gotten a job with Barnaby Joyce, and I was driving around with Barnaby, as we often did in Western Queensland late at night. And I said to him, what I can't understand, Barnaby, is the worst climate change energy policy is the renewable energy target, but no one's against it. And he went off. He goes, Ron Boswell is against it. You need to go talk to Ron Boswell. This would have been in 2010. So I thought, okay, I'll look up Ron Boswell. I went and spoke to him. And it immediately struck me that somebody who was, he liked to say, was a paintbrush salesman. I think he was a bit higher than that, but he would say he was a paintbrush salesman. But he had no extensive schooling, left school at 14, spent very little time in academic exercises. He, at a gut level, got the absolute rubbish we're told about energy, and are still told about it, than anybody else. All these people who spend their lives in it, who build models about it, who read lots of books about it. Ron Boswell had more common sense than all those people combined. I immediately got it. This guy, how did he know that? How did he know? Because he went through the school of real life. He went through classes of hard knocks and knew rubbish, and some other words we'd probably describe it as, when he saw it. He just knew it. He knew these people were full of it because he'd seen that before in his life and been hurt by it. And I would take 100 Ron Boswell and the thousands of experts, the expert class that rule over us now. The expertocracy is not working out for us. We need more people like Ron Boswell with real, hard life experience who knows what works and what doesn't. And Ron, in that book that I mentioned, spends a lot of time talking about how we could get people with more real, hard life experience into this place. We'd be wise to look at it. In that book, it was never really about Ron. Like Ron spent, I remember reading that book and going back, I read it again. He had one paragraph in that book about how his ministerial ambitions or career. He was a parliamentary secretary, what we'd now call an assistant minister, and he lost that position in backroom dealings that happen in this place all the time. It was never something he brought up. It was never something that he let get on he had every reason to be spiteful about it, but he just got on with life helping people, and he never really worried too much about it. That is an example for all of us because he wasn't in this for himself, he was in it to help others. And he was in it, I know, to help his family as well. They were very close to him. As I said, it was a great honour to take over from him as a Nationals Party for Senator for Queensland. I did disappoint him in taking this position over because I decided to move the office to Rockhampton, and he lobbied me hard against that. Just typical Ron. Like I was on the receiving end of these calls. That this is, you've got to be in Brisbane, Matt. These are all the people I had to talk to. You need to be here. He wanted to reconvene the LNP State Council because I was telling him, I can't do that, Ron. I told the State Council I'd be outside of Brisbane. He said, it's okay, we'll reconvene the whole body, 400 people from all around the state. And you can go to State Council and tell them that you've changed your mind, you're going to be in Brisbane, they'll ratify that and we're away. Yeah, that's right. But Ron just never took no for an answer. But I did do it. And I felt pretty soon afterwards, after all these calls you'd get, well, someone taught Ron how to use a mobile phone. That person definitely needs, got some questions to answer for. But he got all these calls, and I thought, you know, if I'd had my office in Brisbane, I probably would have come home a lot of weeks after the Senate, walked into my office, and there would have been Ron at my desk directing my staff, continuing to work, because he is, as others said, he continued to work. He continued to work. He eventually forgave me the decision to go to Rocky after we won the seat of Capricorn in the 2016 election. But as I said, he just kept going, and that's a lesson for all of us as well. So I do want to pass on my condolences to particularly Kathy and Sophie, who are here today, but also I know to Tom and William, who work on the frontiers of our country and couldn't be here today. The reason Kathy called me, well, one, to let me know, but also his family were very, very keen to have a state funeral for Ron, which I think was well deserved. And I do want to put on record thanks to the Prime Minister, who listened to those requests and made that happen. Not just make that happen, but the Prime Minister did, as others have said, come and attend the funeral as well, which was very good of him. So he is a great loss, I believe, to all of us, because he was someone who worked with everyone in this building for the betterment of this country, for the betterment of Australia, and particularly as a champion for the great state of Queensland. Vale on Boswell.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Deputy President. I too disappointed Ron in the first close dealings I had with him. I was a New South Welshman. Had run into Ron a few times, but not too often, until I went up to work on the 2012 Keppel election with Bruce Young in Queensland. And Senator Boswell came up and organised a visit to a mango farm, where he became concerned that I'd never tried a mango in my life at the age of 40-something. And then, after me having it and being a bit meh, proceeded to give me a review of my parentage and taste and abilities in life that were not complimentary. And I thought that was it for me and Ron for the rest of our relationship. But in 2016, I was able to run the campaign for Barnaby Joyce in New England, and Ron reached out because he wanted to help, and he wanted to give advice, as he always did, and he wanted to be part of something that he thought was important, that Barnaby beat Tony Windsor in that election. And he was very kind to me, and I think he may have forgotten the mango incident. But he certainly gave advice, and he gave good counsel, and he was phoning twice a week to help out and give me his views on things and how he's seeing it. And many of those things I took on board and did, and probably forgot to give him credit to those that saw. But he also gave me an interesting bit of advice on when we're doing that campaign that is poignant, because he said, you always regret the things in life you don't do, not the things you do. And I regret hearing some of the stories here and my national colleagues, and I'll get to some of the staff stories later, that I didn't know him better, and I didn't get to know him better over the time, because I think you can be judged on how you act here in the views of those around you and those that work for you. And so many of his staff I've spoken to over time have such fond memories and such bad stories, which I can't tell most of, but that's some I will. And, you know, it comes up that Ron's politics were built from life. Like you said, the life experience, the lived experience, and that they shaped everything he did here. And the last chance I spoke to him was in 24, after we had the supermarket inquiry. And my first cross of the floor, we voted with the Greens and some others about market power and divestiture powers. And he phoned me after that and said, I did the right thing, that there'll be pressures, but always support the little guy, which is something that came through. He gave some of his experiences, throws through what he did on pharmacies. And it was really interesting for me to know that here was Ron Boswell watching this thing from afar, like an omnipotent political player that comes out and just says those sorts of things when, you know, I was concerned. It was the first time I walked across there, but it was an issue that he knew what was going on and being there. So that was very important to me, and I thank him for helping me out that. But when I go through some of his staff and talking to them, it wasn't just the way he worked on policy. He was a mentor to many of them. He was kind to them. They saw him, I don't want to say, you know, false idols, but they saw him as someone they really aspired to be. And they went further than just the work. They were talking about his generosity of time, his advice, very, very direct advice. Some of them said he's the only man that could spend 5 minutes telling you how wrong you were and then you'd be thankful at the end of it for being wrong. And that under chaos, he became calmer. He was normally calm, but when the pressure really came on, he was calm. He was a rock and he was solid. He was staunch and he was loyal. And don't we miss that in today's politics of being loyal? One of them mentioned there was the other side of Ron the matchmaker, which I've never heard of so much, that he was always keen to connect young Nats or young people with each other. And there was more than one happy marriage to this day that was sorted out by Ron, who connecting, not only did he connect business and fix problems, he connected people. Although I will say, and I'll drop it, Kate, who told me this story, said she was always a task too hard for Ron, even that she didn't manage to get there. But they always thought he was potentially a romantic at heart, and they thought that there. But what came through in a number of stories is as seriously he fought for people, how serious he was about his pastries. Very serious about his pastries, and that he was not casually interested, but seriously about assessing small towns by the quality of their bakery. And for him, the standout was, I'm told, the Blackbutt Bakery, the small Blackbutt Bakery in Queensland, and it was the gold standard by whatever he would judge. And that in 2009, when he stepped in to oversee the electorate of Hinkler, while Paul Neville was representing Australia in the United Nations, Paul knew Ron had been there, not because of a memo, not because of a handover document, not all of that, but all the pastry flakes in his seat in his office was the thing that gave away. And that was Ron, always fully committed, always fully engaged, and always very committed to a quality pastry. The staff tell me, and I again, staff members here, one of his proudest achievements was actually working with Labor across the aisle. And working with Senator Chris Schatt to amend the Trade Practices Act to stop the mergers that would substantially increase competition. To this day, that was one of the proudest things that his staff were telling me that he quite loved to do, because it was always about that. It was always about getting the outcome. It didn't matter if it got press, it didn't matter if it got news, it was about helping someone. Just that fact of helping someone and remove barriers to do that. And when we're hitting here and politics has firmly moved towards optics, he was always about impact. He was always about the outcome, not the story, and that's such a great thing. So I regret I did not have more time with a person that is viewed so positively by so many that have been close to him. I regret that I wasn't always on the recipient of more advice as I was in 2016 from Ron. I thank him for his comfort in 2024 when I was doing something that was, you know, scary for a first timer and doing like that, but he thought it was that. But Queensland is better for his service. The Nationals have been better for his service. Thank you to his family for sharing him with us for so long, and may he rest in peace.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. And first, can I just acknowledge the contribution of my friends from the National Party? I thought they were just outstanding, and you really did justice on this occasion. So you should really be proud of those contributions. And also, if I can associate my remarks with the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. And before I say anything else, I just want to acknowledge the presence of Kathy and also of Sophie. Well, I'm going to give you the perspective of a member of the Young Liberals in Queensland. during the course of much of Senator Ron Boswell AO's career. And I was reading his valedictory speech, and a few things struck out to me. First, the extraordinary length of service, 31 years and 118 days. I mean, it is just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Second, my good friend Senator Richard Colbeck, who's sitting next to me, actually got a mention in Senator Boswell's valedictory speech, where he said, and I quote, "Prior to the September election, I worked closely with professional and recreational fishing groups, especially the Australian Recreational Fishing Foundation at CEO Alan Hansard, guided also by my colleague Senator Richard Colbeck. The Liberal National Coalition developed a policy to keep the marine parks but removed the fishing bans till scientists could take a sensible look at how these parks should be managed. In government, we kept our promise and have removed the fishing bans. I am enormously proud of that achievement," end quote. And of course, Ron Boswell was absolutely passionate about Queensland fishers and the fisheries industry in general. And then the other point he made in his speech, and this was a great inspiration to me at the time as a member of the Young Liberals, he refers to in his valedictory speech, and I'll quote, "Politics is an honourable calling, but will remain so only if politicians have the courage of their convictions. In 1988, I tackled the League of Rights, a far right-wing anti-Semitic organisation I saw as trying to exert influence over the churches and other areas of society," end quote. And at that time, I was 19 in the Young Liberals, and myself and my family and so many Liberal Party supporters were so thankful for the work that Senator Ron Boswell did in that regard. And he got so much admiration from people all over Queensland, across all political philosophies, for the work he did, holding the line against those vile extremists who believe him as I think Senator Mackenzie referred to the lunar right, everything from the Holocaust being a hoax through to other extraordinarily vile ideas. And then he continued, quote, in his valedictory speech, "For me, this was a defining moment to be taken seriously. You have to stand for something. You have to stand for something. In the fight of my life against Pauline Hanson, I risked everything to stand up against her aggressive, narrow view of Australia. Defeating Pauline Hanson and One Nation in 2001 has been my greatest political achievement," end quote. Now, in 2001, I was in Papua New Guinea. I was a young professional lawyer in, maybe not so young, lawyer in Papua New Guinea, and many of us on the non-Labor side of politics saw the immense importance of that campaign in 2001. And whilst the Liberal and National Party did not combine until 2008, I can tell you from personal experience that many members of the Liberal Party voted strategically in that Senate election, and many supporters of the Liberal Party voted strategically in that Senate election to give Ron Boswell their first preference. And I can remember seeing him at Sydney Airport in December 2001 when I had to come to Sydney for business, and he was sitting down waiting to be picked up, and I went up, I shook his hand, and I said, "I was proud to vote for you. I was proud to vote for you." And I wasn't the only one. A lot of us realised the importance of that battle, which he won. And I want to say a few words about that campaign. I'll quote from a story in the Financial Review on 2 November 2001 by Sam Strutt. "Although traditionally the National Party is not the natural constituency of the ethnic community, about 1/3 of the 300 plus audience at yesterday's official launch," and this was at the National Party's 2001 Senate campaign launch, "of the Queensland Party Senate campaign were from the Chinese, Vietnamese or Taiwanese community." 1/3. of the people at the National Party Queensland Senate campaign launch. Queensland National Party Senator Ron Boswell conceded that he would not receive enough votes from the party's traditional support base, rural and regional voters, to get him across the line on November 10. The votes got to come in from all of Queensland, he said yesterday. I need every vote I can get. Senator Boswell said the ethnic community was supporting him because of his strong stand against One Nation and Ms Hanson. I think the Chinese, Vietnamese and Taiwanese support is there with me to stop Pauline Hanson, Senator Boswell said. They see me as the best way to do that, so they are supporting me. And they did support him. They did support him in overwhelming numbers. And he was successful. He was successful. He defeated Senator Hanson for that Senate spot. And it didn't just end there, though. He maintained that relationship with those communities, in particular the Vietnamese community. And I've had the privilege, since being elected to this place, of establishing a relationship with that wonderful, wonderful Vietnamese community. 50 years last year, the anniversary of their coming to Australia after the fall of Saigon. And on 21 June 2012, he actually presented a petition signed by 55,000 signatories urging the Australian government to push Vietnam to improve its human rights record. So that was 11 years after, with the support of that community, he achieved that remarkable success against Pauline Hanson. He was still working for that community, the Vietnamese community, and presented that petition. 2013, I was working on a booth in Queenslanders will get this, a place called Acacia Ridge in Brisbane, for my dear friend Malcolm Cole, who was then the candidate in the 2013 election. And Ron actually came to the booth to see how his booth workers from the Vietnamese Queensland community were going. He was still mobilising booth workers from that community. And then, following the drought in 2018 in Queensland, he actually worked with the Vietnamese community to actually raise money for people in need in Western Queensland. And I quote from a speech which the Honourable Senator Amanda Stoker gave on 16 October 2019 in this place. Past President of the Vietnamese Community Association of Queensland, Viet Tran, first got the idea to hold a fundraiser after his friends who run a business at Miles told him about how the drought situation was crippling them. He said about organising a drought appeal dinner and dance, he contacted former Senator Ron Boswell to help him organise that. And the Vietnamese community of Queensland raised $25,480 for the farmers in need in Western Queensland. Still, he maintained that relationship with the Vietnamese Queensland community. So, in giving last words in this contribution to this debate, I want to give my last words to the Vietnamese community of Queensland and put their words on record. And I want to quote to you from a letter from a very dear friend of mine called Viet Tran. And I quote, "In 2001, the Vietnamese community in Queensland unanimously decided to support Ron Boswell in his bid for re-election to the Senate. It was the first and only time that the community bypassed its non-partisan policy to support a parliamentary candidate because of his stand against Pauline Hanson. In June this year, Boswell spoke in Parliament about the human rights situation in Vietnam. So this letter was dated September 24, 2012. With Labor's Mark Ferner, he sponsored a petition in the Vietnamese community raising concerns about the human rights dialogues between the Australian and Vietnamese governments. Our community will lose a strong representative voice in Parliament in 2014. However, our friendship with Ron Boswell will last forever. Our friendship with Ron Boswell will last forever. I will always cherish his not pretty, but his pretty effective T-shirt that he gave me during the 2001 campaign. We thank him." That's from Viet Tran of the Queensland Vietnamese community in tribute to the late Ron Boswell AO.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. My contribution will be as short as Senator Boswell's contribution was long to this place, because many fine words have been said and many fine stories have been told. There are some stories that may get told afterwards, but I would like to associate myself particularly with the words of my National Party colleagues from Queensland and around the country, and to my leader. And I speak also as a former young Liberal from Queensland, not quite of Paul's generation. And I want to... I was in high school, like in 1988. I was at Innisfail High, actually. I'm going to cherry pick a word that actually Senator Canavan used in relation to the National Party, but in relation to Senator Boswell. And it's the word small. Even though Senator Boswell, or Bozzy, was larger than life, his vow when he entered this place was to be the voice for small businesses, for families, for the smaller end of our society. And he upheld those vows. Because when you travel around Queensland, as the LNP senators do, and there's 2 Liberals here and two Nationals, it's when you go to the north with the banana farmers. It's when you go up to Mareeba and the former tobacco growers. It's when you go to Harvey Bay, which used to have the best seafood festival in the country, where Ron Boswell was seen as a living deity because of the work he did for the fishers. That's the person who made this chamber a better place, who made Queensland a better place and made Australia a better place. So as an LNP senator for Queensland, I would like to thank Senator Boswell, Bozzy, for the service. I'd like to thank his family for lending him to us for such a long period of time. And our thoughts and our prayers go to all of you. And may Ron's life mission continue, not just with the National Party senators, not just with the Liberal Party senators in this place, but all of us, to stand up for what is right and for what is good. Vale Bozzy.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I rise to associate myself with the words of my colleagues in relation to the life of the Honourable Ronald Leslie Doyle Boswell AO, and acknowledge his daughter Kathy here in the chamber, and Sophie as well. I know they've gone. But and the service that he gave to this place for over 31 years. I was not a member of the National Party. I was a member of the coalition alongside Ron. And by the time I arrived here after the 2001 election, beginning of 2002, Bozzy was by then a very experienced player in this place. And I arrived off the back of his, at the same time as he'd been victorious after that 2001 campaign that so many of our colleagues have talked about, and one that was a really important one for us all at that point in time. It was an important fight to be had, and it was symptomatic of Boz. It demonstrated Bozzy's capacity for fight, his strength of conviction, which he showed all through his career, his principles in the way that he conducted himself, and also, as Senator Wong indicated, his respect. He would have the fight, but it would be done respectfully. And I think that, reflecting back on Ron's service, is something that would be of service to the way that this chamber operates now, as has been indicated by a number of others. Bozzy was always very self-depreciating. He talked about himself as being a paintbrush salesman, but he was a successful small business operator, and he brought that small business success and common sense into the way that he operated in the chamber. When we were working on committees together, he was always conducting his questioning of witnesses or officials of respective agencies with those people in mind that were his constituencies and the issues that he was interested in. I first met Boz when he was Parliamentary Secretary for Transport and Regional Services. He was a Queenslander, yes, but he loved coming to Tassie on an annual basis for a holiday and stayed at Bicheno on the east coast. And on this particular day in January of 2002, Bozzy was supposed to be in Devonport to do a sod turning for a new highway overpass. And we were all there at the appointed hour, or a little bit before, waiting for Boz to turn up. But no sign of Boz. So we started making phone calls. We got hold of his number, and for about 2 hours, Bozzy was 20 minutes away. Yeah, I'm only 20 minutes away. I'm only 20 minutes away. As I found out later, talking to Boz when we went for a walk up the mall and a cup of coffee, Bozzy had the wrong day. He thought the sod turning was the next day. But once he realised what was going on, he hopped in the car and took off. And we happily conducted the sod turning for the new overpass. He did introduce me as Senator-elect Robert Corbett, so he hadn't had time to read his notes all that well. But we went on to get on exceptionally well over a long period of time. We served on a number of committees together. Senator Cash reminded me this morning that we served together on the Select Committee on Climate Change. And that was quite a ride, I can tell you. Senator Cash, myself, former Senator McDonald and Bozzy on our side, and I was chairing the committee with then Senator Christine Milne as Deputy Chair. And if you in any way happen to threaten a pineapple farmer or a cannery as a part of the process of implementing the new policy that was being proposed, heaven forbid, because Bozzy would erupt, and his line of questioning would follow very intensely the impact on his pineapple farmers or the canneries that supported the pineapple farmers. And he was like that with all of the issues that he worked on. Bananas, the importation of ginger, the number of inquiries and discussions that we had in those days, and Senator Stirl, who sat around the table for many of those, would remember the Senate inquiries into biosecurity and importation of ginger into Australia, bananas and pineapples and all of those sorts of things. Bozzy was always there to defend the industries, the local communities in Queensland, and he would do it earnestly. And he would make sure that they all understood what was going on. And of course, as has been mentioned by so many people, his support of small business and a proper system of competition policy was always something that was very, very important to Boz. His seafood barbecue that he organised with his friends in the fishing industry at Christmas was legendary, and something that we all wanted to be a part of. I mean, he did have the odd mishap, poor old Boz. He was a larger-than-life character in more than many ways. And one morning at a House committee meeting, Boz stood up and his trousers stayed in the chair. Boz sat straight back down again. And I never saw him without braces after that day. And they became part of his persona, Bozzy with his braces. But he was never without them after that particular morning. And I mentioned his frequent trips to Tasmania and his love of some things Tasmanian. And in Tassie, there is a very rare delicacy that some of us enjoy. And that is a food called mutton birds. It's a short-tailed shearwater. Now, they are for people with a particular taste. Now, my mum and dad love mutton birds. They'll have an annual feed of mutton birds. Dad calls it his annual grease and oil change. They are a very greasy bird. They're known by the Indigenous community in Tasmania as yolla. So it's a customary Indigenous practice, but other people like mutton birds as well, and so did Boz. Now, Bozzy hadn't been to Tassie for a while. He'd been talking to me about how much he loved mutton birds. So one day on the way back from the Wynyard show, I saw a sign out saying mutton birds for sale. So I said to Galen, let's stop in and we'll grab some mutton birds and I'll take them up to Boz. He'll be delighted. So I went into the shop, got 4 mutton birds, brought them up, gave them to Boz, and he was delighted. He said, I'll go up to the dining room and I'll get them cooked. Now, for those who aren't initiated in the cooking of mutton birds, you need to take great care. They are extremely pungent. My mum cooks them outside in the carport, wrapped in tin foil in a little barbecue so that the smell doesn't get in the house. Bozzy gave no such warning to the kitchen staff up in the members' dining room. And when he turned up 2 hours later to pick up his mutton birds, they were undertaking a full industrial clean of the entire kitchen in the members' dining room because the mutton birds had stunk the place out. Not that it worried Boz. Boz collected his mutton birds, took them back to his office and enjoyed mutton bird sandwiches for lunch, and then thanked me at question time later that day, and we regaled of the story that the staff in the dining room, but they told him, don't ever bring that stuff back here again into our dining room because we're not cooking them for you. But Bozzy was not concerned about it at all. All he was worried about was that he'd had a very good feed of mutton birds and mutton bird sandwiches for lunch. Bozzy, as has been mentioned, when he wanted something or had something on his mind, was an irrepressible force. And it was one of his values. If he wanted to ask a question at question time, he was going to ask a question at question time. There was no point in arguing with him. The Tactics Committee would give Bozzy his question and he would duly ask it and he would run the issue from there. But he was great to work with. Like he was really great to work with. And as Senator Scarr mentioned, during the period between 2008 and 2013, a proposal from the then government to close huge swathes of the ocean around Australia put at threat the fishing industry, not just in Queensland, but right around the country. And Bozzy and myself and a couple of others worked extremely hard on this, and the number of people who we managed to engage on that particular issue was significant. Brett Mason said to me after the 2010 election it got him re-elected. And in 2013, when we took a policy to the Australian people which kept the marine parks but took away the closures and left capacity for the industry to stay there while we had a proper process, a good review by scientists, and then in 2017 the marine parks were proclaimed with the same boundaries but with a hugely reduced impact on the fishing industry. That was a huge success for, I think, us all, but something that I was delighted to work with Bozzy on. And I have to say, I am extremely proud to have received a mention in his book as a Liberal, because there weren't many of us that did. Bozzy was a Nat, that's the way it was. We all accept that and we we respect that. But as Senator Scarr mentioned, it was part of his last speech, and it was mentioned in his book. And I'm very proud of the fact that we were able to work on an issue of that nature, a very practical issue that was to the benefit of our communities around the country, particularly in the fishing industry, as it was at that point in time. And that's what personified Boz. It is that sort of thing that personified who he was. He was a person of conviction. His family was extremely important to him, as so many have already said. He worked hard for his communities. And while I didn't always agree with him on some issues, his strength of faith showed through, and that was a key part of who he was and what he did. He's right, he wasn't all that pretty, but he was, I think, more than pretty effective. He was very effective. But the way he played his politics was with respect. It was about achieving things for his communities, doing the things that he promised that he would do, loyally and with respect. And I believe that this country is a better person for that significant service of Senator Ron Boswell. I'm proud to have worked with him, proud to call him a friend and colleague. I extend my sincerest condolences to his family and his other colleagues who miss him, I know. He was a great servant of the Parliament, his state and the country. He deserved the recognition he got through his AO, and I very sincerely say my condolences to his family and rest in peace, Boz.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much. I also rise to associate myself with the remarks that have already been made and to honour the life and service of former Senator Ron Boswell AO, a man known affectionately to his colleagues and friends as Bozzy. Of course, I'd never called him Bozzy in the time that we were here together. But his passing marks the end of a remarkable chapter in the history of this chamber and the federal parliament. Senator Boswell served this nation for more than 3 decades, from his election to the Senate for Queensland in 1983 until his retirement in 2014. In that time, he became one of the longest-serving members of this chamber, the leader of the Nationals in the Senate for many years, and ultimately the father of the Senate. His was a career defined not by titles alone, but by conviction, loyalty, and an unwavering commitment to the people he represented. Although he came to represent Queensland, it is worth remembering that Ron Boswell's story began in Western Australia, where he was born in Perth in 1940. That connection was something that I always quietly appreciated. West Australians who head east often carry with them a certain independence of mind, and Ron Boswell certainly did. Of course, leaving Western Australia was also an astute political move, noting that the National Party has not had a senator elected from Western Australia since 1975.
Too soon.
While our time serving together in this chamber was brief, it was long enough to observe the deep respect he commanded across party lines. He was a parliamentarian who understood the institution, respected its traditions, and believed profoundly in the responsibility entrusted to those elected to serve. Ron Boswell entered politics from small business, and he never lost sight of those roots. In his first speech, he promised to be a voice for small business, primary industry and family values, and by any fair assessment, he kept that promise. He understood that farming, fishing and small enterprises were not abstractions in an economic model, but the lived reality of Australians working hard, often in difficult conditions, to build a future for their families. That lived experience shaped his politics and gave authenticity to his advocacy. Over his career, he fought many battles, some policy-driven, others political, but always guided by what he believed was right. He was proud of his work improving telecommunications in rural and regional Australia, ensuring communities in the bush had access to services many in our cities take for granted. He championed primary industries, stood up for regional jobs and advocated strongly for competition policies that protected small operators against concentrated market power. These were not fashionable causes in every political season, but he pursued them with persistence and determination. And to echo the remarks of Senator Scarr, importantly, Senator Boswell also demonstrated moral courage in confronting extremism when he saw it. I came to know a man called Ron Boswell, the political person, in the 1980s, as a young Liberal, not in Queensland, but in Western Australia. In 1988, he took on the League of Rights, a far-right, anti-Semitic organisation attempting to exert influence within sections of the community, at a time when doing so carried real political risk. He later reflected that this was the defining moment in his career, because to be taken seriously in public life, you must stand for something. This willingness to draw a clear line against intolerance speaks to his character and his understanding that democratic institutions must be defended not only through policy, but through principle. As we've heard today from many, those who work closely with him speak not only of his strength, but also his warmth, honour and loyalty. Ron Boswell was effective because he worked hard, built relationships, and understood that lasting outcomes often require persistence rather than headlines. He mentored younger colleagues, contributed more than 1,100 times in this Senate chamber, and never lost his sense that serving in Parliament was both a privilege and a responsibility. Beyond politics, Ron Boswell was a man of faith, family, and resilience. The personal dimensions of his life remind us that behind every public figure is a private life marked by love, hardship, perseverance, and loss. In 2020, he was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia, as Senator Colbeck has said, fitting recognition of a career dedicated to public service and to the communities that he represented. Yet I suspect that for Ron Boswell, the greatest honour always was the trust placed in him by the voters who returned him to this Parliament time and time again over 7 elections. Ron Boswell once quoted the words of St Paul in reflecting on his own career, that he had fought the good fight, finished the race, and kept the faith. Few could dispute that assessment. He served with conviction. He stood by his principles, and he left this Parliament having made a lasting contribution to the nation. On behalf of West Australians, particularly those who take pride in one of our own making such a significant mark on national life, I extend my deepest condolences to his family, his friends and his former colleagues in the Nationals. May he rest in peace.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy President. I would like also to associate myself with the incredible remarks of many of my colleagues in here today, and I think every single one of them told their own personal story about how a great man impacted on their lives. It's been a fun afternoon to hear them all. But I rise to make my own personal contribution on the condolence motion for the late Senator Ronald Leslie Doyle Boswell AO, and as everybody has mentioned, to most of us, he was just Bozzy. I was deeply saddened to learn of Bozzy's passing at the age of 85 because, as many have said before me, it marked the loss of a generation of politicians in this place. A generation of politicians that, in the eyes of many of us who are still here, was an absolute legend. You're one of the most fierce and faithful champions for what's right and the preparedness to go to the wall to make sure that what was right was defended. And Bozzy was an old-fashioned Nat who never shied away from a fight. And for more than 3 decades, he became known not just as a representative of Queensland, but a tireless representative and advocate for rural, regional Australian communities right across the country, not just in his home state of Queensland. He understood instinctively the strength that the nation must place on our rural and regional communities. And he was a tireless voice for those people who work in the bush, who work hard every day to catch and grow our food, and the communities that support our farmers. From the local pharmacist and the GP to the post office or the pub owner, Bozzy was always there supporting them. And he never wavered from standing up for the little guy, and no issue was too small to fight for. In this chamber, he never ever wavered from being a steady hand, principled, practical and grounded. And he brought a deep sense of loyalty to his party, to his constituency and to this place. But above all else, the thing that I will remember of Bozzy is he had incredible integrity. And even for those that disagreed with him, and there were many, they always knew exactly where they stood with him, and you could only but respect somebody for their absolute committed honesty. He was committed to his values, he was committed to his faith, and he was committed to the people that he represented. As I said, he was determined that rural and regional Australia would never play a second fiddle or be disadvantaged by the actions of those of us in this place. An determination that I think is shared by many of us. One of my favourite Ron Boswell memories epitomises his persistence when it came to an issue that he is really passionate about. Above all else, Bozzy hated hypocrisy and, in his own words, those virtue-signalling greenies. And when those greenies threatened the kangaroo industry in Australia, Bozzy went in to bat. Back in 2013-14, Bozzy decided he was going to take on the Californian government after they banned the import of kangaroo meat based on the argument that kangaroos in Australia were about to become extinct. Bozzy was so incensed by this thought, he decided his crusade against the Californian legislature. And it was a completely futile task. One senator from Queensland taking on the entire Californian government and legislature was never probably going to end up in great success. But Bozzy never, ever gave up. He advocated against California on just about any issue he could get his hands on until the day he left this parliament. And I can assure you, even after he left this parliament, he would make regular calls to me to make sure that I was still taking it up to the Californian government, because by that time I was the Assistant Minister for Agriculture, and apparently it was my job to represent the roo shooters of Australia in his absence. But Bozzy believed in service. He believed that representing people in this place was an honour and a responsibility, and something he never ever took lightly. He worked hard, he listened carefully, and he fought passionately for the issues that mattered, most particularly to regional Australians. Those who had the privilege, like me, for a very short time to work alongside him, know of his determination, but also of his incredible warmth, his humour and his sense of mateship. And I'm not going to disappoint and be the only person in this place not to mention the title of his slogan and the title of his memoirs, Not Pretty but Pretty Effective, because Bozzy was effective. He was effective as a politician. He was effective as a parliamentarian. He was very effective as a representative of the National Party and rural and regional Australians. And he was always on the lookout for a new recruit. I became the subject of his recruitment drive when I came first to this place. I was sitting up the other end, immediately adjacent to the National Party, because I was the last person in, so I immediately abutted the National Party seats on this side of the chamber, because we were in opposition back in 2012. And I gave my first speech, and Bozzy was sitting with Wacker Williams, and they turned around and they said to me straight after the thing that my speech clearly indicated that I actually was a closet gnat. I assured them that wasn't the case. I came from a state in South Australia where being a gnat was sort of, in conclusion, was probably something akin to being a kangaroo in California, close to being extinct. But that didn't stop Bozzy, because when I arrived at my desk the next day, there was a National Party membership form sitting on my desk. But seriously, he's got... some days, Richard. But seriously, his contribution to public life leaves an incredibly lasting legacy, and I don't think there'd be anybody in this place that would leave here or will leave here who wouldn't be proud to go out with the legacy that Bozzy left. The policies that he developed, they shaped the debates that influence regional and rural communities to this day, and they will continue to be a part of the strengthening of our rural and regional communities and the fabric of modern Australia because of the actions of Bozzy in this place. So can I extend my deepest condolences to Kathy and to Sophie and Tom and Will, his great-grandchildren and his family and friends, and all of those who had the privilege of working alongside Bozzy throughout his long and distinguished career. Today, we don't just honour a long-serving senator, but a man of conviction, a man of loyalty, a man of deep commitment, and a man that so many of us proudly can call a friend. Vale, Bozzy, my friend.
Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Deputy President. Just very quickly, I'd like to pay my respects to Bozzy and contribute in a couple of minutes with some fond memories I had of Ron Boswell. When I first came in here in 2005, sitting right opposite there was Bozzy, right in the corner like a happy Buddha. He owned that corner and he owned everyone around him. And I must say it was a pleasure to serve with Bozzy for 9 years until he pulled up stumps in 2014. But two very quick memories of Bozzy. When I was brand new and we all got the call you had to go to Government House. Remember when you're brand new and you dutifully got in the car and you all piled over there thinking, what the hell am I doing here? But I did. And as I walked up there, or pulled out the front, I got out the car with former Senator Hutchins, another dear friend, and he said, follow me. And we walked in and there were some lovely young people in Army uniforms, Navy uniforms and Air Force uniforms, and they were serving, little bits of food, hors d'oeuvres. Thank you, President, hors d'oeuvres. And there's Bozzy, this mountain of man. This was suspended braces days, standing there in the room, and he had in this hand, he had a sausage roll, and in this hand he had a party pie. And there's this tiny little lady standing up there with a plate with spring rolls. And Bozzy went, I kid you not, Bozzy went, looked at the sausage roll, looked at the party pie, in went the party pie as he grabbed the sausage roll. The spring roll. I thought only Bozzy could do that, and that was Bozzy. But another very, very fond memory is Senate estimates in the Rural, Regional Affairs and Transport Committee, which I had the pleasure of chairing for 6 years in government from 2007 to 13. And Bozzy would always come in the back way, and you knew, like clockwork, Bozzy was going to turn up to ask questions around AFMA and fishing, because that was his forte. And as he'd walk past everyone bumping chairs as he's coming down the skinny stretch, where the staff sit, and he'd go straight to the bicky room with a cup of tea and he'd get a handful of bickies. And Bozzy would come back and he'd bang every seat as he's on his way back down. He'd fall back into the seat, you'd hear this thud, and then you'd hear, and he'd say, Sterle, top of his voice while people were asking questions. He couldn't sit next to me to ask. He had to scream from the other end, have we done fisheries yet? And I'd say, geez, Bozzy, you've missed it again. And the word was similar to, ugh. And then there'd be a flurry of biscuits flying. He was like the Cookie Monster. And there was crumbs and everything flying. And I'd sit there every year for 6 years. I'd say, Bozzy, I'm only winding you up, mate. They're coming on next. Good. But I'm saying that, some very dear fond memories of Bozzy. Bozzy was an absolute legend. I'm not going to repeat what everyone else said. What a man. What a unit. What a leader. What a politician. I just tell you what, if I was in Queensland when Bozzy was on the hunt, you might have got me in the nats. Might have got me in the nats, but it's only Bozzy or my very dear friend, I said might have, if I was a young bloke in Queensland back then in '83. And my very, very dear friend, the former Senator Barry O'Sullivan, and my last memory of Bozzy, I had the privilege of sitting down at that Brisbane institution, the Breakfast Creek Hotel, because Bozzy had just lost his wife and Sully had knocked up a catch-up for Three Good Amigos, and we spent a Saturday afternoon in the Breakfast Creek Hotel with Bozzy and with Barry O'Sullivan and myself, and I'll tell you what, it was a lasting memory. Bozzy, thank you for the memories, mate, and Vale.
I just wish to add a few words. I didn't have the honour of serving in this place with Senator Ron Boswell. I did luckily encounter Senator Boswell, and he will, to me, always be Senator Boswell, Senator McDonald, as a staff member for Senator Matthias Cormann. And I think it's worth reflecting that in that period, and I'm talking about the 2010 to 2013 period, a time when Senator Boswell had already served 27 years in this place. He served on the Scrutiny of New Taxes Committee, which was the committee of the Senate that looked at the carbon tax and the mining tax. And I think it's fair to say that that committee was one of the key avenues for prosecuting the arguments that did, in the end, see the Liberal National Coalition return to government. And there was Senator Boswell, after having served 27 years, I think it's fair to say, getting towards the end of his career, in those committees prosecuting the case. And always, when Senator Boswell was in there prosecuting the case, it was about the impact on small business. It was about the impact on individuals. And I suspect Senator Canavan may have actually written quite a few of those questions, but in a former role as well. But Senator Boswell was always there, standing up for his community, standing up for the constituency that he saw as sending him here. He will be remembered. He played such an important role in this institution. To his family, to his friends, may he rest in peace. Senators, I'd ask you to join in a moment's silence to signify assent to the motion. The motion is carried.
So, Senators, I think we're at the festival of formal motions. Strap yourselves in, I think. Well, they'll presumably, if we're still doing them, it'll just be tomorrow. The positives, it'll go faster. There's me being completely inappropriate. So there you go. So we'll now proceed to the discovery of formal businesses. Now, I understand... so we'll start with government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Senator Walsh.
I ask that government business notice of motion 1, proposing the reference of a public work to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Walsh.
I move the motion and I table a statement in relation to the work.
So the question is that the motion standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, government business number 1, and moved by Senator Walsh, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Go to government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 2, authorising the loan of a petitioning document to the Museum of Australian Democracy, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Walsh.
I move the motion.
So the question is that government business 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher and moved by Senator Walsh, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Now go to general business 349, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 349 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Walsh?
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Walsh.
I move the following amendment. Omit all words after that. Substitute, the Senate notes that A, complying with an order to produce all estimates briefs would irreparably damage the ability of government departments and agencies to support the Estimates Committee process in the future. B, it is the collective nature of questioning at estimates that contributes to the Senate's scrutiny role. And C, the release of documents sought by orders to produce all estimates briefs would likely change the way that all government departments and agencies prepare for estimates and indeed all committee processes in the future.
So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator Walsh to General Business 349, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Sorry. Yes, true. Lock the doors. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator Walsh to General Business 349, standing in the name of Senator Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the right, and the noes shall move to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 39 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now deal with General Business 349, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. And if further divisions are required, I'll ring 1 minute bells. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 349, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business, notice of motion number 350, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 350 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Walsh.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Walsh.
I move the amendment to omit all words after that. Substitute the Senate notes that complying with an order to produce all estimates briefs would irreparably damage the ability of government departments and agencies to support the estimates committee process in the future. It is the collective nature of questioning at estimates that contributes to the Senate's scrutiny role, and the release of documents sought by orders to produce all estimates briefs would likely change the way that all government departments and agencies prepare for estimates and indeed all committee processes in the future.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator Walsh to general business notice of motion number 350 be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator Walsh to general business notice of motion number 350 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now ask that general business notice of motion number 350 standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Well, I'm losing my mind. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 350, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 351, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 351 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Walsh.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Walsh.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute. The Senate notes that complying with an order to produce all estimates briefs would irreparably damage the ability of government departments and agencies to support the estimates committee process in the future. It is the collective nature of questioning at estimates that contributes to the Senate's scrutiny role, and release of documents sought by orders to produce all estimates briefs would likely change the way that all government departments and agencies prepare for estimates and indeed all committee processes in the future.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Walsh to general business notice of motion number 351 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Walsh to general business notice of motion number 351, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 39 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that general business notice of motion number 351, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Okay. No, I know. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 351, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. As you know. Order. There being 39 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Okay. So we're now dealing with general business notice of motion number 352, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 352 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Walsh.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Walsh.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute the Senate notes that complying with an order to produce all estimates briefs would irreparably damage the ability of government departments and agencies to support the estimates committee process in the future. It is the collective nature of questioning at estimates that contributes to the Senate's scrutiny role. And the release of documents sought by orders to produce all estimates briefs would likely change the way that all government departments and agencies prepare for estimates and, indeed, all committee processes in the future.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Walsh to general business notice of motion number 352, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 352 as amended by Senator Walsh be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put the question on general business notice of motion number 352, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 352, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 353, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 353 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Senator McAllister?
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that and substitute the Senate notes that complying with an order to produce all estimates briefs would irreparably damage the ability of government departments and agencies to support the Estimates Committee process in the future. It is the collective nature of questioning and estimates that contributes to the Senate's scrutiny role, and the release of documents sought by orders to produce all estimates briefs would likely change the way that all government departments and agencies prepare for estimates and indeed all committee processes in the future.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator McAllister to general business notice of motion number 353 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Thank you. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McAllister to general business notice of motion number 353 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put the amendment. So the question, notice of motion. So general business notice of motion number 353, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 353, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 354, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Yep. Oh, beg your pardon, sorry. Yes, sorry, Senator McKim. So I made a mistake. It's 354, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. Senator McKim.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Faruqi, I ask that general business notice of motion 354 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
Move the motion.
Thank you. Senator McAllister.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McAllister.
I move the following amendment. Omit all words after that and substitute A, orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B, senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. So the question is that the amendment as Senator McAllister moved to general business notice of motion number 354, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Sorry. Do it? Okay. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator McAllister to Senator Faruqi's 354 general business motion be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the... I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put the motion. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 354, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 354, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 355, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. Senator McKim.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 355 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator McAllister.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McAllister.
I move the following amendment. Omit all words after that and substitute orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B, senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph B and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator McAllister to general business notice of motion number 355, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McAllister to general business notice of motion number 355 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put the motion. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 355, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 355, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, it being almost 6:30, with the indulgence of the Senate, the remaining motions where the divisions required will be deferred. So I'll put the remainder of those motions and then deal with any other introductions, etc. after that. Senator Shibridge? Oh, happy to keep going. So we'll now deal with general business. Notice of motion number 356, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. Sorry. Yeah, Senator McKim.
Thanks. I ask that general business notice of motion number 356 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
Move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice. Senator McAllister.
Amend motion 356.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McAllister.
I move the following amendment. Omit all words after that and substitute orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McAllister to general business notice of motion number 356 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McAllister to general business notice of motion number 356 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that general business notice of motion number 356, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. That will, division required, that will be deferred. So I'll now move to general business, notice of motion number 357, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. Senator McKim.
President, I move that general business, I ask that general business notice of motion 357 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
I move the motion.
Senator Green.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers, should be used when other processes have been exhausted, rather than for fishing expeditions. And paragraph B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is that the amendment as... order, Senator Lambie. Order. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 357 standing in the name of Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. That'll be a deferred vote. I'll now move to the motion itself. So the question... So the clerk has informed me because we can't resolve this question, we can go no further on the amendment. So my mistake there. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 358, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
Yes, notice of motion number 358 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So Senator Green. Senator Green.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green.
I move the amendment as follows. Paragraph 2, omit all the words after Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs and substitute is not required to comply with this order.
So the question is, order, order, order. Senator Thorpe, come to order. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President. We're sympathetic to Senator Thorpe's desire for more information and transparency about incidents and risks now associated with Australia Day events. However, the opposition will not be supporting this OPD as there would be significant risks and dangers exposing ASIO intelligence in this way. To the best of our knowledge and for the very good reasons in respect of national security, there has not been a single motion passed in the Parliament that has ordered ASIO documents in the entirety of that organisation's existence going back to 1949, and it should not happen here today or when the vote's happening.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Green to Senator Thorpe's general business motion 358 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Division required. Well, it's her decision. Division required. So I've called it for the noes and a division was required, so that will be deferred. So I'll now move to 361, standing in the name of Senator McGrath. Senator Thorpe? We dealt with the amendment. It's deferred.
The amendment is deferred, but what about my motion?
It can't continue because we don't have a definitive vote on the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll now deal with general business notices of motion number 361, standing in the name of Senator McGrath. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator McGrath, I ask that general business notice of motion number 361 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Green.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute the Senate notes that paragraph A, complying with an order to produce all estimates briefs would irreparably damage the ability for government departments and agencies to support the estimates committee processes in the future. B, it is the collective nature of questioning estimates that contributes to the Senate's scrutiny role. And C, the release of documents sought by orders to produce all estimates briefs would likely change the way that all government departments and agencies prepare for estimates and indeed all committee processes in the future.
Thank you, Senator Green. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 361, standing in the name of Senator McGrath, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. That will be deferred. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 362, standing in the name of Senator McGrath. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator McGrath, I ask that general business notice of motion number 362 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Green.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. Senator Green.
Thanks, President. I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute the Senate notes that complying with an order to produce all estimates brief would irreparably damage the ability of the government departments and agencies to support the estimates committee processes in the future. It is the collective nature of questioning estimates that contributes to the Senate's scrutiny role, and the release of documents sought by orders to produce all estimates briefs would likely change the way that all government departments and agencies prepare for estimates and indeed all committee processes in the future.
So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 362, standing in the name of Senator McGrath, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Another deferred motion. Thank you. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 363, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 363 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Green.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that and substitute A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers. Should be used when all other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Senator Green. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 363, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required? I will defer that. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 364, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 364 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Green.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green.
Thank you. I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers. Should be used when all other processes have been
Senator
exhausted,
McKenzie.
rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is the amendment as read, moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 364, standing in the name of Senator McKenzie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required? We'll defer that. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 365, standing in the name of Senator McKenzie. Senator McKenzie.
I ask that general business notice of motion 365, looking for the documents related to Australia Day research project, be taken as a formal motion.
So is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKenzie.
Motion.
Thank you. Senator Green.
Leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers. Should be used when all other processes have been exhausted, rather than for fishing expeditions. And senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 365, standing in the name of Senator McKenzie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Deferred division. Thank you. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 366, standing in the name of Senator McKenzie.
I asked that general business notice of motion 366 to seeking an order for production of documents around the drafting instructions for the firearms and custom laws be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this being taken as a formal motion? There being none, I'll call Senator McKenzie.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Senator Green.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when all other processes have been exhausted. And B. Senators can seek information through questions without notice, questions on notice, or through Senate estimates.
Thank you, Senator Green. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 366, standing in the name of Senator McKenzie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. I'm going to put that again. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Defer until another date. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 367, standing in the name of Senator McKenzie.
I ask that general business notice of motion 367 that seeks the production of documents around the consultation the government did with respect to the firearms and custom laws changes be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKenzie.
I move the motion and hope the government complies with it.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Senator Green.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers. Should be used when all other processes have been exhausted. And B. Senators can seek information through questions without notice, questions on notice, and through Senate estimates.
Senator McKim, I have called order. Senator O'Sullivan. So the question is that the amendment as order. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 367 standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required? We will defer that until tomorrow. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie, or another day. So we'll now move to 368, standing in the name of Senators Lambie and Shoebridge. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I seek leave to use the Senate's power to postpone general business notice of motion 368 till tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Is leave granted? I'm assuming it is. Thank you, Senator Lambie. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 371, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. I indicated to the chamber I would deal with all of the motions and then I would go to the bills, etc. I did indicate that at 6:30. Senator Green?
Sorry, just seeking some direction, President. We are happy to deal with all of the motions in order of... because there are no divisions tonight, but I think that would be the best way to proceed.
Well, I have indicated to the chamber that I would deal with the motions first and then deal with the other matters. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 371, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be... Oh, I'm calling Senator Askew.
Thanks. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 371 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Green?
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green?
Thanks. I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when all other processes have been exhausted. And B. Senator Bragg has been offered a briefing by the Minister for Housing.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Yes, President. Point of order. Point of order on 196, tedious repetition. We're hearing tedious repetition from the government on all of these motions.
That was a question raised last week about reading the amendments, and it is the Senator's prerogative to read the amendments, and that's what she is choosing to do. So, yeah.
I just make the point for the Senator's benefit that amendment is different than the last one. Thank you for noticing.
Okay.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment, as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 371 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. We'll defer that one. Thank you. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 372, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 372 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Green?
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move an amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when all other processes have been exhausted. And B. Senator Bragg has been offered a briefing by the Minister for Housing.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Green to general business notice of motion number 372, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I beg your pardon, the ayes have it. Division required. So we'll defer that until tomorrow. We'll now do 374, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Are we skipping 373?
I indicated to the chamber at 6:30,
That's a motion.
Senator Payman, that I would deal with all the motions first and then go to what was left. So we're dealing with 374, which I think is order for production of documents. Senator Payman, I have a senator on his feet, so I'll come back.
President, just seeking your clarification. I thought your ruling earlier was in regards to introduction of bills.
Yeah, I said I'd leave those till the
whereas
end.
this is not an introduction of a bill.
I know that. That's why we're doing it now. It's an OPD.
Oh. 373.
No, I said 374.
373 is not.
Oh, Beg your pardon. But that still constitutes, it's not an OPD, so that's why I've put it to the bottom. It's consideration. Yeah, and it's I can do these in, this is the order I've chosen to do them. Yeah, I indicated to the chamber at 6:30 that I would deal with all the OPDs and then deal with the rest. So that's, in my view, a rest. So, Senator Payman, we're dealing with 374.
General business notice of motion number 374 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Green?
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green?
I move an amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute A, orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B, senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Green to the general business motion number 374 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. We'll defer that one. Thank you, senators. We'll now deal with 375, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 375 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Green?
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Green.
I move the amendment as follows. Omit all words after that. Substitute A, orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B, senators seeking to the order of production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Senator Green. So the question is that the amendment, as Senator Green moved to general business notice of motion number 375, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. We'll defer that. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 378, standing in the name of Senator Antic. Yep.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Antic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 378 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 378, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the... I'm going to put that again. People need to be clear. So the question is that general business notice of motion 378, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So I'm now dealing with general business notice of motion number 379, standing in the name of Senator Antic. Senator Scarr.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 379 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Scarr.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 379, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 380, standing in the name of Senator Antic. Senator Scarr.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 380 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Scarr.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 380, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 382, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Scarr.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 382 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Scarr.
I move the motion.
Senator Green.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Green.
Thanks, President. I move the amendment as follows. Omit all
Order.
words after that the Senate substitute. Notes that the government has provided a response to order for production of documents number 119, and B, requires no further action from the Minister representing the Minister for Housing or the Minister representing the Treasurer.
Thank you, Senator Green. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Green to General Business Notice of Motion number 382, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. We'll defer that one. We will now go back to 369, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 369, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this matter being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
So the question is, beg your pardon, the motion is moved by Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Payman.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
Senator Payman.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Payman.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Payman. We'll now move to general business. Notice of motion number 373, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 373 be postponed to the next sitting day.
Is leave granted?
Sorry.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Payman.
Thank you.
We'll now move to General Business Notice of Motion number 376, standing in the name of Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 376, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this matter being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Duniam.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Duniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Duniam.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Duniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Senator Duniam.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Duniam.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Duniam. And Senator Duniam will now move to General Business Notice of Motion 377.
Thank you, President. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 377 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Duniam.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 377, standing in the name of Senator Duniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Deferred vote. Thank you very much. And I think this is the last one. I'll just concur with the clerk. Senator David Pocock isn't here. Very much. The deferred vote is obviously deferred. We'll now move to messages.
Very
messages. Thank you.
The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Bill 2025, Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Clerk.
Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Bill 2025, Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. All of those of that opinion say aye. Against? Questions carried. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Bill 2026, National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Transitional Provisions Bill 2026. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Put the question. All of those that are in that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Clerk.
National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Bill 2026, National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
All those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025, Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission and Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. Minister.
I've moved that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Clerk.
Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025, Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025, National Health Amendment Passive Immunological Products Bill 2026, Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes No. 1 Bill 2026, and Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 2 Bill 2026. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Clerk.
Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025, National Health Amendment Passive Immunological Products Bill 2026, Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes No. 1 Bill 2026, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures No. 2 Bill 2026.
Minister.
I did that, didn't I? I table a revised. I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures No. 2 Bill 2026, and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister.
I move that debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment supporting choice and superannuation and other measures Bill 2025 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and superannuation and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister. No? Me. In accordance with Standing Order 115.3, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 4th of March 2026. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Royal Commission Legislation Amendment protections for providing information Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
All of those that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to royal commissions and for related purposes.
Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to exempt this bill from the bill's cut-off order.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I table a statement of reasons justifying the need for this bill to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statement incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the provisions of paragraphs 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to this bill.
Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that that debate be now adjourned.
Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 15 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? I call Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. I move the motion. What we're asking today is for the Senate to note that the US and Israeli attack on Iran is contrary to international law, that Australia is in breach of international law both by supporting this war and permitting US bases in Australia to support the war, and that as a middle power, Australia must work with like-minded countries around the world to uphold international law. Now, we hear a lot from the Albanese government, from Foreign Minister Wong, about international law and breaches of international law when it's countries other than the United States and Israel breaching the law. You can go back barely a week ago and Minister Wong clearly called out Russia's attacks on Ukraine and pointed out that for 4 years now, Russia has been in breach of international law in its attacks on Ukraine. And she's right when she says that. But astoundingly, when it comes to the illegal war by Trump and Netanyahu on Iran, we have Minister Wong, the same minister who can call out the illegality of Russia's invasion, say the legal basis of this is for the United States and Israel to explain. What a duck and cover. What an avoidance strategy that is from the Albanese Labor government. They obviously would never say it about Russia, because that would be an obscenity to say. You let Russia decide whether or not its attack on Ukraine is in breach of international law. We don't. We say it loudly, we say it clearly. But the Albanese government is so scared of their so-called ally, Donald Trump, so scared to offend Benjamin Netanyahu, they won't even engage in it. And all the while, we see the US making it clear that this war is illegal. And just not even 24 hours ago, the US Secretary of War said in relation to their illegal war on Iran, no stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win and we don't waste time or lives. He's saying it clearly. The war is being engaged illegally. And we know it's based on a lie. The so-called threat to the US, the lies about the imminent nuclear threat, it's the most blatant lie. And unlike in the war in Iraq, there's not even been a vague effort from Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu to try and pretend this is legal. And then we get told Australia has no part in it. We know Australia has hundreds of ADF troops stationed with the US right now, across different US commands. Not a single word from the Defence Minister about instructions being given that they're to be pulled out of the line, that they're not to be used in this US war. And we also know, because the Albanese government has been trumpeting it, that there are scores of Australians currently serving frontline duties on US nuclear submarines, including ones that are engaged in missile strikes in Iran. Why will the government not tell us the truth? Because it is embarrassing, it is inconvenient for them to point out it's an illegal war and Australia's in it up to its neck. And then we get the doublespeak on Pine Gap. The constant refrain from the Albanese government, like the Coalition, like One Nation, that no, the Australian public should know nothing. They should be mushrooms when it comes to finding out what happens in Pine Gap. And we get this specious line of argument that Australian troops are not directly involved in the war through Pine Gap. But Australian troops, Australian personnel keep Pine Gap running. Pine Gap runs as an integral part of the US's global war-making machine, and Pine Gap is being used right now to target bombs, to target killing in Iran. And anything the government says to the contrary to that is a plain, bald-faced lie. Be honest with the Australian people. The Albanese government should say they don't care if the war is illegal or not. They don't care if the rules of law and engagement are being breached because Donald Trump has told them to do it and they're just going to meekly follow. What a disgrace. What a betrayal of the national interest.
Senator Patterson.
Acting Deputy President, and I rise to briefly put on the record again the Coalition's position in relation to this issue. I understand that the Greens have a principled and consistent position which is anti-war. Nonetheless, I thought that it was a significant omission from Senator Shoebridge's 5-minute speech that he didn't even attempt to wrestle with the difficult choices required when making decisions about whether to go to war or not, and didn't even contemplate for a second on the public record the crimes of the Iranian regime. The crimes of the Iranian regime are significant. They are crimes that they've committed against their own people, they are crimes that they've committed against their neighbours, and they are crimes that they have committed against Australia. Let's start with Australia because this is the Australian Senate and we're concerned with Australia's national interest. We now know, courtesy of assessments of our own intelligence agencies, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of the Iranian regime is responsible for at least 2 acts of state-sponsored terror on Australian soil targeting our Jewish community. The firebombing of the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne, plus the attack on the Lewis Continental Kitchen in Sydney, have been assessed to be the responsibility of Iran. Our intelligence agencies say that at least those 2 attacks were masterminded, paid for and coordinated by the Iranian regime, but that many of the other attacks over the last 2 years in this country targeting the Jewish community might have also been the responsibility of the Iranian regime. That's one reason why Australia should be supportive of the US and Israel action against Iran. Secondly, of course, though, Iran is a destabilising actor, particularly in the Middle East. It is the world's largest state sponsor of terror. It has used proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis to do incredible damage across the Middle East, including to civilian targets. It is responsible for countless civilian deaths across the Middle East carried out by its terror proxies, which it arms, equips, trains and directs. This is a significant crime of the Iranian regime. But of course, perhaps the worst crime of the Iranian regime are the crimes that they perpetrate against their own people. In their 47 years of history, they've engaged in horrific repression of their own people, horrific repression of ethnic and religious minorities, horrific repression of political dissidents, and horrific repression of women. It is very significant that much of the protests in recent years in Iran have been under the banner of the Woman Life Freedom movement. It was started in response to the horrific killing of Mahsa Amini, a woman who refused to be veiled, contrary to the Islamic dictates of the Ayatollah's regime. She was brutally and violently murdered for that crime of refusing to wear a headscarf, and thousands, if not millions, of Iranians have marched in her name ever since. We know in recent months that tens of thousands of those people, according to credible media reports and human rights organisations, have been cruelly and coldly murdered by that regime, in particular by the IRGC and other religious enforcers of that regime. This is a despicable regime and one that does not deserve any sympathy at all from any Australian, much less from the Senate. And I would have thought that in a contribution about international law and the rights of wrongs in this war, that Senator Shoebridge would at least mention that, as some of his Greens colleagues have in the past, recognising the horrific crimes that are being perpetrated against the Iranian people. I think it's also significant that if you look at the reaction from the Iranian diaspora in Australia, that it is not uniform, but almost uniform, almost unanimous, that they have reacted with unprecedented joy and celebration at the Israeli-US strikes against this regime. Look at the protests in the streets. Any senator who's received any correspondence from the Iranian community in Australia would know that overwhelmingly they welcome the strikes on the regime. They are very clear. These are the people who've had to live under this regime. These are the people who have had to flee this regime. These are people who've had to find home in our country, and they say it is a good thing that the United States and Israel have taken this action. It is a good thing that the Ayatollah and his henchmen have been removed from power. And I think we have an obligation to listen carefully to that community, to listen carefully to those voices, particularly when they are so unanimous and so overwhelming. There are difficult choices to be made by nation-states in times like this. I think it is the right thing, and that is even before we get to the degradation of the nuclear and ballistics program of this regime.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The armed conflict underway in the Middle East and in Iran creates a number of matters of urgency both in that region and around the world. It is our hope that the people of Iran are able to reclaim their country and begin the process of rebuilding and recovery from the monstrous reign of Ayatollah Khamenei, who was a part of an Iranian regime that engaged in oppression, atrocities and murder around the world. Ayatollah Khamenei brutalised the people of Iran for decades, and the brutality of that regime was evident in the systemic mass killing of protesters in the early part of 2026, with estimates of tens of thousands of people killed by that regime. Those crimes were broadcast all over the world, and they shocked the world, but they were emblematic of what this regime was willing to do to its own people in order to stay in power. Unlawful and mass killings were a common tool of the regime. It was a regime that killed protesters during the Woman Life Freedom protests in 2022, with reports of hundreds killed. It used live ammunition against protesters before. In November 2019, the regime cracked down on protesters that were seeking their own freedom, seeking relief from the oppressions of the regime itself, and the estimates of the death toll on that occasion were more than 300. In addition to the use of violence, the regime has cut off communications and internet access to millions in Iran to try to hide their atrocities and try to limit the ability of people to protest against the regime itself. The regime has tortured and abused prisoners, including political prisoners, deliberately blinded and maimed Iranian citizens, and has routinely executed those who it regarded as its opponents, those who it took into custody as political prisoners, and an array of others who were arbitrarily selected for violence by this regime. The regime has created a culture of fear within Iran, and its citizens have not known freedom for generations. The regime has also sponsored and fomented terrorism and violence around the world, including here in Australia. Senator Patterson has referred to the two attacks, including that terrible attack on the Adassa synagogue in Melbourne, the result of the activities of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who were implicated in that attack, an anti-Semitic attack and an act of state-sponsored terrorism. As Prime Minister Albanese has said, the Iranian regime has shown in recent days why it remains a threat to peace and stability in the region. It is engaged in a series of almost endless attacks, including against residential areas frequented by tourists, and airports, which reduce the ability of people to leave those areas. We've seen it on the news. It's almost unthinkable the extent to which they are arbitrarily and indiscriminately firing on different parts of the country and a range of different countries in the region. The strikes against Iran were initiated and conducted by the United States and Israel, and the government does support acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security in the region. The world has long recognised that Iran's nuclear program poses a threat to international peace and security, and that Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That would be a disastrous outcome from a humanitarian and security perspective. And we know that Iran has contravened its nuclear non-proliferation and safeguards obligations a number of times. The government's priority is to keep 115,000 Australians or so currently in the region safe, and that is what the government's focus is. That's from the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister and the Ministry down. We do not want to see a further regional escalation, and we condemn the attacks on civilians that the Iranian government has undertaken. As a good and active middle power, Australia is in contact with our international partners, including in the region, and is using every effort to help Australians who are stranded to get back home. And we stand with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against an oppressive regime. Our thoughts are with all Australians impacted by those events, particularly with those who have family and loved ones in the region, including myself. And we say that there are matters of urgency at stake here. Peace in the region is a matter of urgency. The end of a tyrant and the end of a repressive regime is a matter of urgency, and so is improving prospects for peace around the world.
Thank you, Senator Gosh. Senator Pocock. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that the question be put.
Thank you. So the motion is that the question of the motion is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be put. All those. We didn't really need to do all that. The question is the question be put. All those that opinion say aye. Against? No. The ayes have it. There being a division required, we'll defer that vote. Thank you. Senator Dunniam has moved a motion, submitted a proposal understanding order number 75 today, shown at item number 15 on today's order of business. Is the motion supported, or the proposal supported? I call Senator Dunniam to move the motion.
President, it's a really very important issue, and I'm pleased I'm in the Senate to be able to make this contribution at this hour. Absolutely. despite the day that it has been. It is important to deal with this issue, and it's one we've been asking a lot of questions about, President, but receiving no answers whatsoever from the government, who are doing the whole nothing to see here trick about this very important matter that goes to the heart of national security and the heart of the integrity of our immigration and border protection system in this country. And of course, the urgency motion that I have moved, with the support of my colleagues, is as follows: the need for clarity and accountability regarding the government's dangerous approach to the management of ISIS brides and their children, particularly in light of misleading public statements and the ill-advised adoption of a policy of self-managed returns. And, Acting Deputy President, can I say, this is the big problem with the government's approach to these matters. It's not our problem approach. The fact that they say that there is a right that citizens have to a passport, but then by the same token, no measures put in place to protect our country from any risk that may occur or may appear on the part of an individual who's been to a declared area, and of course for those listening along at home, a declared area, a terrorist hotspot. Syria is a declared area to which these so-called ISIS brides travelled. The fact that there is this hands-off approach to the security risk that these individuals may pose to our country is the problem. To that end, this is why we have called on the government to not only answer questions, and we'll come to those a bit later on in my contribution, but to adopt the legislation that we have proposed, Acting Deputy President, which is to close the loophole around self-managed returns. Of course, there have been repatriations undertaken by governments of both colours, both the Coalition when in government and, of course, the Labor Party in government. In 2019, we repatriated as a coalition government a group of orphans from this very area. It was a process that went through all of the appropriate intelligence processes. Security assessments were undertaken, and of course decisions were made based on full advice and information available to those authorities that provide government advice. In 2022, similarly, the government repatriated adults and some children of this cohort to Australia. That was a decision by government. Now we have a situation where the government is saying, no, we're not going to assist, but we're happy for others to do so, for private individuals to repatriate people from a part of the world.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. The time for the debate has expired. I put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The ayes have it. There being a division required, that will be deferred until a future date. I propose that the Senate now adjourn. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Sorry, a little bit out of breath because I just ran from another meeting to get to here. It was quite the sight running across the courtyard in heels. But on a more serious matter, I want to talk about community safety and confronting the environment in which hatred grows. Violence doesn't begin with a weapon. It begins with words. It begins with choosing to focus on what makes us different from each other rather than looking for our shared humanity. It begins with the normalisation of othering, the quiet, everyday act of reducing a person to a single attribute, whether the colour of their skin, their faith or any other marker, and then assigning value or judgment on an entire group on that basis. Racism grows when division is normalised. In the last week, we've seen distressing acts of racism reported by players from the Fitzroy Stars football and netball club. We've seen Senator Hanson make abhorrent comments against Muslims. Her comments were outrageous and they must not be normalised. Yet, just yesterday, the Coalition refused to support the censure motion that named Senator Hanson explicitly. Sure, not all of it, just the part that called her out. Not all of them, not all of you, that is true. Thank you, Senator Scarr and Senator McLaughlin. I want to acknowledge you both. It was disgraceful that this parliament couldn't come together in calling out Senator Hanson. Words absolutely matter. When people in positions of power speak in ways that exclude or target whole communities, it affects how people treat each other out in the community. We all have a responsibility to call out racism and to build a culture of respect and inclusion. And as parliamentarians, trusted with shaping the country we live in, we cannot shirk away from that responsibility. When leaders lack the courage to draw a line, it sends another message, that this type of rhetoric is okay in our country. But this government, does not tolerate racism. It is never, ever acceptable. I am a First Nations woman. I know what happens when dehumanising language goes unchecked. When identity itself becomes grounds for suspicion or exclusion, the consequences are not abstract. They are real and they are generational. Community safety means more than responding to acts of violence after they occur. It means preventing the conditions that allow extremism to flourish. It means challenging vilification early before it escalates from slur to threat, from threat to harm. Hatred does not start at the point of violence. It starts small. A stereotype repeated, a community scapegoated, a public figure amplifying fear for political gain. If we are serious about keeping all Australians safe, Jewish Australians, Muslim Australians, First Nations Australians, migrant communities, every single one, then anti-racism work must be central to our national agenda. That includes education, strong community partnerships, countering online radicalisation and leadership that is unambiguous in its defence of dignity and equality. To every community that has felt targeted, you deserve to be safe. You deserve to feel safe. You deserve to be respected in this country that we all love. And to this Parliament, our responsibility is clear. Not only to condemn hatred when it erupts, but to prevent it from taking root and to call it out when we see it, without hesitation and even when it occurs in this building. We must stand for respect, dignity and inclusion. That's how we strengthen community safety, and that is absolutely how we strengthen our nation.
Thanks, Senator Stewart. Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you. The Sturt River is a 27-kilometre long stream that starts in the Adelaide Hills, breaks out of the escarpment and flows across the southwestern Adelaide alluvial plains towards the Gulf of St Vincent. With normal flows, it is a diminutive stream, not much more than a creek, but it carves its way through an ancient landscape that is the remnant of a once large mountain range. The waterway is famous, at least to the geologist community, because the landscape offered early evidence of global glacial events. Long before engineers thought to tame its flow, this waterway carried deep meaning for the Kaurna people, who know it as Warri Parri, the windy place by the river. Today, the Warri Paringa Kaurna Living Cultural Centre sits on a bend where the stream emerges from the hills and spills onto the plains. This is the last point where it can be still recognised as in its natural course. For in the 1960s and 70s, misguided engineering saw its flows diverted into a concrete channel. The serpentine path of the river was buried and built over as if it never existed. In the process, ancient river red gums were destroyed, along with Aboriginal cultural places and an entire river ecosystem. A flood dam was also built in the Sturt Gorge to protect the downstream urbanisation of the old floodplain. The foolishness of our failed engineering solutions were eventually understood and acknowledged by the state government, less than 20 years after this system had been built. In 1991, the state government strategic planning document for Adelaide, titled Vision 2020, was accompanied by plans to reverse engineer the system and help bring the river back to life. It was a bold plan, driven by a sense of contrition and cautiously advising that it may take around 30 years to implement. In the end, an off-stream wetland or two were built, but disappointingly, nothing much else has happened since. Now in 2026, we have a problem of continued urban flooding, a channel that is starting to structurally fail, and polluted water is still flushing into the sea. Intergenerational investment is needed to bring this stream back to life. While it may be too late to restore the river to its former natural beauty, we can still aspire to set it free, to revive its flows, renew its spirit and protect the flora and fauna that has survived. The community goodwill is there, but that will not be enough. We need a succession of ambitious governments to rise to the challenge and pursue the restoration. I thank community leaders Corey Turner and Des Fowles for sharing with me their dream of releasing these waters from their concrete prison. As Corey rightly says, the river needs room to breathe and to live. We have imprisoned her and made her and ourselves unhealthy. It is an incredibly ambitious project at a time when our society only talks of growth and not about the cost of such growth to our natural world. Waripari, the Sturt River, is an example of what unrestrained development inevitably delivers. When nature is not at the heart of decision-making, you bequeath your communities not a sustainable future, but a pitiless dystopian landscape. The potential sale of Warradale Army Barracks that sits alongside the river offers the perfect opportunity to take the first step in reclaiming land for nature. I acknowledge that encouraging conversations across Adelaide are beginning. Corey and Des are at the forefront of them. It's time for nature to come first. It's time for us to right the wrongs of the past.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Well, there is growing expert consensus around the world that the Trump-Netanyahu attack on Iran is illegal. The Greens condemn the illegal, abhorrent and unilateral attacks in Iran. It is clearly contrary to international law, and Australia is in breach of international law both in supporting this war and permitting US bases in Australia to support it. We are an important middle power. We have a responsibility to work with other countries around the world to uphold international law. International law does not uphold itself. It does not withstand the bullying of US presidents unless countries like ours stand up against them. History shows that we cannot bomb our way to peace. No one can bomb their way to peace. We cannot bomb our way to democracy. How many times do we have to prove it? Like every other war based on lies and contempt, it is citizens who pay the price of mad, militaristic kings drunk on their own power, attempting to distract from their own domestic disasters. We've seen these lies before, just as we've seen the rubble before, just as we have seen the bodies before. We remember Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. Millions of people died in these invasions, also based on falsehoods and false information. In each of those wars, we were all the way with the USA, and here we are again. And this time, we're following Trump, who is at least honest in his contempt for international law or even for his own constitution. To claim that he is fighting for democracy in Iran when he holds democracy in such contempt in his own country defies belief. If you do not learn from history, you are bound to repeat it, and here we are. Repeating the murder of innocent civilians based on lies and a failure to join with other countries to uphold international law. It is truly incredible to me that this Australian Labor government was the first in the world to support Trump's illegal attacks. Like so many others, I listened in disbelief to the weasel words from Labor and the untruths about a nuclear threat. In Trump's State of the Union address, as we've heard many times in this place, he claimed that last year's strikes completely wiped out, obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Yet Minister Wong said that these attacks are justified because they would prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, a false, fake shield that Minister Wong projects and constructs.
What this means in reality is that powerful thugs are waging war on a false pretext, while civilian women, kids, men and children pay the price. We've already seen hundreds of people killed in the bombings of primary schools, hospitals, and more each day in this illegal war. The Greens have consistently and clearly condemned the Iranian regime's violent response to recent protests and the long, murderous history of a brutal regime. We've backed the Women, Life, Freedom movement, but we know that the people of Iran who have been the victims of this brutal regime will be the same people who are right now being killed, injured and driven into further poverty and fear by US and Israeli bombing. The Labor government must immediately rule out Australian support for Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war. No resources, no intelligence, no more cover. We must work with like-minded countries to promote peace in the region and for the people of Iran. The Greens are the only anti-war party standing in this parliament against the parties of Labor, Coalition and One Nation, and we will not shift from that stance against a war that is illegal, against a war that repeats history and makes civilians pay the price for people who are trampling on international law.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Chair, I rise to pay tribute to a beloved son, friend and young schoolboy, 16-year-old Chris Rua Anthony, who was killed while walking home from school on the 13th of February. Chris was a Year 11 student at Mazenod College in Mulgrave, Victoria. He was the younger brother to his sister Auxilia and the only son to his grief-stricken parents, both teachers, Anthony Francis and Agal. So loved and respected for his 16 years that a memorial service held at his school on the 23rd of February attracted over 1,200 people, many of whom had never met him. Not many grown-ups would attract such a crowd at their passing, but Chris did. On the day of the accident, he was a mere 10-minute walk from home, having come off the bus after his school's athletic carnival. He was struck from behind by a car driven by a 48-year-old woman. The car crossed 2 lanes of traffic on Pound Road, Narre Warren South, mounted the grassy verge, crossed a ditch and struck him before crashing into a large tree. Notably, the traffic travels down this road at 70 kilometres per hour, and the footpath is only a few metres from the edge of the road with no barrier to separate the two. When I walked this path myself, I felt vulnerable, too exposed to cars travelling at speed. The tree where the incident occurred is now a shrine, swathed in flowers, bearing witness to a tragedy with plastic debris from the vehicle at its feet. With his last words to his father, "I'm close to home," he was gone. His parents, driving past, saw the commotion and stopped to a harrowing scene, their son being resuscitated by a couple of tradies. The ambulance arrived soon after, and Chris was airlifted to the Alfred Hospital, my former workplace, where he died some 7 days later. Like a bolt of lightning on a sunny summer's day, this accident has left a family, community, friends and teachers shattered. An unimaginable grief that feels all-consuming. We are unable to process the senselessness of it all. As parents, we raise our kids the best we can. We protect them, nurture them, and mitigate risks as much as possible. But when tragedy strikes, it feels unnatural because it is. The passing of a child feels like the laws of the universe, the laws of physics, the very laws of nature have been violated. Trying to process this takes me down a dead end of despair, so I instead choose to focus on Chris's life, characterized by engagement underpinned by an unshakable Catholic faith that ran like a golden thread through his life. Chris loved rap music, artists like J. Cole and Kanye, but importantly, only Kanye's old stuff. Back when he was good, Chris used to say. He played tennis for years at Hampton Park Tennis Club before recently moving over to play basketball with the Berwick Saints. Since receiving his communion, he dutifully served as an altar boy at Our Lady Help of Christians Church and prayed the rosary every day since he was 2 years old. Remarkable. During COVID, he took up the Rubik's Cube, teaching himself to solve it by watching YouTube videos. As a quick learner, instilled with determination, Chris was able to get his solve time down from 1 minute 30 to just 30 seconds. At school, he excelled, studying most nights to 11 p.m, saving his parents' tutoring fees. Chris had aspirations to become an engineer, a desire reflected in his intricate and impressive Lego creations. Driven, kind, and intelligent. These are the words Chris's father used to describe his son. A photo of Chris shows that he stands smiling in front of a photo and small statue of the youngest saint, Carlo Acutis, who died at 15 from leukemia. The poignancy of this image is not lost on me. Chris was 1 year older to the youngest saint in the Catholic religion. He now has a friend in heaven, the best kind, God's pick, no less. What is left now is unimaginable grief and loss, a void which nothing can fill. Chris's parents have set up a GoFundMe page to support pedestrian safety and to aid in immortalising Chris's name through an educational scholarship. I ask our Victorian and indeed Australian community to wrap your arms around this family and his friends. Say his name, Chris Rua Anthony. It will help recall his full humanity every time it is uttered. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon him. He rests now in the warm embrace of God.
Senator Kovacic.
Senator Anandaraja, thank you for your beautiful tribute to Chris. Acting Deputy President, I rise to speak today on two matters. Firstly, on the Lakemba branch of the New South Wales Division's Liberal Party. I have been to Lakemba many times, and it is a vibrant part of Sydney. I'm not afraid of going to Lakemba. In fact, I quite like going there. And I love the Lakemba branch of the Liberal Party. And for the fourth consecutive year last week, I was a guest at their annual iftar dinner. It was a wonderful occasion filled with many members of the local community and elected representatives. These people came together from many different backgrounds and many different faiths. It was a great celebration of such a vibrant and important part of the multicultural tapestry that is Australia. Multicultural Australia. I want to pay particular tribute to Mohammed Zaman, the president of the Lakemba branch, and his branch executive for their leadership in bringing people together. Mohammed is a hard-working and committed leader of the Bangladeshi Australian community. This dinner reinforced for me the importance of respecting and understanding our differences and celebrating the things that unite us. A love of our country and its values, a fair go, and particularly the freedom to practice our own faith. Just because something is different to what we know or understand does not mean that it is bad. We are a young country that has been built on the aspiration and hard work of those who have come here to create a better life, much like my own family. And that is something good. That is something to be proud of. And it is something to be protected. I now turn to speak about the CFMEU. Australians have rightly been shocked and disturbed by the further recent allegations about CFMEU corrupt and criminal conduct. In particular, what we have seen in Victoria is mind-boggling. Disturbing revelations of up to $15 billion of taxpayer funds being funnelled into corrupt and criminal enterprises rightly raised significant questions about just how much of a blind eye this government is turning to what is occurring right in front of them. This deliberate cover-up of a cartel corruption demanded answers from the Albanese Labor government, but all we have seen is silence and equivocation, not just from the federal Labor government, but from the Victorian state government as well. This Labor government isn't interested in the truth because their mates in the CFMEU are up to their eyeballs in what is going on here, and we all know that. Acting Deputy President, twice last year I called on the Senate to establish an inquiry into the CFMEU. Twice the Labor Party and the Greens teamed up to block any inquiry.
Protection racket.
Exactly. Why? Is it a coincidence that the two parties that blocked the Senate inquiry both receive financial contributions or donations from the CFMEU?
Funny that.
I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence. But it's up to you to make up your own minds. And guess what? Australians have made up their minds. Just over a week ago, I launched a petition calling on Labor and the Greens to support a Senate inquiry into the CFMEU. Because if we can't convince them in this chamber, perhaps Australians can convince them. And guess what? In just over a week, we've received over 8,000 signatures, and that number is growing by the day. The Australian people are fed up with this, and the Labor government should stop turning a blind eye to what is happening here. This is costing Australians more in the construction of homes, in the housing shortage that we are seeing. This needs to stop. And the billions of dollars of taxpayer funds that are being funneled into these rotten enterprises also needs to end.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Something that doesn't dominate national headlines but quietly shapes the future of our country is the transition of young Australians into adulthood. Across Tasmania and increasingly across the nation, we are seeing the pressures facing young people increase tenfold. Rising cost of living, unrealistic housing markets, financial stress, mental health challenges, and for more than we care to admit, no lessons in independence. For 6 years, one incredible Tasmanian has been working to do something practical about it. Through her organisation, Upturn Tasmania, Alicia Kennedy has been delivering a life after school program that equips young people with the real-world skills they need to step into adulthood. Not theory, not abstract advice. Practical, scenario-based learning about budgeting, taxes, super, responsibilities, employment and independence. It is a program built on a simple but powerful premise. If we prepare young people properly for adult life, we can reduce financial stress, improve mental health outcomes and increase long-term employment and well-being. And it works. The proof is in the pudding and in the national recognition this program and its founder have received. In 2025, Alicia became an ABC Trailblazer winner, finally recognised for the goals kicked over the last 6 years. This year, and I feel immense pride in saying this, because she's a friend, she was deservedly announced as the 2026 Young Australian of the Year for Tasmania. But those awards are simply a bonus to her. Alicia tells me that the real success is felt through the people she helps. Recently, a parent stopped her to say, "Thank you." His son had gone through the program and for the very first time understood the real cost of moving out of home and how to navigate that challenge. That realisation is invaluable, as it is the basis of living as an adult. He understood he could not rely indefinitely on the bank of mum and dad. He began planning, taking responsibility, thinking ahead. On another occasion, 2 young women approached her at the end of a session. They thanked Alicia for giving them scenarios to think about, budgeting and problem solving. They left not just informed, but empowered to take control of their lives and make the best of it. And these stories are not isolated. The program has now been running for 6 years and it continues to gain traction. Schools and communities are engaging. There is growing interest from Queensland, Western Australia, Victoria and New South Wales. This is grassroots impact with national potential. Yet despite its proven impact, this program operates without secure funding. To properly run and expand the program across Tasmania for the next 2 years, Upturned is asked for a modest funding amount of $600,000, And that funding would not only help secure its delivery locally, but also allow the potential for a structured trial interstate, laying the groundwork for national expansion. Let me be clear, this is not for a pilot program. It has been running successfully for 6 years. It's not asking whether there is demand, there is already interest interstate. It's not asking where there is a need. The data on youth financial stress and mental health speaks for that. What it is asking for is backing. Currently, this work is done in the little spare time Alicia has on the side of her full-time job. With appropriate support, it could become a full-time gig with paid staff and continuity. Imagine the impact of having consistent, practical, early intervention education for young people across Australia. Think of the benefits of equipping them before they fall into debt traps, disengage from education or employment, and before financial stress spirals drive them into a mental health crisis. Prevention is always more cost-effective than response. If we are serious about reducing youth mental health challenges, increasing employment participation and improving long-term well-being, then we must support initiatives that intervene early and practically. Upturn Tasmania does exactly that. It's proven, it's community-driven, and it is already inspiring young Australians to take responsibility for their futures. I call on those in this chamber and those watching to not take this work for granted and instead support it and ensure its future as it ensures our young people's future. Because when we invest in young people's future, we are not just funding a program, we are investing in resilience, we are investing in independence, and we are investing in Australia's future.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australian schools are facing a growing crisis in principal recruitment and retention. Stress, burnout and escalating workloads are driving inexperienced leaders out of the system and discouraging others from stepping up. One crucial yet under-recognised part of this pressure is the role that principals play in holding their school communities together, creating safe, socially connected environments and supporting students with increasingly complex needs. Just last week, I had the absolute pleasure of meeting with some researchers involved in an important national study examining this hidden reality, the emotional labour carried by government school principals. Led by the fantastic Professor Jane Wilkinson and Fiona Walsh, the study undertaken by Monash University in collaboration with Deakin University and the University of Sydney reveals how principals are increasingly expected to manage physical threats, gendered violence and systemic neglect, often without adequate support or recognition. This is a really important study. 256 government schools principals have shared their experiences as part of the study, and I thank all of those who participated. What the researchers found will come as no surprise to the teaching community. Principals are no longer just seen as educational leaders. Increasingly, they and their teachers have become first responders. Violence, threats and abuse are becoming normalised features of school leadership, unfortunately. A 2022 analysis of workers' compensation claims found that educators have assault-related injury claim rates 74% higher than the average, and mental health claims 33% higher. Over 64% of principals described critical incidents involving physical violence, threats of violence, gendered violence, sexual harassment or sexual abuse. These incidents stem not only from students but from parents, staff and community members, and principals are left to manage not only the crisis but the aftermath, on top of all of the other important work they do leading their schools. The study also exposes clear gendered impacts. Female principals face disproportionate levels of harassment and gendered violence, compounded by societal expectations of care and self-blame. Male principals, meanwhile, reported pressure to suppress vulnerability, reinforcing harmful norms that leadership must always appear stoic. This research really matters because it makes visible what has too often been minimised or ignored. It provides an evidence base for change and a clear warning that without better support, we risk losing the very leaders holding our public schools together. Importantly, this study and their work is not finished. The research team will deliver a fourth report in 2026 looking at how our school systems can better recognise, support and protect principals and create thriving school communities through policy, legislation and funding. Because if we want strong, safe and connected public schools, we must ensure the leaders at their centre are properly supported, not just in policy but in practice. This is why the government's investment in public education matters so deeply. The Albanese Labor government has reached agreements with every state and territory to put all public schools on a path to full and fair funding under the Schooling Resource Standard. Investment in schools is not just about buildings, curriculum or class sizes. It's about supporting the people who hold our school communities together every day. So I want to thank Jane and Fiona for their important work. With my last remaining minute, I did want to briefly mention healthcare access in the electorate of Latrobe in my home state of Victoria. And look, having two preteen sons, I am often made well aware that I can miss most of the up-to-date cultural references. Wuthering Heights and heated rivalry are all the rage right now, apparently. But the thing that I'm genuinely excited about is the opening of the Pakenham Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. It's at 17 John Street, just behind the Pakenham Marketplace, open 7 days a week with extended hours, no appointment required, just your Medicare card. This clinic is one of 137 Medicare urgent care clinics nationwide that provides free walk-in care for non-life-threatening injuries and illnesses, easing the pressure on our hospital emergency departments. And as you've heard before, more urgent care clinics mean that 4 in 5 Australians will live within a 20-minute drive of a Medicare urgent care clinic. Thank you.
Senator Grogan.
I think we're then coming to you, Senator Senator Little. The list is collapsing very quickly. Senator Little, you have the call.
As Australians, we live in the greatest country in the world. I'm lucky enough to live in the best place in this incredible country, South Australia. Last week, I had the pleasure of visiting South Australia's mid-north, travelling to the regional towns of Whyalla, Port Augusta, Port Pirie and Clare. These towns are small, but they are the lifeblood of South Australia's economy and a critical cog in the engine of the national economy. With grain production, livestock, viticulture, mining, manufacturing, transport, logistics, tourism and so much more. Resilience often defines them, but so does belief in a fair go, and that's not what they are feeling. Their message to me, to this Parliament and to the Albanese Labor government was clear. Labor's poor economic mismanagement is being felt deeply, and they are reaching further into their pockets and working harder for less. Indeed, in question time today, the Labor Party told us wages had grown 3.4%, noting that latest inflation figures hit 3.8%. South Australia's gross state product for 24-25 had grown only 1%. The battle to get ahead? Well, it's clear it's not for those Australians, but it's not clearly for this government. Along with the cost of everything going up under Labor, so too is the number of new insolvencies in South Australia. Insolvency increased year on year from 245 in 2022 to 691 in 2025. The numbers don't lie. It's an economic disgrace, and the reality follows that less employers result in less employees, less competition, less choice for South Australians. So stop ignoring it. Large and small business owners, well, they said they worry about the ever-increasing costs, more red tape and challenges of less people wanting to work and on terms that suit their operations. And yet they forge on under Labor's failing economic plan. Labor talks about flexibility, but the reality is that it is not always workable. More employees working less hours to make up a full shift means higher costs and more administration, making profit less achievable and reward for hard work harder. Aged care costs, access to services, ageing infrastructure in need of investment and workforce issues were raised so often that it leaves you wondering, Labor, who are you listening to? South Australia now has the highest average hourly rate for personal care in the nation at $113, and it costs more under Labor. Since Labor's aged care reforms took effect in November 2025, older Australians have faced price increases of up to 40% for some basic services. Advertised fees have included $180 an hour for a shower, $290 for gardening and $320 for a registered nurse. Older Australians are being forced to make unreasonable choices. Can I afford a shower? Can I afford nutritious food? Or that medical appointment? Or that allied health response? Terrible choices for already vulnerable people. Aged care package provision is worse under Labor. As of the 31st of December 2025, more than 131,000 older Australians were waiting for a support at home package. That is resounding demand and unmet need for better service, or in some cases, any service at all. But instead, Labor, state and federally are prioritising sporting events, high-speed rail and funding programs with little evidence or demonstration of outcomes that have improved. At the other end of the life spectrum, one of the best visits I had in that trip was seeing a partnership between the Adelaide Crows and Work Skill Australia through the Cure Circles program, empowering young locals to pursue STEM through mentoring, workshops and job-ready training. In Port Augusta, there were 13 graduates, some choosing not to go to the graduation because they were at their new jobs. I applaud you for choosing work over welfare, and I wish you well on your workforce journey. I thank workers at Iron Duke Mine, aged care providers right across the Mid-North, Amiwara Media, Bungala Aboriginal Corporation, Regional Business in Port Augusta, Regional Development Australia, for speaking to me and for the time and the honesty about where you're at. The Coalition is focused on protecting our way of life and on restoring living standards. We will continue focusing on ensuring our regions get the investment, attention and respect they deserve, because a stronger regional Australia means a stronger Australia.
Senator Blythe. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I'd like to speak tonight about a young Australian man whose life ended far too soon, and about the silent killer that too few Australians know about. This young man was also named Matthew James Canavan. He shared my name, but he's not related to me. Matthew was just 26 years old when he died suddenly in his sleep in August last year. He was young and active, he had a job, he was loved, he had his whole life ahead of him. Matthew died from severe atherosclerosis caused by elevated lipoprotein A, known as LPA, a largely genetic and often undetected cardiovascular risk factor. I became aware of Matthew's story through a deeply personal letter from his father, Bernard. Bernard wrote to me not only because Matthew and I share the same name, but because he does not want another family to experience the devastation his family now lives with every day. Most Australians have never heard of LPA. I suspect many in this chamber have not heard of it, yet elevated LPA is estimated to affect around 1 in 5 people worldwide, meaning millions of Australians may carry this risk. It is inherited. It is not caused by lifestyle, it cannot be lowered by diet or exercise, and in most cases it is never tested for. A simple blood test can identify elevated LPA. In most people, it only needs to be tested once in a lifetime, as levels are genetically determined. Yet LPA testing is not routinely included in standard cholesterol screening in Australia. Matthew appeared healthy. Like many young Australians, he had no reason to believe that he was at risk of advanced cardiovascular disease. Traditional cholesterol tests can appear normal even when LPA levels are dangerously high. A person can do everything right. They can eat well, exercise, avoid smoking and still carry this hidden genetic risk. Elevated LPA significantly increases the likelihood of permanent heart disease, stroke and aortic valve disease. It accelerates plaque buildup in arteries, sometimes at a very young age. While there is currently no approved therapy in Australia for LPA, promising treatments are in advanced clinical trials internationally. More importantly, early identification allows doctors to manage overall cardiovascular risk more aggressively through monitoring, preventive medications and tailored medical care. This is not about creating unnecessary alarm, but it is about providing Australians with information about risk factors that many simply do not know exists. We promote awareness around skin cancer, breast cancer, bowel cancer. We have strong public health campaigns around the dangers of heart disease, diabetes and smoking. Yet a condition affecting approximately 1 in 5 Australians remains largely invisible. There are a number of practical steps that Bernard suggests in his letter to me. First, reviewing the current cardiovascular screening guidelines to assess whether LPA testing should be incorporated into standard Liverpool panels at least once in adulthood, particularly for those with a family history of early heart disease. Second, increasing public awareness so Australians can have informed discussions with their GPs. Third, ensuring that as emerging therapies become available, Australia is prepared to evaluate and adopt them promptly and equitably. Cardiovascular disease remains one of the leading causes of death in our country. Prevention must remain a priority. Preventative health care is not only humane, it is economically responsible. The cost of a single blood test is minor compared to the cost of emergency cardiac care, long-term treatment and lives cut tragically short. In cases like Matthew's, the heartbreaking reality is that unless someone knew to test for LPA, chances are there was just no warning. I want to thank Bernard for writing to me. By sharing his son's story, he has given this Parliament and me an opportunity to consider whether greater awareness and early testing could prevent similar tragedies. I have written to the Health Minister asking him to consider Bernard's practical suggestions that may help save lives. We can't prevent every loss, but where there is a simple test available and where awareness is low, we do have a responsibility to examine whether our system is doing enough. I honour Matthew's memory by ensuring his name is spoken in this chamber. He was a son, he was a friend, and a young man with a future that should have been long and full. If increased awareness of LPA leads to even one Australian seek to test, discover and take preventative care in time, then Matthew's stories will have made a difference. Thank you again, Bernard, and my sincerest condolences to you and your family at the tragic loss of your son.
Senator Blyth.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak about the Albanese Labor government's ongoing collusion with activists and fundamentalists to offer a welcome mat to terrorists and terrorist sympathisers. The first duty of any government, its most basic responsibility, is to protect its people and protect the country, not to manage headlines or appease activists. A government must first and foremost keep Australians safe. Everything else is secondary. This government needs to stop treating those Australians who travelled overseas to join ISIS as just a political issue or another humanitarian dilemma. These are women who made a choice to side with terrorists over their fellow Australians. They weren't dragged out of Australia in chains or tricked into going on a holiday. They consciously chose to repudiate Australia and its values and join a terrorist organisation hell-bent on subjecting everyone with their particularly nasty brand of religious fundamentalism. In doing so, these women supported an organisation that beheaded civilians, enslaved women and glorified mass murder. By making that choice, they didn't just travel overseas, these women rejected Australia. They rejected our laws, they rejected our values, and they rejected the idea that disputes are settled through democratic processes rather than violence. Australian citizenship should not be a one-way transaction. It is not something you can opt in and out of depending on convenience. Citizenship is a commitment. It is an agreement that says we might disagree, we might argue, but we accept the same basic rules: the rule of law, democracy, equality before the law, and including equality between men and women. If you fundamentally reject those principles, then you're not just rejecting the foundation of society itself. We keep hearing from Labor's activist friends that Australia has an obligation to bring these people back so that they can be dealt with here. And I understand that argument, but I don't accept that it overrides the government's responsibility to protect the public. This isn't about punishment or revenge. It's about risk, real risk. No amount of screening or monitoring can eliminate it. No one can honestly guarantee that someone who once embraced a violent extremism has truly abandoned it. Hope is not a security policy, and good intentions are not a safeguard. And this debate raises an even broader issue we've been avoiding for too long. Australia works as a diverse society because we insist on a shared civic culture. Not a shared ancestry and not a shared religion. We share values, democracy, the rule of law, individual liberty and equality. Those values are the glue that holds everything together. Acceptance of those values should be the non-negotiable requirement for anyone seeking Australian citizenship or seeking to keep the full protections of it. Not vague statements, not carefully worded promises made under pressure, genuine acceptance. If someone rejects democracy, they should not expect to benefit from it. If they reject the rule of law, they should not demand its protection. This is not about race, and it is not about peaceful religious belief. Millions of Australians of all faiths live within our laws, respect our institutions, and contribute enormously to this country. They are not the problem. The problem is Islamic extremism and the refusal to accept the basic rules of a liberal democracy. And this is where the government needs to stop fooling themselves. Social harmony doesn't come to pandering to fundamentalists who openly reject Australian values. It doesn't come from endless concessions or pretending that all belief systems are compatible with a democratic society. It comes from clarity, firmness, and a willingness to say no. If this government is serious about cohesion, it needs to put Australians' interests first. Without apology, it needs to defend our values clearly, not nervously, and it needs to accept that protecting a society sometimes means drawing hard lines. Australia can be fair without being foolish, and it can be compassionate without being reckless. That's not extremism, that's responsibility, and we expect to see that from this Labor government.
Senator Polley.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak about the remarkable achievements of the Brain Institute in Brisbane. This institute stands at the forefront of brain health research, setting new standards in discovery and innovation, not only within Australia, but globally. I recently had the opportunity to meet with a team of researchers in Brisbane, and it was such a revealing and engaging experience to talk about dementia, stress, anxiety and depression, MND, Parkinson and other brain-related diseases. The Institute's vision and dedication has placed it among the top research centres globally, driving breakthroughs that shape the future of neuroscience. Under the stewardship of the passionate researchers and clinicians, the Institute remains steadfast in its mission to improve brain health for all Australians and beyond. And I was most fortunate to meet with so many passionate scientists and researchers. One of the Institute's greatest strengths lies in its spirit of collaboration. By forging partnerships with universities, hospitals and research organisations throughout Australia and across the globe. The Brain Institute brings together experts from diverse fields: neurologists, psychologists, biologists and engineers. These collaborations foster rich knowledge exchange and accelerate the translation of research findings into real-world outcomes. At the heart of the Institute's work is a very deep curiosity and drive to answer fundamental questions about the brain, questions that hold the key to tackling devastating conditions like dementia, anxiety, depression, motor neuron disease, MND, Parkinson and brain tumours. And who knows what other brain diseases and injuries that won't actually benefit from this research. Innovative studies using model organisms such as worms, sheep and mice underpin much of the Institute's research. These models provide crucial insights into the neuron functions, disease progression and potential interventions. Of particular note are the groundbreaking experiments that have been succeeded in removing harmful plaque from the brains of dementia mice. This gives people that have been diagnosed with dementia and their families hope for the future. This work not only sheds light on the mechanisms of neurodegeneration, but also opens the door to future treatments that may one day halt or reverse the course of Alzheimer's disease in humans. And where people have the mistaken belief that dementia and Alzheimer's only affects older people and it's just part of getting old, that is not true. We need to educate the community. Children die from dementia. Early onset dementia has an amazing impact on not only the person that is on that journey, but their family and on our economy. The Institute focus extends to other critical challenges. Researchers are advancing our understanding of anxiety and depression, two conditions that affect millions of people and carry a heavy burden for individuals, families and our communities. And in fact, a heavy burden in our schools, in our primary schools, in our high schools and in our colleges. Through meticulous studies, the team is uncovering biological underpinnings of these disorders and identifying new strategies for early detection and intervention and support. Similarly, the Institute's commitment to research into motor neuron disease and brain tumours is paving the way for hope. Now, these researchers doing the fundamental research that is so critical for them to go to the next level. It's inspiring to see these people's commitment and dedication. By exploring the genetic, cellular and environmental factors that contribute to these conditions, researchers are working tirelessly to develop treatments that extend and improve the quality of life. The Institute is renowned for its innovative spirit, its creativity. It's constantly pushing the boundaries of what is possible. One area of exciting progress is the research into re-energising of the mitochondria, the powerful houses of cells, by exploring ways to restore mitochondrial function to brain cells. Associate Professor Stephen Zurin is working with researchers and identifying methods to slow, prevent and even reverse neurodegenerative processes. And I was actually able to view this remarkable work, and I never knew that worms have so much in common with human cells. They are the same. So the research that he's doing is remarkable, and to be able to marvel at the fluorescent worms that were there under the microscope that's being used in the Institute. This was a scientist who actually did his PhD in looking at what happens in terms of the sprays and things that we use in agriculture. And now he's actually looking into ways to be able to reverse these type of diseases. It's remarkable. Further to this is a very interesting gene therapy, including the idea and ability to turn on and off cells. Truly mind-blowing research and development, cutting-edge science in Brisbane with a wonderful Professor Panika Saar, who is so passionate about his work. Another area of promise lies in the neuromodification technology. The development and deployment of advanced neuromodification machines allows scientists to stimulate and regulate brain activity with unprecedented precision. These tools offer new avenues for treating conditions ranging from depression to epilepsy, providing hope where traditional therapies may have fallen short. And I was able to speak to the leader of the Institute in this field, Professor Jürgen Gotz. And I was actually able to see this equipment in action, and it was really, really amazing what this technology can accomplish and will accomplish in the future. To actually see the ultrasound machine and what it can do with the hope of reversing the symptoms of dementia and other brain diseases. It is inspiring. The scanning ultrasound device is the outcome of years of research led by the CJCADR Director, Professor Jürgen Gotz, and his team. The trial device was co-designed with Chiller Design, and in 2024, the QBI team completed its first human clinical trial, safety trials. And here's the news article about the human safety trial. In 2025, the University of Queensland licensed the ultrasound pilot technology to Cretas, a private company that intends to develop this to be able to treat Alzheimer's disease, and the QBI continues to collaborate closely with Cretas, providing scientific guidance and expertise to ensure research findings are translated safely and effectively. In 2026, the QBI ultrasound research team will continue to progress its pivotal study, testing feasibility and efficiency and treating under the guidance of the professor and that team. The hope for Alzheimer patients, it means so much. And when that machine goes into production, they're on the second version of it, it means that will be affordable for hospitals and specialists, so that we hopefully will be able to, with early diagnosis, be able to turn back many of those symptoms. But the clinical trial is supported by $4.5 million in funding from the Queensland Government, and the trial will elevate Cretas's device for behaviour and psychological symptoms in Alzheimer's. Now, this work is so critically important because dementia and Alzheimer's, and we know dementia now is the leading cause of Australians who die in this country now. The leading cause is dementia. There is so much work to do here. The help that it can give, hopefully, to children that are diagnosed with dementia, for early onset dementia, this sort of research is so critical and deserves the funding. And I wanted to give a big shout out to the team. It was a bit like speed dating, going from one professor and one lab to another, and there was so much to learn. But it's a shout out to Australians' innovation and the global respect that is felt by Australian researchers.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I must say I was never any good at speed dating. I'm probably too long-winded. But I do admire Senator Polley's passion for this area and her consistent advocacy in relation to a whole range of matters dealing with brain health. I knew nothing about juvenile dementia until Senator Polley actually gave a presentation in the Senate. So I do acknowledge her, warmly acknowledge her contribution in that regard. Acting Deputy President, I'd like to congratulate the Chrysler-Fully LNP government for delivering on its election promises for the people of Ipswich. My office is located in the Greater Ipswich region, and at the last state election, the Chrysler-Fully LNP government made a number of promises to the people of Ipswich, including to fund the business case for the second river crossing across the Bremer River in Ipswich. Notwithstanding the fact that the LNP was not successful in winning any seats in Ipswich, the Chrysler-Fully LNP government is still delivering on its election promises for the people of Ipswich, including delivering on that important business case. So thank you to Premier David Chrysler-Fully and the LNP team for delivering for the people of Ipswich. Acting Deputy President, we are currently in the month of Ramadan, and this is a month of fasting, communal prayer, reflection and community for our Australian Muslim community. And I have attended a number of iftar dinners over the last week and a half. I'd like to acknowledge the Islamic College of Brisbane for their wonderful Unity iftar dinner, which was hosted by the college and its CEO, Mr Ali Qadri. I'd like to acknowledge the school captains who always inspire me. The students at the Islamic College of Brisbane always inspire me. So I want to give a big shout out to Norhana El Ghul and also Asad Akib for the wonderful job they did, and to all of the school community for putting on a beautiful iftar dinner. I'd also like to thank Her Excellency the Governor-General of Australia for hosting a wonderful iftar dinner at Admiralty House in Sydney, which I was delighted to attend in my capacity as co-chair of the Friends of SBS. And I'd also like to acknowledge my fellow Queenslander Imam Akram Buksh of the Slacks Creek Masjid, who was also in attendance from Queensland at that wonderful event, and it was attended by faith leaders across all faiths, across all religions, and community leaders from the Muslim community. I also attended an iftar dinner hosted by the Bangladesh Association of Brisbane. The Bangladesh community is a wonderful community, and they provide medical personnel, doctors, nurses, IT specialists, engineers, and contribute to Queensland and Australia in so many wonderful ways. And after that iftar dinner, I went to visit my friends at Algester Mosque in Brisbane, who put on one of their wonderful community barbecues, open to the whole community. And the Algester Mosque reaches out to the whole community and invites them to their iftar dinner, and they put on another magnificent barbecue, so I thank them. One event, I ate too much, Senator Shoebridge. I ate too much. It was all good. One of the iftar dinners I attended was hosted by the Islamic Practice and Dawah Circle Inc. And it was a very, very moving occasion, especially given the divisive comments which have been made by some over the course of the last month. And the Islamic Practice and Dawah Circle Inc. was established by a wonderful, wonderful Queenslander called Dr. Muhammad Hassan. And Dr. Muhammad studied as a doctor in Bangladesh. For many years, he worked in refugee camps, providing medical services to those most in need around the world. His professional conduct, the standard of his medical services, so impressed the Dean of the Medical Faculty in Newcastle, that professor invited him to come to Australia and Newcastle to work. He's then served as a doctor in Newcastle, in Launceston, but also in regional Queensland. And the fact of the matter is, regional Queensland has benefited from many health practitioners who have the Muslim faith, and he served in Blackall for many years as a doctor. And when he became a citizen, when Dr. Muhammad Hassan became a citizen, he and his brothers and sisters got together and thought, how can we give back to this country? He took that oath of citizenship, and his first act after taking that oath was to sit down with migrants who shared the Muslim faith to work out how they could give back to our beautiful country. And he established and is a co-founder of the Islamic Practice and Dawah Circle Inc., which provides extraordinarily assistance to communities in Australia in need. They were there when the bushfires occurred. They were there during the COVID pandemic. They're there to give blood. They're there to provide training and assistance, so people are given a hand up to enter into the workforce. They're there in terms of recreation and sport, and they're there to mentor the young, to assist the next generation. And one of the most moving events at that iftar dinner was a contribution made by my dear friend Dr. Zachariah Amin, who is a leader of a wonderful organisation called Multicultural Mailer. And Multicultural Mailer organises job fairs for people in the multicultural community, the wider community, to get jobs. And they also host a wonderful Eid for All festival following Ramadan. And Dr. Zachariah, who gives so much to the Queensland community, he spoke about how IPDC supported him and his family when they first came to Australia. And now Dr. Zachariah Amin is giving back to the Australian community, and that's the way it is. So when I took the position yesterday to support the censure motion of Senator Pauline Hanson, I was thinking of all those wonderful members of our Queensland Muslim community and the broader Muslim community who I'd met over the course of the last 2 weeks, and I've met during the course of my service in the Australian Senate. And I had no option but to support that censure motion against the divisive language of Senator Pauline Hanson. And I note at that iftar dinner, which was run by IPDC, they had up in flashing lights their slogan, "Better together, better together." And at each and every one of those iftar dinners, they talked about Australian values and how important Australian values are. Better together. No truer words have ever been spoken. Acting Deputy President, our Sudanese community in Australia is suffering greatly at the moment. Sudan is undergoing a humanitarian catastrophe at the moment, and I had a meeting with members of the Sudanese community last week, and I undertook that I'd talk about the situation in Sudan here this evening. And the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has just recently given another presentation about the acts of genocide that are occurring in Sudan. Millions of people suffering from starvation and hunger in Sudan. The situation is very, very difficult, and it's taking its toll on our Sudanese community. Many members of the community are working more than one job because they're trying to feed their families and provide their families in Australia in the cost of living crisis, but also trying to help out relatives overseas. And one of the issues that was raised with me during that meeting, which I will raise with the Minister for Home Affairs and also the Minister for Foreign Affairs, is the plight of those refugees in Egypt at the moment, many of whom have family connections here in Australia. And notwithstanding the fact that they've been recognised by the United Nations as refugees, they are suffering at the moment in Egypt, and there's a lot of pressure on them in Egypt with respect to their safety and well-being. So I do ask the Australian government to reach out to the Egyptian government and seek assistance for those refugees from the horrific situation in Sudan, and Australia should do everything that it can to help our Sudanese diaspora and those in need. Lastly, Acting Deputy President, I was delighted to attend the opening of the Martu Community Hub Centre in Logan. This is a huge milestone for the community. I want to quote from two of the pictures that were up in the community centre from the community leader Lorm Kangmar. Don't just serve your community, design its future and lead by example. And also from Juan Lu, walk humbly with God, serve people wholeheartedly and love your community intentionally. A great example for all Australians.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. There's been a lot of discussion about support for Iran in the last few days. But I tell you what Australia can do is, as an act of real solidarity with the Iranian diaspora and with those struggling in Iran, is we can start by offering a fair migration and political asylum system. There is a wealth of skills and knowledge from Iran that Australia is already lucky to have. I know that there are people from Iran who have come here to complete their PhDs, those on a pathway to a 191 visa who have been contributing in our region, and they've been promised permanency, and they've yet to get it, waiting and waiting for an unfair system to process their claim. And to all of those who are looking to bring their loved ones, their skills and their knowledge to our country to make our community brighter, smarter and better off, I say on behalf of my party, the Greens, thank you. Don't let the increasingly divisive rhetoric put you off from trying. We know that our country is better when people are here contributing collectively to our future from across this wonderful, diverse planet. For our Iranian friends who are here, the number one thing I used to hear when I talk to the community, and we still hear it clearly, is that they want to get their mums and their dads out of Iran. They want to bring their partners here and their children. And we know that this government, like the one before, caps the number of family visas being processed each year, despite it being against the law. And the backlog for family visas has exploded. Unprocessed partner applications have grown by 72% under this government, the highest point ever, and nearly 100,000 people are waiting to see if their loved one can join them here. And it takes on average 2 years to get a dependent child visa processed. It takes 74 months, that's 6 years, for an orphan relative visa to be processed. Think about that. A child waiting 6 years to join their remaining family. So if we genuinely care about people in war-torn countries or living under oppressive regimes, then we need a fair immigration system, one that treats people as humans who can become a wonderful part of our community. And right now, the people of Iran need that humanity. But perhaps the most dehumanising immigration policy targeted at people from Iran is the one that targets those who have come here seeking asylum by sea. For over a decade, the Liberal and Labor governments, cheered in by One Nation, have prevented people seeking asylum from finding a permanent home in Australia. And there are some 2,000 people from Iran in this country who have been here for a decade and who do not have a permanent home here because of those unfair policies. You want to know what solidarity with the people of Iran looks like? Remove those unfair policies. Surely the government's position cannot be that they return. And surely that can't seriously be the position of the Coalition or One Nation. And surely after a decade, we can welcome them into our community that they've already been a wonderful contributing part of for over a decade. Acting Deputy President, we receive so many emails through our office, and I know that you read them and some just express the moment that we're living in. But this email from a constituent who has given her permission for it to be shared, I want to share with the Chamber. Dear David, I'm writing to you not just as a constituent, but as a heartbroken Australian citizen of Indian origin, struggling to understand where I now stand in the country I've called home for almost 2 decades. When I hear statements such as, "We welcome all who share Australian values, but the door must be shut to those who reject our beliefs and way of life," I understand the principle behind them. I agree that immigration should always be based on shared values, respect for the law and responsibility. But I'm left asking, where do Australian citizens like me fit into this conversation? Are we now being silently categorised as people who do not share Australian values simply because of the colour of our skin? Australia gave us opportunities, and in return we gave the country 19 years of our lives, our labour, our loyalty and our children's lives. I ask you plainly, what does it mean to be Australian? I believed it meant respecting one another, standing together, treating each other fairly. But increasingly it feels as though being Australian now comes with an unspoken condition, to be white. If tomorrow my child, my husband or I'm attacked, who will be responsible? The perpetrators? The media that fuels fear? Or the silence that allows this hatred to grow? I'm writing to you not in anger, but in fear, pain and hope. Hope that our leaders will remember that Australia belongs to all of us who call it home, who live by its laws and who believe in its values. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for safety, dignity and reassurance for my children, for my family and for others like us. Please ensure that no Australian is made to feel unsafe because of who they are, or more precisely because of their colour. I want to thank that constituent, that member of our community, that extraordinary member of our community, and I hear that plea, and this Parliament needs to hear it too, and welcome diversity, welcome migrants, and celebrate our wonderful multicultural community. Acting Deputy President, I know that over recent months the Kurdish community in Australia has been watching in horror as war has swept the region. And I want them to know that their plight has not been forgotten, it has not been ignored or overlooked. Right now there's a continuing and unacceptable siege in Kobani, a city in northern Syria. It's been cut off for months, a Kurdish majority city, but with other displaced peoples in it. We've heard from people about the humanitarian catastrophe occurring there. Lack of medicine, food is scarce, power is cut off, communications are broken. People in Australia from the community are desperately trying to find out whether their loved ones and friends are safe. And only a decade ago, Kobani was the turning point in the fight against ISIS. When the people of Kobani held firm and against thousands of ISIS fighters, they broke the back of that toxic organisation and they started the long march to push it back. But that history is still fresh in the minds of the people in Kobani and their relatives here. The graves marking the 2,000 who lost their lives are still new. And both the military and humanitarian sieges on Kobani are happening now. So let's be honest to that history, that bravery of fighting ISIS. Let's not wash it out. Let's not abandon those who fought for the values we would want to fight for. And let's demand access to food, the lifting of the siege and the respect of the community there. But I also see that the Kurdish communities in Iran are being targeted. And the wicked regime in Iran is using the cover of US and Israeli bombings to do that. And that follows an historic agreement from 5 major organisations representing Kurds in Iran to form a coalition to resist the regime in Tehran that has oppressed them and their communities for decades, and to secure basic rights for Kurdish people within a decentralised and democratic Iran. And one of the leaders of that alliance said this, and they said it very, very recently: "We see from the experiences of the wars occurring in the Middle East that the politics of external powers do not serve the people and are only in the interests of their own authority. Because of that self-interested politics, the people of the region, and especially the people of Kurdistan, experience very heavy suffering." Let's hear more of those voices, calling for bravery. And I might say across the region, whether it's in Turkey or Syria or Iran, Kurdish people continue to struggle for identity, for freedom, and for cultural survival. And now, more than ever, they deserve our solidarity. Acting Deputy, Australia's in the middle of some global arms race on data centres. We're already in the top 5 locations in the world and one of the fastest growing, and it's unregulated and it's dangerous and it's designed to profit billionaires but potentially beggar communities, strip out our assets and see Australians struggling to pay their power bills. A report by Baringa Consultants for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation finds that by 2035, and that's not that far away, data centre growth could increase wholesale electricity prices by 26% in my home state of New South Wales, or even almost a quarter in Victoria, primarily driven by a need for more expensive gas peaking generation. We need a plan to deal with this. Who should we be prioritising for access to cheap power? Multi-billionaires? Foreign corporations? Or people in Australia who desperately need electricity at a price that they can accept? And data centre demand in Sydney alone is forecast to have a massive call on our city's water supplies, some 250 megalitres a day just for the data centres in Sydney by 2035. That's roughly the equivalent of Canberra's entire drinking water supply. These data centres are sucking up our power, they're sucking up our land, they're sucking up our water to feed and fuel billionaire profits. It's about time we had a policy to control them, to regulate them, and to make sure they're built in the national interests, not in the interests of some offshore blood-sucking billionaire.
Senator Dean Smith.
I use this first parliamentary opportunity to rise in response to the arrest of a 20-year-old West Australian man who now stands charged with preparing for a terrorist attack. This was not idle online rhetoric. It is alleged the individual drafted a manifesto outlining plans for a racist, nationalist act of violent extremism designed to cause mass casualties. The targets, authorities will allege, included mosques in Western Australia, WA Police Headquarters and Parliament House, places of worship, public servants and the very institution at the heart of our democracy in my home state. Many communities, many faiths. White supremacist ideology and violent extremism are abhorrent and have no place in Western Australia or Australia. Nor does anything seeking to divide, to intimidate and to instil fear. I commend, like others have, the swift and coordinated work of WA Police, the Australian Federal Police and ASIO. Their actions have ensured there is no ongoing threat to the community and have protected Western Australians from what could have been devastating results. Whatever our differences of faith, background or political belief, every Australian has the right to live, to worship and to work free from fear. We must stand united always in defence of our democracy, our freedoms and the rule of law. This evening, I'd like to acknowledge the outstanding service of Councillor Karen Chappell, AM JP, as she steps down as President of the West Australian Local Government Association. Karen's contributions to local government spans more than 2 decades. Elected to the Shire of Moraway in 2005,
and serving as its president from 2009, she has been a steadfast advocate for regional communities and for the vital role local government plays in the lives of West Australians. Her election as Wolga Deputy President in 2020 and then President in 2022 came at a time of significant challenge for councils across the state. She led with steadiness, collaboration and a genuine care for the sector. Wolga's role in supporting councils and advocating to both state and federal governments is critical, and Karen has strengthened its voice. Her leadership has always reflected her country roots, practical, resilient and outcome-focused. Appointed a member of the Order of Australia in 2023, her service to local government and the Morowa community has been rightly recognised. She has also contributed nationally as Deputy President of the Australian Local Government Association and as a mentor to elected members across Western Australia. Colleagues speak of her authenticity and her commitment to encouraging women in regional Western Australia to step forward and to lead. Her advice to believe in yourself, embrace opportunity and stand up for what is right captures her spirit and her leadership. On behalf of Western Australia, I thank Karen Chappell for her integrity, dedication and enduring service and wish her well for the future. Just last week, I joined His Excellency the Governor of Western Australia, Mr Chris Dawson, at the funeral of Mr Dave Scott. We did so as private citizens to honour a remarkable but humble legacy. Dave Scott, a much-loved member of our community, passed away peacefully on the 4th of February. He was a man, a humble man, who truly lived a large and generous life. Dave served with the 2nd Battalion in Vietnam. The war left a deep mark on him, yet with courage and support he came to stand proudly as a veteran. For more than a decade, he delivered the Anzac Address at Emmanuel Christian Community School in Gerraween, helping young Australians understand sacrifice, mateship and service. And it was his regular appearance at these events where I got to know Dave and his wife, Sue. In civilian life, Dave was the person who got things done, from helping to build the Fun Factory playground in Karawara, thinking outside the box and backing young people, to mentoring athletes, singing in the Spirit of the Streets choir, and gathering his friends and neighbours around his table for spirited debate. Dave strengthened community wherever he stood and acted. Volunteers like Dave are the quiet backbone of our nation. They build communities, coach our kids, lead our community groups and create spaces of belonging, often without recognition but with enormous impact. Despite illness, Dave always remained positive and always determined. Above all, he was devoted to Sue, his daughters Kylie and Jodie, and his grandchildren. Dave Scott was simply a good man who left this world better for having been here.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Yesterday, the 2028 federal election battle lines were drawn. The first and foremost job of government is to protect its citizens, to allow them to lead their lives with a minimum of government interference, to provide the infrastructure to grow our productive capacity and create breadwinner jobs for all who are here. Government... Your microphone's not on, mate. Is my microphone on?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We can hear you.
Government must educate our children without imposing a lifetime of debt. We must guarantee that someone who takes their place in society and the workforce can afford their own home and start a family. These are the things to which One Nation is dedicated. Australia can return to being the best country in the world. We can provide wealth and abundance for all. We'll cast off the oppression of identity politics and implement government policy based on facts, not feelings or fashion. One Nation has always and will always defend the safety of everyday Australians against radicals committing violence, whether that's radical Islam, Antifa, Trantifa or any other group. Yesterday, our leader, Senator Pauline Hanson, was attacked here with a ferocity I've not seen in 3 terms in the Senate for the crime of speaking the truth. Senator Hanson called out radical Islam as incompatible with Australian values and Australian security. Then it was on for one and all. As commentator Andrew Bolt said last week, the assertion that Senator Hanson said there are no good Muslims is a lie. Her exact words were as follows, quote, "I've got no time for the radical Islam. Their religion concerns me because what it says in the Quran, they hate Westerners and that's what it's all about. You know, you say, well, there are good Muslims out there. Well, I'm sorry, how can you tell me there are good Muslims?" End of quote. The context was clear. It was about radical Islam, not all Muslims. In her interview later with Sherry Markson, Senator Hanson confirmed she agrees there are good Muslims. Of course there are. Yesterday in the Senate, I read a letter from Persian refugee Janet Shea. It explains the difference between good Muslim and radical Islam perfectly clearly. I'll repeat Janet's words, quote, "There are two types of Muslims, a good Muslim and a true Muslim. I know good Muslims. They are kind, generous, and they want exactly what the rest of us want. Safety, family, a future, a decent life. But they are good Muslims because they do not follow all that Islam actually instructs them to do. That is why they are good Muslims. The Islamic government of Iran, the Islamic Republican Guard Corps, Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the Muslim Brotherhood, the Houthis. These are not people who went rogue away from their faith. These people read their Quran and said, we will do exactly as our holy leader said and instructs, by their own scriptures measures. They are the true Muslims. The good Muslim and the true Muslim are two different people." End of quote from Janet. Yesterday, when I read Janet's comments, the Greens objected to Janet's differentiation between good Muslims and true Muslims. My message to the Greens is simple. Get used to it. To tar all Muslims with the crimes of the few is an insult to the hundreds of thousands of good and decent people who've assimilated into Australia and who maintain their religion in no different a manner than any other religions, including the Orthodox religions, Taoism and Judaism. The political left's refusal to differentiate good from true is deliberate. It provides protection to true Islamists, allowing them to hide behind the innocent. This is, of course, an action which will lead Australia to ruin, as it is in the United Kingdom, as it did in Iran, which fell to the Ayatollahs after the left formed a suicide pact with radical Islam to overthrow the Shah. They expected a socialist paradise. Instead, they got a short flight off a tall building. 30,000 leftists died in the first few months of the Iranian Islamic regime. That's fact. That's history. And as much as the Greens and the Labor Party wish they can rewrite history, they cannot. Iran was a warning. If true Muslims can subvert a Western culture like Iran, true Muslims can subvert any nation. In the last few weeks, I've spoken with many Australians from Persia, Lebanon, the Middle East, and today from Armenia, who warn of the dangers of true Islam. I'll be clear. The Bible contains some objectionable verses. Christianity, though, had a reformation 500 years ago, which saw those verses excluded from worship. Islam has not had a reformation, and true Islam celebrates the penalties prescribed in the original works. The word Islamophobia is used in Australia to shut down the freedom to have crucial conversations about the religion, the ideology of Islam. A phobia is an irrational fear. Reading the Quran and asking whether its teachings align with Australian values is not irrational. Christianity is openly mocked in Australia without legal protection from criticism, nor should there be such protection. In a free society, any belief system can be questioned, except when Islam is questioned. The conversation is shut down and the person asking the question is labelled the problem. And the question about Islam never gets answered. In the words of Senator Hanson, quote, "If there is a person out there who is a Muslim and does not support Sharia law, female circumcision, child marriages, who supports our culture, our way of life, our laws, then I apologise to you if my comment has offended you." End of quote. I repeat the apology. And I am concerned about where this persecution of truthful senators will end. The recently passed Hate Crimes Bill contains provisions which may be used against one nation. And it seems to me the disproportionate response from the Senate's ruling cabal is designed to warm Australia up to doing exactly that. The hate crimes provisions added to the Commonwealth Crimes Act back in 2010 and twice since strengthened have never been used, never. The only prosecutions for hate crimes have been under state legislation. This shows that federal legislation is not needed. The states already have hate speech covered. As I said during the bill debate, for many years the left-wing commentariat, politicians and media accused those who sought to raise the alarm around rising anti-Semitism and Christian phobia with the crime of threatening social cohesion. The very elastic crime of racism has now been stretched to label as racist anyone who defends Australia and our way of life. Many Australians have been guilty of shooting the messenger, behaviour we saw again yesterday in this chamber. Meanwhile, the message itself, the hatred and the radicalisation, went unchallenged. The hate crimes bill was sold and it remains unchallenged. The hate crimes bill was sold to the Australian public as the only way the Islamic terrorist organisation Hizb ut-Tahrir could be banned. Well, it's been more than 3 months and that organisation has not been banned. For the third time, Parliament has passed hate speech laws that have not been used because Islam was never the target. In the latest polling, One Nation is 4 points behind the government and the panic. The political revenge is starting. The left is using the same playbook as did Germany recently, where the ruling coalition has just tried to ban Germany's version of One Nation, Alternative for Deutschland, AfD. Fortunately, the appeals court blocked the move, for now. The point being, they tried. The left hate contesting ideas in the court of public opinion and prefer to use thuggery, tyranny, censorship, control. One Nation will repeal the hate crimes legislation and leave the matter to the states. Meanwhile, true Islam in Australia continues to flout our laws, our culture and our language. In this Senate yesterday, Senator Faruqi spoke in Arabic, which I would have thought breached the standing order, though apparently not. It does, however, assist communication between the senator and her electorate. The same electorate which, as we speak, is holding tearful vigils for the deceased Iranian dictator and terrorist Khamenei at their largest mosque here in Australia. The same Khamenei whose photos Hamas supporters recently carried above Senator Faruqi's head as they marched together across the harbour bridge. What more of a demonstration of the allegiance of true Islam in this country can there be than carrying the photo of a terrorist leader proudly over the harbour bridge? Protesters included the Bondi murderer Naveed Akram, the Greens, the party of the Islamic Australian Caliphate. Without the Islamic vote, this Labor government is unlikely to be re-elected. And apparently no betrayal of everyday Australians is beyond their chase for votes and power. Our refugee program is being used to import 25,000 true Islamists a year from countries who've already destroyed their own Western culture and are coming for ours. For clarity, One Nation will oppose any religion, any ethnicity, any social movement that is an affront to Western civilisation. My motion next week relating to childhood gender mutilation is an example of just that. To defend Australian culture, language and heritage is not racism, nor xenophobia, nor whatever label the left chooses to attach. It's common sense. It's designed to protect everyday Australians from the hatred and violence of radical activists and terrorists. True Islam is one element of that. It's not the whole problem. I'm a migrant who values the country to which my father brought my family in 1962. As did the many migrants who've joined One Nation to protect our Western culture, our social harmony, our coherence, our safety and our security. One Nation will join with those who were here first and who have come since to accompany us all in our beautiful country. In fact, we represent you. Why the rest of the Senate does not will be the question to be settled in 2028. Thank you.
Senator Whitton, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Tonight I rise to speak in support of Western Australian commercial and recreational fishermen on the demersal fishing ban in Western Australia, a decision that has devastated coastal communities, crippled small businesses and exposed yet again the breathtaking mismanagement of the West Australian Labor government. The fishing ban came out of the blue for fishermen that have invested their lives in creating multi-generational businesses that provide fresh fish for West Aussies. One Nation has been fighting this fishing ban from the day Labor dropped it on West Australian families without warning and without consultation. Without warning, the Labor government imposed restrictions on demersal fishing across huge stretches of our coastline. These bans were announced with no warning, no consultation and no credible transition plan for the people whose livelihoods depend on the fishing industry. For generations, commercial, charter and recreational fishers have worked responsibly under regulated quotas. They have invested millions in boats, equipment and local supply chains, and overnight the state Labor government pulled the rug out from under them. Along our coastline, fishing is not a hobby, it is the backbone of the local economy. Families who built their lives around the ocean and supplying West Aussies with fresh local fish are now staring down the barrel of financial ruin. My friend, the Honourable Rod Caddies, member of the Legislative Council representing One Nation in Western Australia, has been on the road supporting these families. Some of the stories he has heard are in Geraldton, shark fisherman John Hyman climbed onto the roof of the Fisheries Office on the 16th of February and chained himself there, swallowed the keys and said he is going broke and the government just hangs up on him. In Kalbarri, Phil de Groot has supplied fresh fish to restaurants for 4 decades and now sits idle while his business bleeds. Steve Eli bought a new tackle shop in Kalbarri just days before the ban. That fishing shop in Waroona, owners Glenn and Michelle Field, have been majorly affected. In Bunbury, Sam at Wollaston Fish and Chips grew his employees from 7 to 18 local jobs and now stares at empty fridges, wondering how to pay wages. Also in Bunbury is Rod Van Oosten from Millard Marine. There's also Phil Finns from Finns Seafood, who employs 50 people in Hamilton Hill. He's now having to import 4 to 5 tonnes of fish per week from New Zealand. This has led to a 30 to 40% wholesale price rise and has led to people no longer choosing to put fish on the menu. These are only a few stories of the people affected. The flow-on effects are enormous. In fishing towns, the local bakery is closing because the local pub is struggling. How can you run a small business close to this industry without being affected? How does Labor think these shops and towns are going to survive? And for what? The WA Labor government claims this is about sustainability. Yet the fishermen themselves have been calling for measured, science-based management for years. What they received instead was a blunt force ban, which is the policy equivalent of using a sledgehammer against an industry that feeds the people of Western Australia. The irony is staggering. WA is blessed with one of the largest and best managed fisheries systems in the world. For decades, we have balanced environmental protection and economic sustainability. Yet the WA Labor government chose to ignore that history and impose a ban so extreme that it shut down the fishing industry overnight. They were given less than 1 month's notice. We're talking about family-owned businesses. We're talking about deckhands that are now unemployed. We're talking about young families reconsidering whether there is a future in the industry at all. We're talking about coastal towns already battling rising costs, housing shortages and workforce pressures. Our state government has shown more urgency and virtue signalling to inner-city activists than in standing up for local businesses. What our state government delivered was chaos and economic damage that could have been avoided with competent leadership. The people of Western Australia deserve so much better. They deserve transparency about the science. They deserve a genuine seat at the table. They deserve compensation that reflects the real financial impact. Instead, under this state Labor government, we have seen ideology triumph over practicality. The fishing ban has become a symbol of a broader problem, a state Labor government that governs from Perth's inner suburbs without listening to the regions that feeds our state, fuels our state and sustains our state. We're seeing charters cancelled, tackle shops quiet, families destroyed. It's the same story in every coastal town. And while commercial fishers are locked out, seismic blasting gets approved in the same spawning grounds. The Geograph Bay wind farm gets approved without restriction in waters supposedly called protected. It's no coincidence there now won't be any commercial fishing boats on the water to report the destruction of our pristine ocean. These foreign-owned wind turbine companies have been given licence by the Albanese government to destroy the ocean floor and use sound levels that are known to kill our marine life, in the middle of a whale superhighway and nursing grounds of many endangered marine species, all while our own fishermen have been locked out of the water. The hypocrisy is mind-blowing. One Nation calls that out for exactly what it is, a war on the West Australian family so the turbines can go in. Wind turbines that we don't need, that won't feed us. Wind turbines that will weaken our national defence by creating radar clutter. One nation will back every Western Australian who just wants a fair go on the water. These decisions will not be forgotten by the thousands of West Australians who feel abandoned by the very government that claims to represent them. The ocean has sustained our communities for generations. I urge our state government to go back to the drawing board. Western Australia can have a sustainable fisheries and thriving regional communities. What we cannot afford is continued mismanagement by a state Labor government that refuses to listen to the people. Once these fishing families are gone, they won't be coming back. Enjoy your imported fish, WA Labor.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitten. The Senate now stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m.